Hello, good morning, and a very warm welcome to Silverstone for the first visit of the season to the circuit by the 750 Motor Club. A busy 2 days of racing ahead of us, with no fewer than 25 races in total around the Silverstone National Circuit. My name is Ian Soman, here in the commentary box. Alongside me this weekend is Chris Stevens, who we will hear from in a moment. Kieran Mogg is going to be on duty in pit lane as well during the course of the weekend, grabbing the interviews after all of the races. I say we're on the national circuit this weekend, so the mainly triangular layout at the northern end of the Silverstone complex. It always produces fantastic racing around its 1.6 mile length. And in terms of the weather today, it's a gorgeous day at Silverstone. Clear skies, lots of sunshine, the temperature creeping up as the afternoon goes on. Perfect weather for racing with just a light breeze. As I say, we've got 25 races over the course of the weekend, 10 of those coming up today, 2 of which are before the lunch break, the Tigua Type R Trophy and the Radical Club Challenge. It's a mix of saloons and sports cars this weekend. After lunch, we've got the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship, Race Part 750 Formula, Mighty Minis, the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Cats Championship, the Yokohama Low Costs and the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, with the Type Rs and the Radicals having their second race of the weekend to round out the day. Chris Stevens, your first venture of the year into a 750 Motor Club paddock. Welcome back to you. And what a weekend to do it.
I know, right? I couldn't have picked a busier weekend with all these races, all these different variations. 12 different formula that are going to be racing this weekend, including the debut of the Swift Sport Challenge to come tomorrow, which we're very, very excited about. But to kick things off this weekend, Tigua Type R Trophy, I mean, what a brilliant way to kick off the day. Basically, like touring car style action.
Let's head then to the first race of the day. It is the Tigua Type R Trophy. First race of the day then for the Tigua Type R Trophy. It's round 4 of the championship. We had a triple header at Brands. Ross Borman left Kent in the lead of the championship, but he certainly didn't have qualifying all his own way. He is well back on the grid, as are the other two, top 2 or 3 in the championship. The green flag waved to the back. They'll go off onto their green flag lap shortly. I can tell you that Ross Borman has qualified way back in 15th. He's leading the championship. Trafford King, who's second in the points, he starts in 6th position, and third place Richard Jones is back in 17th. Fourth place Richard Lindsay in 18th position, so a really jumbled up grid after a pretty hectic opening event of the season at Brands Hatch, where we had 3 races and quite a bit of damage caused as well to various cars out there. We do have 21 cars, I think, or 22 cars I should say, on the grid for this first race of the weekend. They're being headed round on the green flag lap by the number 21 car, which is that of David Walsh. He qualified fastest with a time of a 107.472, an average of 87.52 miles an hour, which was 0.2 of a second quicker than Andy Stevens. in the number 151 car. Where do those lie in the championship coming into this weekend? Well, the answer is a fair way back, because David Walsh, he is only about 10th in the championship coming into this weekend, and Andy Stevens, even further back from that, only managed to pick up 20 points from the 3 races we had at Brands Hatch. Second row of the grid is going to be John Labella in the number 83 car. That's a new car, new shell for him after a very heavy impact he had. I think it was the second of the races during the course of the Brands Hatch weekend, but good to see him back out on the grid. He's going to have next to him the number 15 car of Don de Graaf. The third row, I can tell you, is going to be the number 19 of Ollie Musgrave, besides 42 Trafford King, a sim racing front runner as well. It's the 97 car of Jordan Banks on the inside of row 4, next to number 93 Joe Dalgarno. Row 5 of the grid will be 374, which is Kai Lindsay, and 62 Max Martin. Row 6 is going to be 16 Adam Huntley and 13 Tom McFarlane. The 7th row, 77 Luke Emmons and 10 Mohammed Ben Lada. Row 8 will be 66 Ross Borman, the championship leader, and 26 Lee Rickard. Row 9 is going to be 12 Richard Jones and 74 Richard Lindsay. The 10th row is 60 Jack Reynolds and 7 Andrew Idwin, and the 11th and final row 118 and 98, which is Matthew Duffel and James Millward. So an intriguing grid then for this first race of the day, Chris.
Certainly is. Very jumbled up out there, and the reshelled John Labella car starting alongside Don de Graaf. Of course, he was collected in that incident along with Max Martin down at Paddock Hill Bend. But good to see John back out there, especially after he was hospitalised after that incident. Released quite quickly, I should say. But this should be really, really interesting to see how things work out. Of course, we have the top 10 reverse grid race to come later on today as well. So this will be a great way to start off the day with 22 Type Rs, the EP3 machines, the best version of the Type R. I think everyone will agree.
Yeah, and very close in qualifying, the top 19 separated by 1.7 seconds, less than 1.7 seconds, so really tight. We should be in for an absolute stunning race. This national circuit lends itself very well to close pack racing. And I expect that we might see some of that, not just in the Type Rs, but in some of the other categories throughout the weekend where slipstreaming is going to be a particular feature. Low cost, I'm thinking of you there. So,
absolutely.
On the grid, on pole, we have the 21 car of David Walsh. He's on the right of shot, the silvery grey car with the turquoise roof. Then it's the turquoise and white car of 151, Andy Stevens next to him. Second row, as I say, John Labella, 83. Obviously a different livery then to the one that he raced at Brands Hatch, but that's the sort of black and yellow, and then it's the white and red and black Don de Graaf. Number 15, the former Clio, former Formula Renault racer as well, Don de Graaf. So he's lining up at the back. Green flag is waved at the back, and we're shortly to be underway then for 15 minutes of racing around the Silverstone National Circuit. Who is going to make the best of the start? Pole position, of course, on the outside of the circuit here. Lights go out, the race gets underway. A pretty even start from the two on the front row. Don de Graaf got away reasonably well from row 2 of the grid. Looks like everyone is away, although someone a bit slow further back was the 77 car of Luke Emmons, but they're heading off down towards Copse Corner for the first time. And we'll pick them up hopefully in a moment as we are waiting for them to appear into our view. And it was, I can tell you, a good start from Don de Graaf there. He was in the making up a move. He was on the inside line, of course, as they headed into Copse Corner for the first time. But who's it's going to be is they're down at Beckett's Corner now for the first time here and heading up the Wellington Straight. It looks like de Graaf is still there in third position. It's Labella in second, and the leader of the race, it looks to be David Walsh, I think, doesn't it, Chris?
Yeah, and there was someone going very sideways into Woodcote for the first time of asking. I think that was our front row starting car of Stevens, who seemed to get very sideways on the way into Woodcote. But that was a really good start from Don de Graaf to try and get on the inside. Remember, he's never won in the Type R trophy, which sounds quite astonishing to say, bearing in mind he's been in the championship for a couple of years now, having moved over from the Clio Sports. But it's David Walsh leading by about 0.8 of a second at the end of the first lap.
Yeah, so it is Walsh leading from Labella, then it's De Graaf in third, Ollie Musgrave is in fourth position. In fifth place it's the 151 car of Andy Stevens, so he lost 3 places on the first lap. In sixth place it's the number 93 car of Joe Dalgarno, he was up 2 places on the first lap. We did see yellow flags, that was possibly because Luke Emmons' car was slow away and I don't think did ultimately get off the line. So Emmons it is that is possibly stopped out on circuit on the first lap of the race as the leaders head back up towards Brooklands for the second time. It looked like it is David Walsh still in the lead. There are a few little packs of cars heading their way through, but it's Walsh still at the moment. Now De Graaf looking up the inside there of the black and yellow car of Labella, the two of them side by side as they round Luffield Corner.
Absolutely incredible stuff. That's proper touring car style, right up on the curb, even a little bit of grass there for De Graaf. And that has opened up the door for Ollie Musgrave to try and find his way through on the inside as well. So it might have the line going into Copse Corner. I think it was just putting his nose ever so slightly alongside Labella going into the first corner. Apologies for the lack of coverage at turn 1 at the moment. I know our team are working to get that camera back in action.
Andy Stevens on that lap did the best lap of the race, a 1:08.188 second lap now, so he is fastest man out there. The lap record for this category is, I can tell you, a 1:07.55. Adam Shepherd, one of many Adam Shepherd lap records in the Type R Trophy. Field heading up to Brooklands once again, lap 3.
Yeah, so De Graaf into second, and it is still Musgrave trying to challenge on the inside into Brooklands. Is he going to get that move done? Yes, he just about turns into the front of the nose of Labella's car. Stevens right in this fight as well. So despite a slightly difficult getaway off the line for Andy Stevens, he's still got some raw pace. Somebody was tyre squealing through the last couple of corners there.
Over the line they come. That's to complete lap 3. No improvement in terms of lap times overall there. Still the fastest lap of the race to Andy Stevens in the 151 car as he was piling pressure on the 2 cars ahead of him. It is still just the 1 car that we've lost so far in this race. Luke Emmons in the number 77 car, but we've got 21 cars still circulating. The whole field separated by less than 15 seconds at the end of 3 laps of racing. We're probably going to get something like 14 laps out of this, I would think. A 15-minute race for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, which David Walsh is leading by about 3/4 of a second as they head out of Beckett's Corner and about to head along under the bridge and up towards Brooklands once more.
So it's still a super tight pack, especially fighting for second. Walsh is maintaining that gap a little bit up at the front of the field. But De Graaf does look sort of visibly closer. I don't know if that's just the concertina effect through Luffield. We'll see what it is when they get over the timing line. Labella struggling a little bit out of Luffield there, and that could give Andy Stevens a bit of momentum. Remember, he was the fastest man on the track a couple of laps ago. So the lead gap is coming down ever so slightly. It's now 0.6 of a second. So that was about 1/10.5 in favour of Don De Graaf in second position.
Good little scrap going on for the back. That was Ross Bourman we saw in the middle of the pack, and he's not really made any progress, has he? The championship leader, he's 14th at the moment, was trying to find a way through past possibly the car of Richard Lindsay there, who's actually got ahead of him so far in this race. In the number 74 car, he is in 13th position. But Bourman, the championship leader, not having such a happy weekend as he did at Brands Hatch, where he took his maiden victories. Meanwhile, the field heading along the Wellington Straight once again.
Oh, bit of a scruffy lap maybe for De Graaf this time around, because Musgrave is the one challenging on the inside, looking on the inside going into Brooklands. But, well, as quickly as that gap opened up, it seems to close up once again. So De Graaf's on a bit of a charge here, hunting for his first win in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. David Walsh had a best finish of 4th of the opening meeting at Brands Hatch, so I'm sure he'd be looking to cap off or start off this weekend with victory as well. But look at that, 5 cars in this lead group, and Joseph Dalgarno is in free air, and I'm sure he's going to try and take advantage of any squabbles that may happen. Second in the championship, Trafford King is leading that sort of second group of cars there in 7th position, ahead of Max Martin and Adam Huntley.
So out of Copse Corner they go, down to Beckett's. We're on lap 6 of this race, 8 3/4 minutes of it left to go. Walsh leading by just under half a second as this lap got underway. Cars heading down to Beckett's and then off up the Wellington Straight again. Here is Walsh, and it is still the same order: De Graaf and then Musgrave, and then Labella and Andy Stevens in there as well. A definite 5-car pack having broken away here from Joe Dalgarno in 6th spot. He's rather on his own at the moment. Through the right-hander at Luffield they go, on towards Woodcote Corner, and it seems to me that as they came through that complex, Chris, that De Graaf was able to get a bit close to the back of David Walsh's car.
Certainly was. I'll be right in the slipstream coming down the old Grand Prix start and finish straight and back towards Copse Corner. The gap now less than 0.3 of a second. So remember, it was about 0.8 of a second at the start of the race, and it's 5 cars still going for the lead, and 1.3 seconds separating them as we start lap number 7. So through the kink at Maggots and then the shortcut around onto the Wellington Straight, which means that basically every corner on this track is an overtaking opportunity on this particular layout. So we'll see when they get back down towards Brooklands. Musgrave is really good in that back end bit of the circuit because he's contact between the 2nd and 3rd place cars, and De Graaf falls down to the back of that train and falls even further behind, but Don De Graaf there getting pitched round by Ollie Musgrave.
Yeah, Musgrave faster at that part of the circuit, but then who's getting to the part of the circuit where De Graaf looks to be quicker, and there was contact between the two of them. It was De Graaf then that has gone spinning around. He's the big loser out of all of that. It's a bigger lead now for David Walsh then. It is still Musgrave then in 2nd place now, but the gap 1.2 seconds. Labella 3rd, Stevens 4th, Dalgarno 5th, and De Graaf has fallen down to 6th place. He's now 5 seconds behind the leader. So this very much plays into the hands of David Walsh then, with this lead that sort of pretty much trebled on that lap after the contact for the 2nd and 3rd place drivers behind him. Looking further back, Ross Borman, I can see he's made up one more place now to 13th position in the 66 car, the championship leader. But the race leaders heading along the Wellington Straight with David Walsh a second to the good.
David's not won before in the Type R Trophy, is he?
No, he's
so
not.
Very much on course for a maiden win now, and I would say Ollie Musgrave on course for a maiden podium as well, but of course there'll be a slight asterisk next to that now, because I'm sure the clerk of the course is going to want to take a look at that contact. So that, of course, promotes John Labella back up onto the podium as well, currently running in 3rd, but he's still under big pressure from Andy Stevens, and Stevens very nearly took the place at the start of the previous lap, as on the inside the number 97 machine Jordan Banks was trying to take a place away, trying to take 10th place away from Kai Lindsay, and did manage to get that move done on the exit of Luffield through Woodcote and then across the start and finish straight. So nice move there from Jordan Banks in his debut racing season, running up in the top 10 at the moment, ahead of course Kai Lindsay, a podium finisher now in the Tequila Type R Trophy.
So we've got 5 minutes to go in this race. It's Walsh still leading by more than a second from Ollie Musgrave in 2nd place, the number 19 car, and he's got Labella right behind him.
And look, Musgrave is carrying a little bit of damage there as well, so the right side bodywork just hanging off of that Type R, and it's actually currently underneath the car as well, so hoping that doesn't cause him too many issues, but of course that might also attract the attention of race control as well, and it doesn't look like he's got extraordinary pace down the start finish straight, because Labella and Stevens are all over him. Those 3 cars separated by about 0.4 of a second as they go over the timing line, but with a little over 4 minutes to go, it's still just Musgrave in 2nd position. Yeah,
Labella fighting this way, and that is gone to the right hand side of the circuit as they get to the left hand kink at Maggots. Then it's the right hander, almost a hairpin at Beckett's corner. The next corner there, we'll see when they come out of that whether Labella's been able to make anything out of that opportunity down at Beckett's. At the moment, though, it's Walsh who'd extended his lead to 1.5 seconds. There he is. No, it is still Musgrave in second, Labella third, and Stevens in fourth. Stevens, of course, was on the front row. Labella carrying a bit more speed into Brooklands. Didn't get alongside Musgrave's car. Almost touching him, though, as they go through the first part of Luffield. Almost nose-to-tail contact as they turned through the right-hander at Luffield. Labella still there in third. This would be a good redemption tale after his big accident at Brands Hatch. If we can get a podium out of this, and again he's pushing on as they head down the start and finish straight. Andy Stevens trying to capitalise on almost a double toe that he might be getting out of that, but no can do. Same order, Chris, as they head through Copse once again.
And of course, Labella managed to get a really great result in his wildcard outing on this layout of the Silverstone circuit at the end of last year. He finished 5th, so we know that Labella's got speed around here, and proved that at the opening meeting at Brands Hatch as well. So he's really piling on the pressure for second position. So they head back down the straight, but scruffy couple of corners there by the looks of it, because Musgrave has pulled quite a significant advantage, and dare I say that Labella is going to be more concerned about protecting his podium place from Andy Stevens now as well. They've got 2 seconds over Joseph Delgado in 5th position. Don de Graaf still running in 6th position, with second in the championship Trafford King, of course, Sim Series champion as well of the 23-24 winter. It was the inaugural season. And novice champion in this championship from a couple of years ago as well. But that overall title charge hasn't quite been taking shape in the way that he would have hoped, I'm sure. So leaders back through Copse corner, 1.7 seconds the gap for David Walsh. So that's come down by a 10th, with Musgrave not having to worry about who's in his mirrors now, having pulled a nice handy advantage of nearly a second over Labella and Stevens' battle for 3rd position.
Yeah, just watching the race. Second place man there, Musgrave, go through still with that bit of trailing bodywork. They're probably going to have 2 more laps to go. It's going to be touch and go. I think it's probably going to be 2 more laps there as they get up to the timing line for a 15-minute race. Been reminded of the fact that the reason why the likes of Ross Borman et al. Are further down the grid, it's the first season using success ballast in the Type R Trophy. So that is the reason that the grid is quite as shaken up as it is. It's certainly done its job, hasn't it, of mixing the grid order up here, maybe by even more than might have been anticipated.
Yes.
So they've gone on to this lap with, and it is going to be touch and go whether they get 1 or 2 more laps. I didn't see a last lap board out there, so I think it probably is going to be the penultimate lap of the race. It's looking like this is David Walsh's race to lose now. He's done hot hatch racing previously. Switching into the Type R Trophy, he's 1.8 seconds clear of Musgrave and Labella. Andy Stevens still with that fastest lap that was on the first flying lap of the race. It hasn't been improved on all the way through, Chris, which is interesting. Possibly it's fairly warm out there, and the tyres may be just getting used up a little bit as this race goes on.
Could well be. I think the squabbles have had something to do with it as well, because remember, there was all go for the lead and all go for second all the way through this race, as Walsh was just lifting that inside rear wheel going through Brooklands. That's one of the favourable shots on these cars. So David Walsh around Woodcote, and yeah, it is going to be touch and go, but I don't see. Waiting to see if that was going to be a checkered flag being unfurled, but no, across the line to start the final lap of the race now. Musgrave comfortably in 2nd place still, so the question is going to be, can John Labella hang on to his podium place, or is Andy Stevens going to muscle his way through on this last lap?
Yeah, that's the main question. It's feeling like it might be reasonably well settled now. They're out of Copse corner for the final time. The clock's counted down to 0. Walsh was 1.8 seconds clear at the start of this lap. Doesn't look like there's going to be any jeopardy amongst the top 2, maybe the top 3. We could have Labella under pressure, but there's the race leader, David Walsh. He's heading down into Brooklands with a fairly comfortable advantage. nobody else in shot so far ahead is he? And Labella looked like he had gone missing there, so possibly he's gone off down at Beckett's, just out of view of our cameras for the moment. And it looked like it was Andy Stevens then that's come through in third place. So I think there has been a change for third on the final lap. Up to the checkered flag comes then David Walsh for his first win in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. David Walsh the winner then. It's going to be Ollie Musgrave second, and Andy Stevens on the last lap gets through to third. Joe Dalgarno fourth, Don de Graff fifth, and John Abella, Chris, did come across the line at least in sixth place.
So at least that's one back for Don de Graaf, but I wonder if there was contact between Labella and Stevens on that final lap that demoted Labella down 3 spots on that last lap. And so we've had a little bit of controversy in this race as well, of course, with the Musgrave and de Graaf contact. So those results are provisional, because I'm sure that Clark, of course, is going to want to take a brief look at the very least at those incidents. Trafford King over the line in 7th position as well, Max Martin, and Adam Huntley with Jordan Banks completing the top 10. Yeah,
just the one other non-finisher. We lost Luke Emmons very early on in the race. Andrew Idwin as well. He retired at the end of the 9th lap.
Yeah, so Emmons didn't actually do a lap at all. No, so we saw him slow off the line. So I'd rather suggest there was an ailment on that car from the off.
Yeah, I imagine he pulled off just on the grass on the way up towards Cops Corner. We didn't capture that, but I imagine that's where probably he has ended up in all of this.
But that's the ballast really doing its job, because championship leader Ross Borman across the line in 12th position and third in the championship as well, Jones in 16th.
Really good effort from Trafford King, because he was 7th. He was also carrying ballast, being second in the championship coming into this weekend. So the car's been on the slowing down lap. I can tell you that the results were 21, David Walsh was the race winner then. Second place was number 19, Ollie Musgrave. In third place was the 151 car of Andy Stevens. Joe Dalgarno in the number 93 car was fourth. Fifth place was the number 15 of Don de Graaf. Sixth was number 83, John Labella. Seventh was 42, Jordan King. Eighth, number 62, Max Martin. Ninth, number 16 was the car of Adam Huntley, and rounding out the top 10 was the 97 car of Jordan Banks. You can see that the top 3 have already arrived in pit lane, and they have parked up alongside the 1, 2 and 3 floppy boards down there, and we've got the race winner getting his helmet off down there in pit lane, and he'll be very shortly speaking to Kieran Mogg. Looks like he's posing for a photo there as well.
Got to get the gram photo sorted, haven't you?
Absolutely. You're very much a fan of that, I know, Chris. And
I have my own personal photographer who follows me around these days.
Let's head down to Kieran. He's in pit lane, ready to talk to the top 3.
Well, what a fantastic race to kick off this weekend here at Silverstone. And we're going to speak to our winner now, David Walsh. Now, David, I'm told this is your first win in the Type Rs.
It is indeed, yeah. It is my first win, yeah. It's my first pole and my first win in one go, yeah. Turn up for the books. I'm quite happy with that.
100%, obviously. Starting the weekend off with a very, very strong showing. You had a lot going on in your rearview mirror for the start of the race.
Yes.
Died off a little bit towards the end. Talk to us about managing that gap.
It's just sort of control it, really. I think it was always going to be around here that being first out on the first lap isn't necessarily the best place to be, because everyone's going to get into tow and try and attack you. So I think if you make your peace with that, understand that, and then get people in a position where they potentially can't do it, then you've got a good idea of, or a good chance of moving forward.
100%, and obviously you've got a couple more races still to come.
Yep.
How's your mindset going into those? Is that big confidence boost now that you've got that win out of the way, going towards them?
Not really, to be honest. I don't think you can ever feel like that in a championship like this. It's all so close that anyone could just turn up at any given minute and just go faster than you. So I think you just have to enjoy your win while you've got it, and then focus for the next one and see where you end up.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the win, and look forward to seeing you later.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. Yeah, well, absolutely. So we'll speak to our second place man, Oliver Musgrave. Now, Oliver, unfortunately, we have to talk about that little incident. So tell us what happened from your point of view.
He left the gap open on the inside, and there was a lot of space, and I just put it up the inside. He didn't see me, and then he turned. We'll see what they say. But from my point, it was a good race. I kept a good pace, kept the lads behind, and gave it a good attack. So I'm pleased.
100%. I mean, you're all at one point, I think, lapping within a tenth or two of each other, and the gaps were also a tenth or two. So it's a very, very competitive weekend as well. So it looks like it's quite difficult out there.
Yeah, it's the same as qualifying. I mean, the gap from first, I think, like 10th, like 8 tenths. You know, so just getting that one corner right or one corner wrong can mean like first and 10th. You know, so it's such an exciting championship, and yeah, no, it's good.
Good. Well, congratulations on the second place, and look forward to seeing you later.
All right, thank you.
Cheers, thanks. We'll speak to our third place, so Andy Stevens. Now, Andy, talk to us about what happened at the last lap there.
At the last lap, I was just following everyone around, and then I think John just outbraked himself. So it went a bit deep, and I was pretty happy with fourth, to be honest, because you get no weight. So I was just sitting there, and then I thought, yeah, let's have a podium. So yeah, feel bad for John because he should have had that third place. I made a big mistake on the first lap. Lost it on the race, but can I just say big thanks to Hamertime Motorsport, to Jules, Malcolm, Martin. Like, I wouldn't be here without them. And hello to Mum and Dad and Claude and Mrs. watching at home. Thanks for all the support. So yeah, without everyone, won't be here. So I'm just buzzing to get third place.
Good, yeah, obviously a bit of a surprise podium. But yeah, talk to us about what happened throughout the majority of the race, well, because it was a massive pack as well that you were racing within. A very, very tight-knit racing between all of you. Yeah,
I mean, it's so close, especially on this track. It's so close to the championship, and yeah, after I made a mistake, I think I was down in 5th or 6th, and then I think there was a little bit of a coming together ahead. So I was just slowly creeping back forward, but it's so tight around here. I mean, we must have all been doing the same lap times within a tenth of each other. So yeah, it was good racing though, isn't it? Must be good to watch.
It was very good to watch, very, very entertaining, yeah. So, well, congratulations on the podium, and thank you for speaking with us, and we'll speak to you later. Yeah, cheers, thank you very much, yes. So, moving on to the next race, coming up, we have the Radicals. Rounds 3 and 4 of the Radical Club Challenge here at Silverstone today, and the cars just starting to form upon the grid behind the 750 Motor Club safety car ahead of the rolling start for the 25-minute race, 2 25-minute races that we have for the Radical Club Challenge. We had the first 2 races of the season at Brands Hatch last month, and there after that we have 3 drivers level pegging at the top of the championship, 3 drivers all who had a double win and fastest lap. So Shane Stoney in Class A, Daniel Headlam in Class B, and Gordy Much in Class C. The new class for this season, the Radical SR1s. It is now all Radicals in the Radical Club Challenge. It's taken over from the Bike Sports Championship, and a very good grid of more than 20 cars that we have here for the second meeting of the season. 3 classes we have, with Class A for tuned engines up to 1500cc and free choice of tyres. There's a more limited choice of tyres in Class B, which is for production Hayabusa engines up to 1500cc, and it's a fixed spec for the Radical SR1s in Class C. Points scored within the individual classes rather than based on the overall finishing position, and a driver of any of the 3 classes can win the championship. As I say, 3 level pegging coming into this weekend, but this is how they line up for race number 3 of their season. Shane Stoney, it is on pole position. He did a 54.097 in qualifying this morning. Alongside him is the reigning champion, number 1, Leon Morel. It's Joe Stables on the inside of the second row of the grid, number 98. Alongside him is number 5, Doug Carter. Daniel Headlam, the Class B championship leader, fastest in Class B this morning. He's on the inside of row 3, next to the number 11 car of Phil Brown. Row 4 has the number 86 Stephen Bell, besides 57, which is Pedro Oliveira. Paul Stewart and James Keeville in 84 and 9 are on the 5th row of the grid. On row 6 it's the number 2 car of Ross Board and Ian Charles in 24.
on to the 7th row. That's where we find number 30, which is Mark Grayson and Gordy Much, the first of the Class C cars in number 92. Dean Hudson and Ian McDonald in 15 and 13 are on the 8th row of the grid. Row 9 is Aaron Rose, who's the second of the SR1s in number 8, and 91 John Davis next to him. And then it is Vikram Sudera in 66 and Scott Lear 37. And Stephanie Herbiker in the 17 car rounds out this 21 car field. So 3 different classes represented, but we should have some great racing amongst all 3 divisions. Chris Stevens alongside me. It's going to be your first time seeing the what is now the Radical Club Challenge.
I don't think I even saw the bike sports out for years. I think 2021 was the last time I saw most of this lot out, back when it was all about Joe Stables and Leon Morel. A few new party members at play now. Of course, Shane Stoney leading the championship after both wins at Brands, including the overall victories. Being spanned this weekend by a chap from the Nielsen Racing squad, young lad Will, who's been working quite a bit on that car, because when I was talking to Shane earlier, it seemed like everything he was saying was everything that's falling off of it and and going wrong. Hopefully it holds up for a few minutes of racing.
Absolutely. That's often the case with Shane Stone. There usually seems to be something that's not quite right. Anyway, they come round, green flags waving. They'll get the lights going off on the gantry, all being well shortly, if they're all in good enough order, for a 25-minute race for round 3 of the Radical Club Challenge. Here they are, appearing around Woodcote Corner. Shane Stoney on the left-hand side of the picture then. Leon Morel in the white and green car on the right-hand side of the picture. And there we go. Lights go out. The race gets underway. And they spread themselves across the width of the start and finish straight here. Is it going to be Shane Stoney that leads into the first corner? Yes, it is. Leon Morel just about clinging on to second place, but all very tight as they head through Copse Corner for the first time. You can see the SR1s at the back of the field having their own private battle effectively within their classes. Off down towards Beckett's they go. Then it looked like it was the best of the shot starts made by Shane Stoney, and it's going to be really fast laps here. 54-second lap for Shane Stoney in qualifying, but he's under pressure here from Leon Morel.
Leon Morel down the inside into Brooklands, but gets it very, very sideways, has to gather the car up, and that allows Stoney, the Pulsar, to stray back through, and Stables having a look on the outside as well. There was very nearly contact between these two cars at the start of the race, with Stables having a huge swapper. They're side by side again around Woodcote at the end of the first lap. The inside line going to the double bike sports champion, Joe Stables, that black car, number 98, but the better run was for Leon Morel on the outside line, and he's been able to turn into the corner ahead.
And Daniel Headlam, our Class B pole position car, has not come through at the end of the first lap, so problems for the championship leader in Class B. He hasn't come through, but it's Shane Stoney leading from Leon Morel by half a second. Joe Stables hopefully has put some ballast in that car since the opening meeting at Brands Hatch. The car was found to be underweight, so had to compete in the invitation class in the second race, but hopefully that's all sorted now and he could be picking up points in Class A.
And it wasn't by a little as well. It was about 11 kilos, wasn't it? So quite an extraordinary amount. Another little wobble there for Leon Morel, this time running slightly wide, again opening up the door for Joe Stables. This time he gets straight through. Oh, was that contact? Because they're both around. Stables doing a 720 and a 960 as well, but through went Leon Morel eventually. But yeah, that did look like contact on the exit of left field.
I'll send you some maths classes later on, I think, Chris. But anyway, it's,
yeah, thanks.
Morel that has survived all of that. It was Stables that was more delayed in all of that. Yeah, hard to know whether there was any contact or not from that angle, wasn't it? Maybe we'll find out if we get to speak to either of the drivers that were involved in that at the end of the race. Anyway, that's all good news for Shane Stoney, isn't it? Because he's now leading by more than 4 seconds at the end of just 2 laps of the race. He's already got below the 55s. He's done a 54.959, and the lap record here of 54.82 set by Shane Stoney. So that's the record he's going for. It's his own record. Meanwhile, there's Phil Brown. He is in 3rd place at this stage in Class B, behind Steve Bell, number 86, who leads it, and Paul Stewart, number 84, who's second, and Joe Stables is still there.
Well, and we've got a safety car out now, Ian, because of that. So, Stables is stranded on the exit of Luffield, and so we're going to have an intervention as a result of that. So that significant advantage that Stoney had is going to be eradicated. I don't think it'll matter too much, though, because on that last lap, Morel was 2 seconds slower than Stoney, so I imagine that will be quickly re-established. But, of course, Morel's already had a bit of company in the form of our Class B leader, Stephen Bell.
Yeah, I mean, Morel's car was not handling well, seemingly, in the first lap or so of that race. Of course, he didn't have much momentum to go into that last lap, did he? Because he'd been off in the gravel trap. So that might have partly explained why the lap was a little bit slower than it might otherwise have been. It might have some gravel aboard as well, which possibly won't help. But yeah, we're going to have a safety car. It's just going to be a question of what needs to be done to shift Joe Stables' car out of the way. It's one of those situations almost where you think, he's probably going to drive that off himself as soon as they call the safety car, isn't he? Which is so often the way. Yeah. So it might not be too long an intervention that we have here. So it's Stoney leading, Morel second, Stephen Bell third, Paul Stewart in fourth, number 84, Phil Brown fifth, Keefer in sixth. In Class C for the SR1s, it's a comfortable lead for Gordy Much in the number 92 car. He is well ahead of Vic Sedera, who is second of the SR1s. At the moment, they are in 10th and 15th respectively, and Dan Headlam, I can see, is there. So although he didn't come through on time at the end of the first lap, he did come through eventually, and is now up into 16th position overall, and will be benefiting from this safety car period.
Yeah, so recovery drive underway for Dan Headlam there, 32-year-old Londoner, of course leading the Class B championship. With an overall podium as well in race 1 at Browns. Former F4 driver is Headlam. Oh, we've got the 66 part at the side of the road. So that's Vikram Sedera. That was second place in Class C, was it not?
He was until that lap when he's obviously stopped out on circuit on the Wellington Straight. So that's unfortunate for Vic, the 41-year-old from Leicester. Been racing for 5 years, originally in Porsche Boxsters, and switching to the Radicals for this season in this North Motorsport Run car. So we've still got more than 19 minutes to go of this race. It is a 25-minute race, of course, that we have for the Radical Club Challenge. 2 25-minute races. Last year we had some slight gimmicks, you might say, in terms of reverse grids and pit stops in the second race, but just 2 straight 25-minute races here. Rather than anything more complicated than that. Obviously now there is another car that needs to be recovered as well, not just Joe Stables, it's Vic Sedera's car.
Luckily it's not an additional intervention. If you're going to have a breakdown, do it under the safety car, and then we can get them both done as and when. So I imagine that Stables' car is the first port of call for the marshals.
Yeah, it's given us a chance to look at the new 750 Motor Club safety car as well. It's a Golf now. First time that we've seen that out. There it is. Excellent. Looking resplendent in its 750 Motor Club livery.
Lovely looking thing.
We had the Megane for many years before that, but now the Golf has taken over the mantle of the 750 Motor Club safety car. And after Brands Hatch, we just hope those lights are securely affixed to the roof, because it was on the opening race at Brands Hatch, which was the Radicals, where they parted company on what should have been the start of the race, which caused a delay. Anyway, we're coming through to the end of lap 5 here, with 18 minutes still to go. Shane Stoney still leading the way, of course. You can see a few pit boards being hung out there, but I'm not sure what information they're portraying at the moment. Of great interest.
And of course, good news for Paul Sayward. Here is now on the back of his class leader, Stephen Bell, which I imagine will now be fighting for an overall podium place. But he was third in the Class B championship, and of course, Sedera, who was sorry, I'm confusing myself there, but Paul Sayward running in second in class at the moment, and trying to promote himself up to second in the Class B Championship ahead of Pedro Oliveira in his second season of car racing, driving Leon Morel's old car, in fact, having come over from the Mattel last year. Of course, now all Radicals in the newly rebranded Radical Club Challenge.
So Joe Stables has been recovered to the pit lane. It's a broken wheel on Vic Sudera's car that is the problem, and that's why it's needing a full lift. So this is actually a bigger delay than the initial reason for the safety car, because it was fairly short work to recover Joe Stables to the pit lane because the incident happened quite close to the pit entrance. But here...
It's always handy when that happens.
It is. It's a broken wheel, so the car can't be towed back. It needs to be a lift. And the Silverstone recovery crew on hand to do that, and I imagine they'll bring him in probably to the assembly area. So they've not got too far to go either to recover that car once it's on the back of the low loader. In the background shot, you can see there the new car circuit that's been built here at Silverstone.
Yeah, so if you take a look on the right, you can't see it from this shot, but obviously the new debris fences down the Wellington Straight, which has not only allowed the fans to get a bit closer to the circuit, but it's also opened up that whole area. So I believe in addition to the kart track, they're also creating a sort of event space there as well for concerts and whatnot. There you can see it's very much under development and coming under very nicely, and it looks great.
Yeah, it's... a big improvement, because it was a bit of a wasteland in a way, that part of the circuit. There wasn't a lot going on.
Car park, wasn't it, really, for Grand Prix weekend?
Well, and important, isn't it, for Silverstone and the BRDC to get as much revenue out of every square metre of the Silverstone estate, and that's just another way that they can generate it. The developments that have taken place here at Silverstone over the years are incredible, really. It's unrecognisable almost from one year to the next when you come here now.
It feels very odd looking back at even like 2010 footage of Silverstone, which for me was not that long ago. But I mean, we are talking like 15 years ago, which is extraordinary how quickly that's gone by. But before that flashy pit building on the international start and finish straight got built, and all the development that's been done since then as well. And you look back even 5 years before that, it's stark contrast, the difference. Whereas now Silverstone looks absolutely fantastic. And there you can see those new debris fences. And it sounds like a small thing, really, but it makes a huge difference, especially because they don't always tend to happen in one go. You sort of do one bit of the circuit at a time. So coming up to 14 minutes left, the Vikram Sudera car seems to have been cleared.
Yeah, I think the safety car lights are out. It was hard to tell, but it looked like they were out.
Well, it looks like that Shane Stoney is gapping the safety car now, so it does look like we're going for a restart.
Yeah, so he's got Leon Morel behind him. They're both in the same class. Stephen Bell, who's our Class B leader, but he's now got Paul Seward and Phil Brown right behind him as well, so it's going to be an exciting restart. Shane Stoney has gone. He's got his foot down already as they turn their way through Luffield Corner. But it looked like Leon Morel was alive to that and went with him. And they're going to come through with about 13.5 minutes of the race left to go for the restart. Yes, the green legend on the timing screen signifies that the race is back underway. Then it's shown Stoney half a second to the good as the race restarts. He has Leon Morel in second, so it's Stoney that leads in that number 89 car, the Radical PR6 from the Yorkshire driver. He's ahead now of reigning champion Leon Morel's similar PR6 in second place as they head on to the 8th lap of the race.
Looked like Philip Brown was trying to make a move for second position of the Class B runners on Paul Sayward there. Just looking to see if he did get that move done. No, not quite. That red number 11 machine, and in fact is under pressure from the Class A car of James Keevil, the only SR3 in the Class A, isn't it? It's because it's normally the PR6s you find in Class A, but he's got the SR3, tuned SR3 in that category, and so going up against a different class of car, but looked like he was going to be challenging into Copse Corner. Yep, on the inside. Oh, has to bail out of that one. So that's for 5th position overall in this race.
Yeah, so we're on to lap 9 now. Shane Stoney extending his lead to 1.7 seconds on the first flying lap, but not an improvement on his best lap time, which is still a 54.959, but still pulling out quite a gap on Leon Morel there as they head off up the Wellington Straight once again. And there is the side-by-side battle a little bit further back. James Keevil involved in that with Oliveira to his driver's right. That puts him on the inside line, Pedro Oliveira, and he goes through. That's not for class position. They're in two different classes, Keevil and Oliveira. Oliveira now trying to catch onto the coattails of the other Class B drivers just a little bit further up the road. Phil Brown, the next of those in the red number 11 car. But actually, it's Keevil that is able to fight back and get back ahead, which he should be able to because he's in a slightly more powerful Class A car.
Yeah, so he did manage to get back through, and of course he'll want to do that to give himself a gap to Doug Carter, who is in his class and also second in the championship after finishing third in both races at Brands, and of course a former class champion in this category previously known as bike sports. 3.3 seconds the gap for Shane Stoney, but Philip Brown still not done in his pursuit of second position in Class B, hanging over the back of Paul Saywood, who had a second place finish at race 2 in Brands, third in both races for Philip Brown last time out, so looking to improve on that by 1 in this race. A little over 10 minutes remaining because these motorcycle powered machines roaring down the start and finish straight.
Yeah, so there's Brown then in the 11 car, fairly recently retired. Phil only been racing for 3 seasons. Did lots of rallying in the early 90s in the Peugeot Challenge. That was the same category that propelled the likes of Richard Burns and Colin McRae to international rallying superstardom. Sadly, Phil didn't quite head in the same trajectory as either of those from the point of view of rally success.
He's looking on the inside down into Brooklands, but slightly wider line and a bit more speed into the corner for Paul Saywood. That's the merest of twitches going into Luffield. That's why I absolutely love watching about these cars. They've got so much power. You watch them wrestle away with these machines. It is all eyes on the battle for second position in class. Stephen Bell's looking pretty good out there. Looks like James Keevill's dropped a couple of spots on this lap because Pedro Oliveira has come through in 6th, Doug Carter in 7th, and James Keevill continues to fall down. In fact, he's in pit lane. That's why he's tumbling down the order. So problems on that number 9 car that did have an overall podium finish last time out at Brands.
Yeah, Jamie Keevil having issues there in the RJ Motorsport Radical Hayabusa. That is the ex-Rob Rees car, that one. Meanwhile, some side-by-side action here. Phil Brown and Paul Stewart disputing 4th position overall and 2nd within the class. And it's Stewart that's just about holding on for the moment from Brown, and Oliveira, I notice, is catching them as well. So this could become a 3-way fight before very much longer. Stewart in that 84 car. Done quite a bit of bike racing as well in the late 90s and early 2000s, switching to bike engined cars now, and going well here so far this season, but under a lot of pressure here from Brown and I think any moment Oliveira as well.
Yeah, he's closing in now that Keevill's cleared the path for him. So young Oliveira there, the 19-year-old national karting champion before coming into last year bike sports.
I'm just going to say, sorry, Chris, Shane Stoney's got the lap record of 54.139. He has smashed his own mark of 54.82. That's quite incredible as this battle continues. And it's Brown up the inside. I think he might get the move done this time. He does. So Phil Brown, number 11, goes through to 2nd place within the class. But as we said, he's now got, Paul Stewart has, Pedro Oliveira there as well.
So Philip Brown there tried the outside, tried the inside again, and it finally paid off for him. That was a staunch defence of that position from Paul Stewart, but as you say, had to give way eventually. Doug Carter in the Class A car also closing in on that overall battle, but of course it's the class positions that dig up the points as well. And what you were talking about at the top of the race, Ian, about how we've got 3 guys tied on points going into this race, because it's the class points that go into an overall championship.
It is, and talking of that, Dan Headlam now back up to 5th within class and 8th overall. He was right at the back here, but Oliveira now challenging Stewart. Oliveira on the outside line has to then try and get the cut back onto the next corner. That puts him on the outside line. Luffield is going to try and go all the way around the outside. Paul Stewart there. Can he make that work? Not sure that he can. I think that's Doug Carter just in behind them as well. So they're coming through to complete lap 14, and these two are going to be, I was going to say nose to tail, actually pretty much side by side as they go across the line. It's still just Stewart holding on for 3rd place within Class B.
Oliveira was all over the curbing on the outside, and going around the outside of Cox would be very, very brave indeed. Also, I noticed Philip Brown is closing in on the class leader as well, so that's definitely not settled just yet, as Oliveira looks for a way through at Maggots on Paul Stewart for the last spot on the class podium. Looked like he had a run out of Cox. There's the Class B lead battle. So Philip Brown is hauling in Stephen Bell.
It was 8/10 of a second at the start of the lap, wasn't it?
Yeah, and well, he's right with him now. It's less than a radical length. Nearly needed to push him through Luffield there. So we've got 2 great battles happening in Class B at the moment as we hit the end of lap number 16. They make their way out of Woodcote down the start and finish straight. Shane Stoney and Liam Morella way up the road at this point, but the concerning battle is for the class positions, and Oliveira did go through on Seward. Not sure if we saw that, but Seward's also now trying to repel the advances of Doug Carter.
Another new lap record for Shane Stoney. Is he going to get below the 54-second mark? He might well do. He's only 8 thousandths away. 54.008. That's getting over 110 miles an hour, and that's faster than he went in qualifying as well, even.
It's good. All the bits that were falling off of it that he was telling me about earlier, just making it lighter.
Yeah, saving weight. That's exactly it. Anyway, so here's the Class B lead battle now. You've got Stephen Bell in the number 86 car up against Phil Brown. Stephen Bell has been racing with the 750 Motor Club for a long time in RGB, as it was, now Sports 1000, and kit cars as well. Actually, since 2001 he's been racing with the 750 Motor Club. And this is Tim Gray Motorsport run car for him. And there is some traffic, and that's the Keyville car that's back out on the road.
It's good to see after he came into pit lane, obviously moving around quite slowly at the moment, but the Class B lead still to be decided with about 4.5 minutes remaining. Gap wasn't much at all when they went over the line, was it? About half a second. And of course it's a spot on the overall podium as well, which is more just for honour than anything else. But, the gap stretched out a lot, or a little bit, but that was a little wide moment there from Philip Brown. But that line actually seems to work really well for him, unless that was just a bit of traffic for the class leader and trying to get around the car on the exit of Luffield. So that's compromised the exit of Stephen Bell and could give Philip Brown the run he needs. He's very, very close. They're rounding up the traffic still as they come out of Woodcote, but absolutely nose to tail when they head back towards Copse.
Yeah, so really good battle. All of this happening about 30 seconds behind the leader Shane Stoney and about 15 seconds behind second place man Leon Morel, but they're in literally a class of their own. They're in Class A, these guys in Class B. Third place in Class A, by the way, is Doug Carter in 7th place overall. So it's Bell and Brown, the two that are disputing the final podium position, and the Class B honours. Of course, it was Headlam that was fastest in that class this morning. He's still fighting his way back. I think 5th might be as good as he can get, though, within that class from this race. The grid for the second race, by the way, is set by the second fastest times in qualifying, so at least he should still have a decent qualifying position for that. Brown this time not as close to Bell as he was on the previous lap, but Oliveira closing in on both of them, and they've probably got 3 more laps, if not 4 to go.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see the lap time that Oliveira has been able to put in here, because suddenly now, with just under 3 minutes to go, we've got a 3-way battle for the lead in Class B, and it was about 6 tenths or 8 tenths even for Oliveira to close in on that battle for second place. So back up towards Maggots. They're pulling away quite nicely now from the likes of Carter. Did we lose someone on that? last lap?
No, I don't think so. Looking at our timing screens, it looks like everyone's still
I feel like there was
circulating.
a car missing, and there was maybe I'm thinking of Daniel Headlam. No, Paul Seward's fallen down to 8th position there on that previous lap.
Yes.
So down to 5th in class. I knew I wasn't going crazy. So 2 minutes to go then. All eyes on the Class B battle, still being led by Stephen Bell, but now with Philip Brown and Pedro Oliveira for very close company. We've got to be thinking we've got maybe 3 laps to go, I think, in this one.
I think so.
And it's about 0.8 of a second that separate those 3 cars.
Absolutely right. So through Copse Corner they go for the 20th time in this race. Obviously would have got a few more laps in had it not been for that safety car period. You can see some side-by-side action going on a bit further back. That might be Headlam and Seward actually getting together as they came out of Copse Corner. We'll perhaps pick up on that in a minute as the cars will head back up the Wellington Straight in a moment. There is our top 3 within the class. That's Keeville's car, I think, that's just trundling around. Probably just making sure it's going to work for race 2. Might not do, just looking at it at the moment. Oliveira, the 19-year-old manufacturing engineering apprentice, he's challenging Phil Brown for 2nd place quite hard now in that class. He had a win at Brands Hatch last year in bike sports, did Pedro. He's been karting since the age of 6. And I know that Luke Cooper of the Team Brazil keeping a very close eye on what Pedro is achieving this year. We're seeing for Team Brazil drivers making a reappearance in the Formula 4 end of season events this year. Off they go down towards Maggots and Beckett's once again. We've not had an improvement from Shane Stone. He's not got below the 54-second mark yet. He's in fact eased off by half a second or so as he comes into the closing stages.
There's always race 2. Stephen Bell is coping with this pressure absolutely extraordinarily. Oliveira with a cracking run right round the outside of Brooklands, tries to get a bit of an up and under, and a little slide through Luffield, who he still carries very good speed through there, coming on to what is going to be the final lap of the race. Slow moving Daniel Headlam,
looked like
they're from
recovering.
4th in class, had a spin apparently, but it's side by side for 2nd in Class B with Pedro Oliveira ahead at the timing line by 33 thousandths of a second. Had the inside line for Copse, got another car off the road slightly further down, but Oliveira somehow didn't make that move stick.
I thought he was going to. He'll have another go probably up the Wellington Straight for the final time. Meanwhile, already, yes, the checkered flag has gone out. In fact, Shane Stoney, so he's already come through to take a dominant victory. There, he's in fact already gone through the shot. I think it's so far ahead was he, and Leon Morel just about to come through to take 2nd position. But who's it going to be in 3rd? It should be Stephen Bell. There's Morel in 2nd. And
that's what 25 seconds feels like.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be Stephen Bell, we reckon, in 2nd place. He's just come across the line now from Pedro Oliveira and Phil Brown. So Oliveira did get ahead of Brown, as I thought, probably up the Wellington Straight into Brooklands.
But it was about a second covering those 3 cars, and Stephen Bell soaking up the pressure in that Tim Gray Motorsport run machine. And I popped into their garage right when Tim was going through the laps with Stephen, going through the onboards, and said he was going to give him a word I can't say on air about his driving, but whatever Tim said, it's worked. A stern word.
That's what he was saying. Well, that was entertaining, wasn't it? Possibly not so much for the overall victory, but certainly in Class B, that was very much up for grabs. Headlam finished 5th in that class. He was up as high as 4th before that little spin he had a couple of laps from the end. Didn't cost him too much, but it did cost him a position to Paul Seward, I think. And that is not the kind of reward he'd have been looking for after his good qualifying showing. There's Shane Stoney. He's already into pit lane. It looks like he's got Gordy Much next to him for company as well, because he won in Class C. So there we've got Shane Stoney, who was a Saxmax champion with the 750 Motor Club as a teenager many years ago. He's done all kinds of things in between, time minis and actually some other radical racing. Now here in the Radical Club Challenge.
Yes. Gordy Much, you were talking about that.
Shane Stoney.
Oh, sorry, Shane Stoney. I was going to say Gordy Much as well. because I was ex-Praga racer.
Yes.
As well with Jimmy Broadbent. I'm sure most people know him from that. But let's go down to Kieran and hear from our race winners.
All I can say to that race is wow, that was absolutely incredible racing throughout the entire field. Now, we're going to have a bit of a chat with all three of the drivers in just a second, all three of the class winners, I should say. But first, let's have a quick chat with our race winner overall, our Class A winner, Shane Stoney. Just need to go and get him. He's just having a quick chat. So, Shane, can I just have a quick word? Lights to flag and 2 lap records.
Yeah, I was quite happy with that, wasn't it? You know, can't complain too much with that. Yeah, obviously Leon gave me a good go on the first sort of half a lap. I knew I'd sort of, you know, I wasn't defending as much probably as I needed to going in onto the back straight, but it wasn't. You know, I knew I was going to be, and I know what Leon's like. I can race him quite happily, so you know, I wasn't too fussed. And then yeah, as soon as we got clear, that was it. Got my head down. The 2 guys behind started battling. Don't know what happened there, and then safety car came out. So. Yeah, then just got a good jump on the safety car, and that was it. Just got my head down and cracked on. So.
100%. It looks like you're quite comfortable around this track. Is this one of your favourites?
Yeah, I do like this track. I prefer the GP, but who doesn't? Yeah. But yeah, I mean, you know, I do love that. I've always gone well around Silverstone in various different configurations. So yeah, I do love this place. So yeah, it's good, and the car seems, you know, the car was good here last year. We had a bit of bad luck and various other things, but the car feels a lot more on rails this year than it did last year. So I mean, yeah, we've got the car running, you know, where we like it. So.
Do you reckon you can repeat it later on?
Give it a go, you know. So certainly give it a go. I mean, hopefully Joe can get his car sorted out, so he's going to be on the front row with me. So that'll be interesting. So yeah, we'll see how we crack on. But you know, if the car runs how it's run this morning, we should be all right.
Well, congratulations on the win, and hopefully I'll speak to you later.
Hopefully. Thank you very much.
Cheers, thanks. So we'll speak to our Class B winner now, so Stephen Bell. Stephen, can I just jump in here?
Hi.
Now, wow.
Yeah, wow.
Wow.
Yeah, we did it. We did it. This is the team, Tim Gray Motorsport. Yeah, thank you very much. It was a brilliant race. You know, it's all about, we always have that pace during practice and never be able to translate into qualifying and race, and we did today. So it was a big step forward for me and the team. So, but yeah, we did it. So really cool.
And it's not like you had it all your own way either. Obviously, there's so much battling going on behind you, but they were also bringing the heat towards you as well.
Yeah,
so
of course. I was watching that and aware of it, and I was just trying to manage the pace halfway through. It's a very difficult place to overtake, and as long as you park it on that apex, they're not getting you through the rest of it, as long as you keep it clean. So I knew they were catching me, but I didn't want to drive away too much and destroy my tyres. So yeah, it was good. Really enjoyed it. Good race. Feel good at the end, and a first win for me in this category. So enormously pleased and proud to be associated with Tim Gray Motorsport.
excellent. And obviously, with it being the first win, is that kind of pressure off now? Obviously, you've got the race later on as well today. Is that pressure off almost? You can kind of go into that one with a bit more enjoyment, maybe?
Yeah, to a degree. But the pressure's off, then it's back on again, isn't it? You know, they want you to win next time. Why didn't you win from here on? The journey going forward through different formulas, which I've done in this club for many years, is the enjoyment once you get to the top and you're there regularly. It isn't quite as entertaining, and there's such an expectation of you. But you know what? I'm just elated to win. You know, it's really good. I know my family at home are watching, and you know, it's great.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the win, and hopefully we'll have a chat later on as well.
Again,
yeah, fingers crossed. Cheers, thank you very much. All right, now we'll quickly speak to our Class C winner, who's having a bit of a chat over here. So, Gordy, we spoke a bit earlier on. You said that the car was in a position that you were happy with. Clearly, it worked out.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's always tricky to know kind of where you're at in terms of pace. Looking at historic lap times, you know, we look pretty quick. But you know, it's a testament to how good of a job the students are doing. You know, I've got quite a lot of experience behind the wheel, but I can feel a good car setup, and you know they've set up really, really well. So they're doing a lot of good work behind the scenes, and they're really proud of what they're doing. We're really proud of what they're doing. So yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously, it looked like maybe a little bit more pace. You could probably have a bit of a battle with the Class Bs as well.
We'll see. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of a bit in no man's land there, really. Obviously, everyone in front of us is in much quicker cars, so it's always in the first lap because obviously we're on the road tyres, which means I could attack a lot on lap one,
while some people are still warming up their tyres. So it's kind of the case of grab as many positions as I can lap 1, or even on a safety car restart, and then hold it off from there. But I kind of got past a few people on lap 1 and then didn't really see anyone after that. So I don't know where they were, but they never. I was expecting a few to come through, but they never came. So yeah, the pace must have been all right. But yeah, it's good fun out there. Good fun.
Good. Well, congratulations on the win. And we had to go to lunch break, which we're going to come and have a chat with your team in a minute, because we're having a chat earlier on. Interesting stories there. So we'll wait for that in a couple of minutes. But yeah, thanks for having a chat with us and congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers. Thanks very much. So yeah, lunch break coming up in just a second. That doesn't mean that we haven't got anything for you. So we've got a lunch walk down the pit lane with yours truly. I'm going to be talking some absolute rubbish as I go and annoy some of the drivers. But before that, we're going to go to a quick ad break. So we'll see you in a minute.
Yokohama. Yokohama.
Hello, welcome back. We are here. We're going to have a quick walk down the start finish, not the start finish, straight the pit lane. That's what I'm supposed to be talking about. Yes, as you can see, all the garages are behind us. Unfortunately, we can't go and speak to a lot of the teams, a lot of the drivers, because they're in the main paddock area, and unfortunately, our wonderful camera op at Laura can't reach that far with the signal. So we're going to pretty much stuck with the pit lane for now. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a chat to some of the drivers, have a chat to some of the teams, find out some of the stories that are going on in between the on-track action. We can see hear some cars, I think, going out on the international side. But yeah, we're on the national circuit. Obviously prestigious Silverstone, open since 1948. It is the home of British motorsport, and it is truly a wonderful venue to be at. The racing is always fantastic. Obviously, the national circuit in particular, like Chris was saying on commentary during that last race, every corner pretty much is an overtaking opportunity, no matter which one you're going, because it's split up in between these straights, followed by somewhat fast corners or slow corners. So it's a really good track for racing opportunities and just jumping in front of people. So yeah, what we'll do, have a quick chat with some of the drivers. So we've got the number 84 here of Paul Seward. Now, he was in Class B. I think he was battling for that Class B lead that we were just marvelling at. That's the number 89 of Shane Stoney. Obviously, that was the winner of the entire thing. 2 lap records. I think it was 8 thousandths of a second above an 83, so it was 34.008. He almost got into the 53s. Yeah, there are some cars on track. I'm not sure. I think it might be some qualifying times. That's probably it. So we'll jump in and see if we can have a chat with someone. I can see a driver back here, so let's see if we can just grab him a second. Could I just put you for an interview out the front? Is that okay? Perfect, thank you. Right, so we've got Philip Brown here of the number 11. Yeah, it looks perfect, perfect. So Philip, in that last race, you were a very busy boy.
A busy boy, yeah, and probably too lenient in the end. I was a bit, Pedro, I know Leon, and we had a good race, but maybe I should have been a bit more defensive. But tell the tale, enjoyed it. It was a good race. The crowd enjoyed it. So, I'm tired now. But yeah, it was a good race, clean race, I think, from everybody's point of view. And looking forward to the second race later on. But I may need a nap in between.
I'm not surprised, because it looked like you were working pretty damn hard out there.
Yeah.
And obviously for the race later on, obviously that first race given you some confidence, I'd imagine, in terms of the pace that you can extract from the car. So have you got some ideas about what you want to do for the race later on?
It's all about getting a good start, isn't it? And getting clear air. If you get clear air, you get the downforce, you're away. Your tyres stay at the right temperature. But chasing Steve, it allowed Pedro to catch up. And then obviously Pedro saw an opportunity. He was out dragging me a bit on the straight, so he may be running a bit less wing. But yeah, enjoyable. It's racing, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. And talk to us about your car. So, A, is it yours? B, how long have you owned it, etc.?
Well, I was unfortunate enough, I retired in 2021, and Leon Morel, you probably know Leon's team, he wins most years, said, come on, Phil, why don't you get a radical and get back into motorsport? So, like the idiot that I am, I said yes. And so 2 years later on, here I am. I'm really enjoying it. It's a great learning curve and a great journey for me. So, yeah.
And what have you raced before this?
My background is rallying from the 90s. So I did the One Make Peugeot Challenge in 91, 92, 93. So the likes of Colin McRae and Richard Burns were all spurned from that challenge. So we actually did have one race among 14 rallies at Silverstone, right, which I was lucky enough to win. So that was probably where I thought maybe I'm better on the tarmac than in the woods. Then work, children, life gets in the way, and here we are back full circle.
100%. Obviously, so okay, if you've done rallying then and you've come to track racing, especially something like a radical, it's a big change. What are some of the things that you found difficult to adapt to?
Yeah, if I would say anything, if giving someone some advice, I would say, go to a go-kart track and treat it like a go-kart. I think when I first started, I probably treated the radical too much like a car, too lenient with it. Go to a go-kart track, wring the neck of it, come here, jump in your radical, and you'll be away. So yeah, that's my best bit of advice, because these cars are your worst enemy when they're not in the right operating window. In the right operating window, they're your friend. So get it warmed up, get the tyres warm, and you're away. Fantastic.
And obviously, it's you got the slick tyres on it. Is that a new thing for you? Is that something you've had to learn?
Not particularly. We did have tarmac rallies, which back in the day, back in the early 90s, you were allowed to run slicks, especially on closed road rallies abroad in France, etc. So I am familiar with running on slicks, but it's still important, the process, get them warm, make sure you keep them warm. And it's a nice gradual feeling. It's not suddenly disappear, it's a nice slide. Like on the go-kart track, going back to it again, it's a wonderful, wonderful machine. And obviously quicker than all your supercars for a third of the price.
So you describe this space as just a big go-kart?
I would, yeah. If you're going to start in Radical, get on a go-kart track, jump in this and you'll be away.
Absolutely. Well,
me like Pedro and everybody else. Well, Pedro's background is go-karting. So yeah, he's from Brazil and he made his name in go-karting. And obviously he's switched easily across to this now. So I'm in trouble.
I know you're giving him a good go though.
Oh yeah. So race 2, get past the start, try and get some clear air and we're away. But let's get there first. I need my nap anyway.
Oh, well, fingers crossed we'll have a chat later on then. But yeah, congratulations on that race. It really was epic to watch. And hopefully we'll see you later.
Yep, thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you very much. So yes, obviously, yeah, he was properly in it, in that battle for the Class 2 lead. Those 3 cars, obviously, just the entire time going left, right, centre, underneath, overtaking, undertaking. It was absolutely insane. But yeah, I mean, this is one of the things I love about club racing. If you look in the garages, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different radicals essentially in one set of garages. You can just go and just be in awe of the machinery. These are not prototype level cars, but they're getting towards that kind of caliber with the aerodynamics. Obviously, if you look at this front wing, it is profiled so that it can take the air and distribute it in a way that it can cut through the air in a really as slipstream way as possible. And we can see here our driver. So we'll have a quick chat with Ross. Ross, talk to us about your race.
Yeah, it was a race that started going forwards. In the middle, it started going backwards, and then it went backwards again. So 2 spins, fairly good start, recovered it from the first spin, slightly aggressive. Let's see what happens in race 2, but all good to be back in one piece.
Is this your first year in Radicals?
It's my start of my second year, so did the full season last year. Just getting used to fresh tyres and a fresh start to the season.
And is it your car?
It is indeed, yes, which makes it even more scary.
And have you owned it since the start of last season, or have you owned it before that?
Yeah, it's start of last season. It's remained in one piece throughout. Single piece of duct tape, and that's all thus far.
That's pretty impressive going if you raced it already for a year.
Very elite team members as well, which helps.
I was just about to ask, do you do mainly all the work on it yourself, or do you employ some people just to kind of, just take that, just do the hard stuff for me?
Jay is very much the comprehensive solution to making sure this thing works and does everything it should do. So great group of guys, and very, very much appreciated.
Absolutely. Well, fingers crossed, obviously, for you in the next race, and hopefully no spins this time.
I sincerely hope so. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll leave these guys to it. They look like they're pretty busy having a quick look at something in the engine area. So, yeah, a bit of an iffy race there for Ross. But what I want to do, as we had a quick chat with Gordy much at the end of that last race, Gordy's garage is just over here, and his team is actually made up of university students. We can see Gordy's car just behind you there. I'm pretty sure that's Gordy's anyway. I can't see a number on it. Probably should double check. Yes, this is Gordy's car. I can see that because he's got his name on it. So this is run by University of Derby. So the engineers are all students, and they rotate on a race basis. So every race weekend they'll have a different set of students working on the car, getting real world experience in motorsport. Now, this is a Class C car, so these cars a little bit slower, and they run, most importantly, on road tyres. They're not on slicks, as opposed to the Class C and Class A and Class B cars. So these cars are a little bit slow, which is why you didn't see Gordy too far towards the front. But anybody that's been online and interested in motorsport in the last sort of 3 years, you'll know of Gordy much, because he raced alongside Jimmy Broadbent in the Pragas, and ended up winning the championship in 2022 as well. So he's got a fantastic racing background. background, racing in British GTs last year, and he's moved to this year, so it's a bit of a different challenge for him. But we'll see if we can go and chat with some of the teams. So they are towards the back there. But yeah, let's have a quick chat with the University of Derby team. So Gordy's obviously here. If we can just steal you away a second. So, right, we're talking about the University of Derby. We had a chat before we went live this morning, and you were talking about how the university students getting real-world experience working on the cars. Talk to us what it's like working with the students and what an opportunity it is for them to have this experience.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we know how hard it is already to get into motorsport. When you go to the bigger teams around the paddock, it's they always want you to be experienced before you get there, but it's really tricky to get experience in motorsport. So, you know what Derby University do is extremely beneficial for the students, because obviously they get their degrees in motorsport engineering. And then they actually are able to get real-world experience working in the pit lanes, working on race weekends, and we only plan to expand the program as well. So it's a great opportunity for the students to actually, once they're finished their motorsport degree, to head out into the real world with a lot of experience already on their CV, which is extremely important for getting hired by any team.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, you've had the experience of working with the professional engineers, and so you did British GT last year, you come to this year. How do you go about that differently in terms of working with those engineers that you know aren't as experienced, they don't quite know as much of what they're doing? How do you approach that as a driver?
I embrace it. So instead of there might be feedback that I give, and I'll give the feedback as clear and as in detail as I can for them to make decisions with. Every now and then, towards the end of the race weekend, on the build up to the race, I might suggest we go a direction. But especially on the test days, I very much give the feedback and allow them to make a decision, because that's what it's all about. So sometimes they'll make a decision which I don't feel is necessarily in the right way, but I'll step back and I'll allow them to make that decision, because that's what it's all about. It's all about the process of trying something, then figuring out that it doesn't work, and then trying something else, and then figuring out that does work. So if anything, yeah, just taking actually a bit of a step back. It's great practice for me working on my feedback. But yeah, like I very much so embrace it, and it's very different. It's a bit of a downscale from what I've done before, but it's really nice to be doing something where the focus is on supporting the people around the car. It's a different way to go about it, but it's a nice way to go about it. It's cool to be helping support and helping teach the engineers that I potentially could be working with in the future.
Yeah, it's a good way of putting it, actually. And let's say we wanted to have a chat with one of them and embarrass one of them in front of the camera. Which one would you recommend?
Let's go and pick someone out then. Hang on, we'll spring up on top. I'll tell you who the best person to speak to.
Yes.
Hannah has been standout.
Yeah.
She was at Brands Hatch and she's been at this weekend. She was also involved last year as well. So let's go grab her, shall we?
Let's go grab Hannah, yes, absolutely. We did mention Hannah earlier. She's done a couple of weekends already, and she expressly did not want to be on camera. But hello, Hannah. So talk to us about the programme, obviously your involvement in it and how long you've been involved.
Yeah, so I've been involved since 2022, which was the first year we ran a full season with SR1. So I started as a number 2, so I was kind of assisting the number 1s, kind of fuel, and different things like that. And then now I've developed into a number 1, so I've been a number 1 now for 3 years. And so now my kind of role is making sure the car's safe to go out and everything's done, set up, change that, but also passing on what I've learned from the project to then other students, such as our number 2s, and we generally have more students in the workshop as well between rounds. The other side of the project is the engineering side, so we've got a race engineer and 2 data engineers as well each weekend. They get to develop their skills doing data and kind of choosing what setup changes to do and looking at vehicle health and all that. So yeah.
And can you talk to us a bit about the difference between getting the hands-on experience with a race team versus just getting the degree and then trying to go and find work from that?
Yeah, so I've definitely had a lot more kind of opportunities because of this. So I've now worked for a few other teams doing different things, different championships, and I think that's then helped me with my degree because I've had kind of real life experiences, so I can relate back to my degree, but also my degree is helping me with those experiences as well because I kind of know the knowledge behind it. So no, it's definitely helping students, and it's so hard to get experience these days really, so it's giving students a really good chance to actually get that one step forward and have some experience before they finish their degree really.
Yeah, it is 100%. And talk to us also about the Radicals. What are they like to work on in comparison to some other cars?
They're brilliant. I love them. Probably one of my favourite cars to work on. They're quite simple, but also there's a lot we can do setup-wise, but it's just kind of nice and easy. You can kind of see everything. So you're not under a car working on it to change a toe, etc. You can actually see it. So it's a lot nicer. It's a bit easier to learn as well, I think. But no, they're great, really. Yeah, I do really like them.
Do you reckon that's why they've chosen that car as a base for the university students to learn on?
Yeah, potentially. I think it's, for value for money, I think it's brilliant, really. And there's a lot more to do with it in terms of engineering, with the data, the vehicle setup and things, compared to some other cars of kind of the same kind of category, really. So yeah, no, it's definitely given students a lot of things, opportunities, really, yeah.
And obviously it's not the same team every weekend either, so it's a rotating basis.
Yeah, so majority of the team changes every weekend. We kind of have a few members of staff, so for example I do a few rounds, just because being the number one you kind of need to make sure that you are capable of making sure that car is safe to go out. So we do have a few staff, kind of more experienced staff that stay on, just so that knowledge can be passed on through students, but other than that it is pretty much a different team. So yeah, so today, like this weekend's team, I'm the only one that's previously been with the Radical, so the rest of the team are all new to the Radical this weekend, so yeah.
But it's quite exciting then. Sometimes you rock up to a weekend and you're like, right, who have I got this weekend? You know, is it obviously some people are going to learn better than others. Have you built up a bit of a way of teaching them now and transferring that knowledge that you've learned from these weekends? Have you built up a way of teaching the students now about the things that they need to know?
Yeah, definitely. I kind of try and cater to the person really, because obviously some people are more shy, some people have obviously got previous knowledge more so than others, so I kind of tailor it to the person. But yeah, I pretty know what kind of steps to go through to help someone else really, but yeah.
And how many people does the team conclude of?
So on a race weekend we normally have a number one, a number two, a tyre engineer, 2 data engineers and a race engineer, and then kind of throughout the whole year I think we have about 30 students, maybe more, depending on the year obviously. But yeah, no, so it rotates through quite a few people really, yeah. But we could try and get everyone in the workshop between rounds also to kind of build experience not at the racetrack as well, so they are prepared to be at track. So.
And what kind of work do you do in the warehouse? Sorry, not warehouse, in the garage before the races?
So between rounds we will come out. So for example, after this weekend we'll get back. We'll do a full set down of the vehicle. We'll look at any maintenance issues that needs to be completed. Complete all those. We'll then just like kind of make sure the car is good to go really, and then we'll put on a new setup ready for the next round and going forward.
And do you use simulators or anything to help with the setups or anything like that, or do you kind of have prior knowledge and you work off that?
Yeah, so we've been in the championship now this is our 4th year, so we've kind of got quite a few setups from the past, and we do make setup changes on the weekend, depending on driver feedback and obviously, but no, we don't really use simulators for this reason. We do have, the university do offer a lot of iRacing kind of events, not just for students, but we also get professional drivers in, and students can use that to learn a lot about race engineering, kind of what we do here, but in the workshop with simulators as well. But yeah, that's what our simulators are mainly used for, the workshop.
Perfect. Well, it's obviously working. You know, you started the weekend off with a win. Do you reckon you can make it too?
Hopefully. Fingers crossed. We'll see.
Well, congratulations on the win, and yeah, thanks for chatting with us. Thank you very much. So yeah, so it's a fantastic story, obviously, what the university are doing for all the students, and for them to be able to get the hands-on experience of working on the race car. You can see it just behind you, Laura, the 92 here. They've taken the rear engine cover off just to have a look at the engine. We can see one of the students there with a laptop. So yeah, so it's really given them hands-on experience at a race weekend in the heat of the moment when it is the most stressful points. Say for example, if something happened and they needed to make some repairs, those are the bits that you can't really practice for. Yes, okay, you can practice rebuilding a car, but you can't practice it with the heat and the tension of a race weekend. And so this is obviously one of the brilliant things about a programme like the University of Derby is doing. But yeah, so we'll leave them to it now. We've probably annoyed them a little bit too much. So we've got the 66 here, which I believe is a Class C car. Bit of damage here. Not sure what's happened to this. This is Vikram Sudera's car. I did see he dropped down a little bit. I can't see him anywhere, so I wonder if I can just jump in here and just ask them what's happened. Just bear with me a second. Let me just jump in here. Could you let me know what's happened with this car? Because we didn't see it on the broadcast.
I'm not actually too sure, to be fair. I think he was trying to avoid a car on circuit and met the tyre barrier, unfortunately.
Are they going to be able to get it out for the next race?
We're hopeful. Yeah.
Well, fingers crossed we'll see you on the grid then. Cheers, thank you. Yeah, that's not a way you wanted to start the weekend at all. Yeah, we can see, if you just spin around, Laura, and have a look at this, it's completely snapped in half. I mean, this is obviously fiberglass. It's they're built, obviously, this isn't the strongest material in the world, but it's not the weakest either. And yeah, you can see it's literally just completely shredded in half. So it must have been one hell of an impact. So they've got the entire front corner off the car. And they've got this mechanic here just obviously taking some of the bolts apart, having a quick look at the suspension. Hopefully they'll be able to get it back out. Actually, looking at it, that wheel's straight, that one is not. So yeah, must have been quite a large impact for it to have done that. And yeah, so hopefully they can get the car back out in one piece for the next race. We'll move on. Here is the bodywork of Leon Morel. Now, Leon had, well, a bit of an incident, let's say. Let's put it that way. I wonder if I can spot Leon at all. I can't see him anywhere. Do you know where Leon's gone at all? He's over there. Perfect. Leon is over here. So we're going to have a quick chat with Leon because we want to know what happened in that last race. So, Leon, just a quick chat with you a second. What happened?
I'm Pedro.
Sorry. That happens sometimes.
Hi, I'm Leon.
Leon, nice to meet you. I'm Kieran. I'm also an idiot. So talk to us about...
It's a bit harsh. It's a bit harsh.
So talk to us about what happened in that first race.
Yeah, great start. Loads of racing. Nice and clean with Stoney. Having a good race with Joe. Came out of, what's this corner? Is it Club or something? I can never remember when they chop it in half.
It's Luffield, is it?
That one there, up there. And I'd gone deep. He took the switchback. We both throttled up at the same point. And coming onto the straight, I don't really know what happened to Drift. I need to watch a video about it, but I literally went to the back of him. So I went straight over and apologised and asked him what happened. And he assures me that he's not missed a gear or hit a rev limiter or something, but my car doesn't develop 60 horsepower and 50 miles an hour in 6 foot. So, you know what racing drivers are like, well, none of us are ever wrong. So, being the gentleman I am, I've offered to repair his car for him. I don't want anyone being misfortune, so I apologised and I said I'll obviously sort his car out for him. So, yeah, sorry to Joe, not intentional, but yeah, I'm presuming he missed a gear or something, so unfortunate. Rest of the race, just really protecting the car, to be honest. Stoney had gone, so there's no point just pinging it off the limiter every lap. We're just going to break it and wear it for no reason. So just bring it home in second, score some points. Lucky to have some guests here from MPM Oils this weekend who've kindly sponsored us for this season. So shout out to these guys for attending. Yeah, Silverstone, sunshine, what's not to like?
Absolutely. Now, obviously, you're in Class A, slick tyres, the fastest of the radicals. Talk to us about the championship. Obviously, you are technically the reigning champion. So talk to us about the championship. How long have you been in it and how do you like it?
So I've raced with the 750 Motor Club for 4.5 years. My first race was actually at Silverstone in 2020. their biggest ever grid. So that was a baptism of fire, 32 car grid. Fantastic paddock, fantastic organisation, friendly, fair. Sometimes things happen, but they're dealt with in the way in which we've dealt with it. And obviously, as a reigning champion, I feel somewhat responsible to show how we operate in this paddock. Hence why I straight apologised and have prepared his car for him. So the championship itself is really as fast as you can go within club motorsport. There is the next option is LMP3. So the lap times these things are producing is just staggering for the sort of pound for second, if you like. Obviously, with the backing of Radical on board this year as well, it's making the championship a lot more attractive for newcomers. So there's a lot of people asking questions and seeking things, seeking opportunities for next year and what they're looking at, what they're going to spend the money on, basically. So would definitely recommend anyone getting involved in the Radical Club Challenge. It's a bit of a mouthful now. It used to be easy when it's bike sports, but yeah. But yeah, definitely get involved. Mega cars, mega series, great racing. The cars are phenomenal. They're so good to drive, and they are proper little racing cars. I don't want to be disrespectful, but I don't want to drive a Clio or an MX-5 or something. And I appreciate we don't all get the same budgets, we don't all get the same sponsors, etc., but there's nothing else I'd rather race, you know what I mean? Short of something LMP3 and upwards. Obviously, I'll tap these guys up later for some £1 million sponsorship deal, and you never know, you might see me on the grid in the future. But yeah, can't recommend it highly enough, really, particularly at Silverstone in the sunshine.
And how does Silverstone rate among your list of favourite tracks? Whereabout is it?
Do you want me to be honest? Boring. It's so boring.
Is this the National?
Yeah, the National is such a boring little track. It's so repetitive. It's okay, but it's not the best. I think grid numbers show it. There's 28 people registered for the championship and 21 racing. They can only use the tracks when they're available. So sometimes calendars don't work, and there's some things sort of create limits on things. So we've got a fantastic calendar this year. Brands GP, SNET 300, Silverstone International, Donington twice. Like the rest of the championship, the rest of the dates are fantastic. But for me, this was the one that I would quite happily miss. But we're in it. All in. So we'll attend every round. But the track itself is a bit meh. The full GP track, lovely, mega. Yeah. But when you're doing the same 4 corners, every 46 seconds gets a bit much. It's a bit like Brands. It's a bigger Brands, but at least Brands there's a few more turns. Yeah, a bit harsh, but true.
Well, we don't want any dishonesty. So if it's not your favourite, what is your favourite? What's the one you're most looking forward to?
I would say most looking forward to Snetterton 300.
Okay.
Great track. Really, really big, fast, flowing track. Loads of overtaking choices, options. Coram, the longest continual corner in Europe for any track ever. It's basically a circle with the bottom chopped off, and it's flat out in 6th gear, over 130 mile an hour in these cars. So take some bravery. I was going to use some other words, but yeah, it was going to take some bravery. And I love stuff like that. I love that. So yeah, SNET 300, Brands GP. I miss Alton Park. Alton Park, what a track. I'd love to get back to Alton. But yeah, no, apart from that, we're the rest of the tracks this season are actually pretty decent, to be fair. But I think my favourite would be SNET 300. Brands GP second.
Okay. So is that because of the car track combination, or is that just general your favourite track, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds silly, there's a multitude of things that make you prefer certain things to others. I love SNET because it's a sensible sized paddock. The parking outside the garage is a decent size. There's a bar, there's a kids play park. Like, it's just, we're here for the weekend. We're here as a family racing. Like, it's lovely to come and just enjoy everything. It's not just 25 minutes on track. Obviously, we've got sponsors, we've got family coming with, SNET is a great place for viewing with the 2 hills. They can see a lot more of the car going round. So yeah, there's a chunk of things, but generally I think the paddock's a bit better. Silverstone, they seem to just cram us in. The International's even worse, isn't it? The International, the paddock, the F1 paddock is tiny. So yeah, I like Snet 300. That's that.
All right, so second place, obviously, in the first race. Do you think, with the repairs obviously that are going on in the car at the moment, do you think you might be able to take the fight for the win?
No. Shane is unbelievable. He's unbelievable. Like 44-4 around Brands was just mind blowing. The lap record was a 45.8 by Scott Mattel. To go like over a second faster, that lap record stood for like 4 years, and it wasn't. He smashed it. He's not just trimmed it a little bit. Yeah. So yeah, no, Shane is doing a phenomenal job and deserves every bit of credit he can get. It's really nice to have him out front showing what the little sixes can do. It gives me someone to chase. Obviously, we're great to have Stables back on the grid this year as well. Another great driver. Hoping for some close racing, and hopefully next time we won't have any issues. But yeah, that was more my fault than his in that one. But yeah, looking forward to having a great year with these two lads. They're both mega talented. They're both mega quick. So yeah, it's a good championship with a nice friendly team around it.
And is that what brought your attention and really what made you want to take part in this championship?
Yeah, so what actually got me into racing, I had a kit car prior to this, an M&R Vortex, and it had a 1600cc Hayabusa, so mega fast little thing, 400 kilos, 240 wheel horsepower, like it was an absolute missile. The only thing that ever passed me around a track was a Radical, and that's the problem. Once you've seen it, and there is nothing it's totally biased, but there is nothing that is that capable for under £1 million. Yeah. I've been on test days with Ferrari GT cars, like full-blown FF Corsa Works cars, and I'm driving past them like it's still. Yeah. Like they're spending $500,000 minimum a year, and we're racing with fiberglass cars that are built in Peterborough and absolutely annihilating them. So they are insanely quick cars, and I don't think I could get that buzz out of anything else. Obviously, they're all running Hayabusa engines, so Suzuki Hayabusa is in the back, tuned by RLM and RPE, most of the grid. Yeah, there's just nothing. There's nothing that compares to these. They're just, and it's an unfortunate situation where once you've done it, there's really no way out. Yeah. It's why we see quite a lot of people in the back in the Radical Club Challenge. Why we see a lot of people in the challenge not leaving. Yeah. There's stalwarts like Doug Carter who've done it for like 4,000 years. Yeah. Because there's just no way out. They're a little drug, So yeah, no, I can't rate the cars highly enough. They're properly well sorted little things. Everyone really knows what makes them work and what you need to do to them to make them reliable and have an enjoyable weekend. So that I just don't see anything else I could move to that is going to fill that void that it would leave. Maybe F1000. If I could lose a leg, an arm, and half my body, I'd probably fit in one. That's about the only other thing. Obviously, open wheel motorbike again must be super fast. I don't see anything else within Club Motorsport anywhere like those. And I it sounds bad. I look at other people racing other stuff, and I'm just like, just make the jump. Yeah. Just make the jump. They're not crazy expensive things to run. I mean, the new championship for this season, the SR1 coming to the grid. Phenomenal little cars. Super reliable, super cheap to maintain, super cheap to fix. Nice, clean, close, Radical heavily controlling the specs of the cars, the power outputs, all that sort of stuff. Like 25k for a car that's going to lap in 48, 49 seconds is Gordy doing. Incredible. Like, why is there not 50 of them? Why is it not double grid, I don't see why you would want to race something else that, I don't know, biased, but yeah, I love the prototype cars. I love the way they drive and the noise and, the closeness of the racing. So hopefully we'll keep working, we'll keep doing stuff, we'll keep trying, and we'll close the gap to Shane. We've made a massive step since Brands. We've had a new front floor, new rear wing, new exhaust, and the car is so much more planted. And now it's sort of going to allow me to learn it. Whereas at Brands, it was just trying to kill me every 3 corners. And obviously, first race meeting within the car, it's tricky. So onwards and upwards, and we'll get on to the next one and see what happens at round 3, eh?
100%. Well, hopefully you might be able to make a bit more of an indent to him later on, but unfortunately, I'm being told in my ear that the racing's about to go. So yeah, thanks for chatting with us.
No worries.
Unfortunate about the first race, but good luck in the second.
Thanks very much. Cheers. Thanks for the
Cheers.
call.
Thank you very much. Right. So so they have said that the cars are going early, which means that's the end of the lunch break. So coming up next is the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship. That's a bit of a mouthful, but before that, quick ad break. We'll see you in a second.
Yokohama. Yokohama.
And a very warm welcome back to Silverstone after the lunch break, where we are looking ahead shortly to our third race of the day. This race meeting organised by the 750 Motor Club. We've already had two races before the lunch break. We've had the races for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy and for the Radical Club Challenge as well. Some very happy drivers as a result of good results in those races in both categories. I've just mentioned are back out for their second races towards the end of the day. Between now and then, we've got the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship, as I mentioned. That's coming up next. The Race Parts 750 Formula Championship, we've got Mighty Minis, the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship, the Yokohama Low Cost Championship, and the 5 Club Racing MX5. So we're the only category to have 3 races this weekend. Everyone else has a couple. 25 races in all across 12 categories coming up over the next day or so. All brought to you by the 750 Motor Club. Find the website 750mc.co.uk. There you will find the digital download of the race programme, so you'll see all of the entry lists and all the relevant information about the weekend's racing. So that's at 750mc.co.uk. Also a link to the live timing and the live stream as well. If you're not already watching us, you'll get us on 750mc.co.uk/live or via the YouTube page as well. Chris Stevens alongside me in the commentary box. We've warmed up nicely with those 2 races before lunch. 8 more to come this afternoon. Anything that you're particularly looking forward to?
Oh, well, there's a lot I'm looking forward to, because a lot of the championships that we have here this weekend are absolutely packed. My first taste of the Mighty Minis
yes.
As well. So that's new to the 750 Motor Club as a sort of permanent home. They've guested with us a few times over the years, but now organised by the 750 Motor Club for this year as well. So, yeah, very much looking forward to that. Classic Stock Hatch, always. Never fails to deliver.
Spectacular at Brands Hatch, that was for sure.
Yes, absolutely. So very much looking forward to seeing that as well, especially because the championship order there seems to have been tops and tails a little bit since last year. Obviously, Stuart Place, who's sort of dominated the last couple of seasons, but he looks like he's got some serious competition there this year.
Well, and he switched to a new car as well. He's wanted to give himself a new challenge. He switched to a 106, which is unusual in Classic Stock Hatch.
Yes, I saw a comment about this underneath the Facebook pages. If you don't know, the individual series here, they all have Facebook pages as well. And there was a question about the eligibility of the 106, because obviously we don't see them very often.
No.
And I think that particular model, I can't if it's the 16 valve or not, but it's one that has been eligible for a while.
Yeah.
Just no one's thought to enter one.
No, and I think that's why Stuart's gone with it, because it's to give himself a mechanical and an engineering challenge to make that go as quickly as he did the 205, which he used to such good success. No doubt Paul Thorpe will tell us more about that. Hopefully he'll come along and join us on the commentary for the Classic Stock Hatches a bit later on.
Yes, I do hope so. Of course, the low cost as well. That's going to be particularly feisty, I'd have thought. If you've never seen low-cost racing before, think about all the slipstreaming in the world that you could possibly do.
And then multiply it by 2 or something.
Yes, and have 16 people going for the lead at the end of the last lap. And if you've ever watched Moto 3, for example, on the Motorcycle Grand Prix bill, there's a little bit like that, but on 4 wheels with the 7 type machines there as well. And of course, the MX5 Cup as well. That's
huge grid.
Yeah, massive
40 cars capacity grid. It's great, and that's real testament to the hard work of Ben Hansey and Adrian Johnson as well, who have taken over the winning of the championship in the last 2 years, and really built on what's already a very strong championship and getting big numbers now. It is the biggest MX5 championship out there, and there are a few, but it's the biggest and I think probably the best as well, certainly in terms of numbers this season.
Absolutely. So there's ones for all sorts of different MX5 generation machines, including some multi-class out there, I believe, still as well.
Yes.
But the Mark 1s will, I think, always be the sort of benchmark, really, for what should be just great quality racing.
We'll look forward to those later on. They're going to be the last of the different categories that we see today. They're race 8 on the programme. But it is the Freaky Parts Sports Battle Championship that's out next. The cars soon will be released from the assembly area straight onto the grid, and then they don't have a green flag lap because they run on treaded tyres. They're deemed not to require one, so they'll go straight into their 15-minute race. So in terms of the sports specials, let's just tell you a little bit about what that is. It is for lightweight British sports cars, genuine production sports specials, kit cars, Caterhams, Westfields, MEVs, Ginettas, also Lotus Elises as well. Some changes for this year: 3 classes separated by power to weight, plus the dedicated class for the MEV. So there is a new Class D for this season for the lower powered cars between 220 and 230 brake horsepower per tonne and front engined. Class B is for 270 to 280, Class A for 330 to 350, and that's all sorted out by weight and ballast to make sure that the cars fit into one of those 3 bandings. And Class C is for the MEV Exocets with the Mazda MX-5 running gear. Suitability of the championship for Caterham 270Rs, Ginetta G40s and Lotus Elise based vehicles, and also 1000cc front-engined bike-engined cars now eligible. The cars that were originally part of RGB when that was first created 20 plus years ago, they also have a home here, although I don't think any owners of those cars have as yet taken advantage of that fact. But it's certainly the case that the 750 Motor Club have worked very hard to welcome an even wider range of vehicles to sports specials, which is important, you know, to keep the grid sustainable as the seasons move on.
Absolutely, a multitude of changes to the class system, really, for this year, which you've laid out very nicely. But yeah, of course, the main takeaway really is different classes separated by power to weight ratios. And looking at the grid as well, we have all 3 of our championship leaders inside the top 6 per class. So a bit like the Radical Club Challenge we were watching earlier, the points you score in your class go towards an overall championship. But looking individually, you've got Andy Hiley starting on overall pole position, the Class A championship leader in his Kronos, which has served him incredibly well throughout the years. 3 times overall champion and 5 championships in total when you accommodate his 2 most recent Class A titles in the last 2 years. Marcus Crook as well, starting on the 2nd row of the grid, leads... no, he doesn't, sorry. Neil Turner leading the Class B Championship, starting 2nd in class on the 2nd row of the grid, 2023 champion, of course, and then Stuart Much, fastest of the Class C runners, in 6th position overall. He's won 7 Class C titles over the years. So, yeah, there's a lot of success out there in the top 6.
Certainly has. So, yeah, as Chris was saying, points are scored within the individual classes. So it's Neil Turner who's ahead coming into this meeting. One of the sort of idiosyncrasies to be aware of is that points are limited if there are not a full complement of starters in your class, which I think is going to be the case here again. So although Andy Hiley won both races at Brands Hatch, he only picked up 10 points apiece for those races, whereas Neil Turner picked up 12 and 13 points for winning Class B because there were more starters within that class. So it could be that yet again we have a champion that comes out of Class B, which has been quite often the case in sports specials over recent seasons. Certainly it was last year, Stuart Thompson, Neil Turner the year before, Stuart Thompson the year before that. Andy Hiley back in 2021 was the last Class A driver to win the overall championship, and it's been Class B drivers since then, which is the class that traditionally gets the biggest numbers on the grid. So you can see the marshals now on the start line there, waiting for the cars to arrive, and they are on their way. So as Chris says, it's going to be Andy Hiley in the 53 car, the Kronos, that starts on pole position. It's a car that has served him well for several seasons now. Initially had some reliability issues when he brought that car out. But he has got that working very effectively now. 64 Anton Landon is next to him on the front row of the grid. The second row is going to be 24 Marcus Crook and 2 Neil Turner. On the third row of the grid, it's going to be 7 Stuart Much in the MEV and 27 is Andrew Hayward. Joe O'Donoghue in 69 is on the inside of row 4, next to fellow MEV pilots number 58 Mickey Scott. Row 5 is going to be 10 Nigel Brown and 65 Martin Hayward. Sylvia Much in 79 and Colin Benham in 18 are on the 6th row. The 7th row is 28 Linton Ryan, a newcomer in his Westfield, alongside 26 Alan Robinson. And then the final row is 21 Paul Barker and 49 Simon Dodd, local driver from Daventry in the Formula 27. Proper kick-off. And it looks like there's a gap on row 3 of the grid. Andrew Hayward is not there, it would seem to be, in his Silver Clubman. So just looking to see if I've been notified of anything about that. I have not. But we should additionally have, I think, the 38 car of Jamie Bracher in the Silver Phoenix on the back of the grid. He did some qualification laps at lunchtime, having not been able to complete 3 laps in the qualifying session.
Yeah, just curious because as a couple of drivers who were not quite in their grid slots, Neil Turner having to sort of back it up because he went to the staggered grid position, the white line in front of him, rather than the yellow grid hatchings.
Indeed. So we hear from outside our commentary box the klaxons sounding as the minutes to go. Boards are shown. We've already had the green flag at the back of the grid, so very shortly we'll be in action for 15 minutes of racing for the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship. Out go the lights, away we go. Not a good start from Anton Landon from the front row of the grid. He's been bested by Neil Turner's Caterham there, but it was a solid start from Andy Hiley's Kronos on pole position. He's going to lead into Copse Corner for the first time. It looks like it is Neil Turner in second. I think the 24 car of Marcus Crook in third, possibly Stuart Mudge in the number 7 car in fourth position as they head through Copse for the first time. The field now heading down to Maggots and Beckett. Some cars going very wide there. The MEVs, including Stuart Much. He's way out onto the runoff area, but it's side by side for second position between Marcus Crook and Neil Turner, the 2 Class B leaders, as they head along the Wellington Straight.
Good thing about those MEVs is that they seem to be quite softly sprung, so going through the gravel there wasn't too much of a hardship for the Class C Championship leader, but change for second place with Landon retaking that spot, having lost it off the line, being very closely followed by Turner and Crook.
Yeah, so coming towards the end of lap number 1 then, Hiley leading by a good margin, 2.898 seconds already. He did a 1:01.386 lap in qualifying this morning, so we'll see if he can beat his lap record in race conditions, or the lap record of 1:01.67 for Paul Collingwood actually in this class. There's Nigel Brown in the number 10 car going through shot, and a driver that's made progress on the first lap. From the back of the grid is Jamie Bracher in the number 38 car, the Expedit Smart car. He's up several positions now from the back of the grid, having missed out in qualifying. There it is, the red number 38 Silver Phoenix from the back of the grid, up at the end of the first lap to 10th place.
Third in both races at Brands Hatch was Breaker, and sits third in the Class B Championship. As we saw, Stuart Much, I think that was trying to keep, I think it must have been Benham at bay, although it does say that Hayward managed to get going on our timing screen, doesn't it?
Yeah, Martin Hayward rather than Andrew. Andrew's not shown as having started.
Sorry.
Yes, father rather than son out there at the moment. So 2 laps completed, 4.2 seconds now the lead for Andy Hiley over Anton Landon. I think those two are going to get away. We've got a nice little scrap going on amongst the MEVs here, though. You've got Stuart Much and Gerard O'Donoghue dicing for these. Stuart Much has got back in front now of his class rival, the 47-year-old from Gloucesterman who owns Freaky Parts and MEV, the constructors of these cars. And Gerard O'Donoghue, who lists Silverstone actually as his favourite circuit, the local driver from Wellington, not too far away, 56 years of age. He's a pilot by occupation. Meanwhile, this is the battle for the lead in Class B, Chris, and it's still Marcus Crook in the number 24 car ahead.
Certainly is, being very closely followed by Turner. So that's actually a change from the start of the lap, because it was Turner ahead at the start of lap number at 4. But as you can see, absolutely nose to tail with Turner right in the wheel tracks of Crook going towards Copse Corner. But with the outside line going into that very high-speed right-hander, nothing doing just then. With it's very close for the Class C lead as well, with Stuart Much trying to keep Gerard O'Donoghue at bay as well. So top 2 in the Class C Championship, going hammer and tongs there as well.
Yeah, so Marcus Crook heading down the Wellington Straight there in the ex-Warren Vesey and Marcus Roskill car, built actually in 1994 originally, this car. Marcus has only been racing since last season. There's a 53-year-old garage owner from Lowestoft over there on the Sussex coast. This car's actually got an ST170 Ford engine in it, so a very potent engine. And just behind him, Neil Turner. This has got a Duratec engine in the Caterham just behind him for the driver that's been racing since 1994, although with a long gap in between. Did some Metro Turbo racing and also 750 Motor Club Caterham racing in this car in the late 1990s.
So back through at Copse Corner at the start of lap number 5. Fastest lap of the race being done by Andy Hiley, but not particularly troubling the lap record pace just yet. But, still Crook leading the way in Class B. So I thought I heard a big tyre squeal in the background. That's probably just Stuart Much pushing the limits of adhesion around the shortcut.
Yeah, so up towards Brooklands they go. The left-hander at the end straight. Neil Turner very close to the back. Both of these drivers, I think, know each other quite well from the East Anglian coast, both of them. I think Neil's from Gorleston in Norfolk. And they are having a very close battle on track as well. Not too much to choose between them in terms of the lap times, only a couple of tenths or so. Over the line they go. Turner in a tow there created by Marcus Crook's car. Not sure if he's been able to do anything about that as they go to Copse. Meanwhile, that is, I think, Sylvia Much, and she is just behind the number 28 car, which is the newcomer, Linton Ryan, in his Westfield, the bricklayer from Birmingham, in his first season of racing. So he's just getting used to racing, and he's running there in 12th place.
Sylvia Much, of course, that 2018 class champion in this series. So that is an interclass battle between Sylvia Much in the Class C car and Ryan in the Class A car.
Yeah, so they're battling for 12th and 13th positions. We've lost Simon Dodd, by the way, in the number 49-year-old, 49 car, the 41-year-old who works in cyber security in his second season of racing in that 1987 car, but that's retired from the race. But yeah, we've got this Westfield SE. The Westfield SEs used to have their own separate championship at one point in the, I guess, the 1990s. It's got a Z-Tech engine, this particular car, run by RV Racing. It's owned the car for 7 or 8 years as Linton. Originally it was in road spec, road legal, but now he's converted it for racing and still finding his feet. I think this is probably his first race at all, so just getting used to how to take part in these sports specials races. I'm sure he'll find more time as he goes along. That's one of the Mevs. That must be Mickey Scott, I think, in the number 58 that was just off on the tarmac runoff area, and he's pulling off, isn't he? Looks like he's got a problem.
Yeah, so I wonder if we'll need some sort of intervention because of that. It's quite far away off the road. Meanwhile, we've had a change for the lead in Class B, or we did, right up until Crook managed to find his way back through. But Turner led at the start of this lap by about 1/4 of a second. So that's 2 changes on 1 lap for the lead in Class B.
Yeah, and you can see the marshals there pushing Mickey Scott's car back behind the barrier, so I don't think we're going to have any delays there. That was Anton Landon going through in second place, past some traffic, and then the 2 Class B cars separated by less than 0.2 of a second. They crossed the line in 3rd and 4th places overall as well. And you can see some of the other cars down there in the lower classes, including the bereaved Ginetta G12 replica of number 26, Alan Robinson, who's in 15th position. But the two leads in Class B side by side, and it's Turner around the outside of Marcus Crook as they make their way through Beckett's that time. Crook is keeping his foot to the floor though, but they've got these two back markers ahead and they're going to catch them up at the complex.
Yeah, so that could complicate things, but it's Crook much later on the brakes. He has left a gap on the inside that Turner's just about managed to squeeze through, but traffic there as well with the number 26 machine of Alan Robinson, punked right on the apex in his Ginetta G12. So that very nearly opened up the door for Marcus Crook to try and find his way back through, but it is Neil Turner back in the lead of Class B, but not by much at all at the end of lap number 8.
Okay, so we are now working lap 9. We've got 6 minutes of the race left to go, and certainly the Class B battle is the most intense one of this race. Good scrap going on between the two class leaders here. Class A, the gap is 12 seconds between the leaders. Class C, it's now 6 seconds between Stuart Much and Gerard O'Donoghue. So this is very much the battle of the race, and you can see that Stuart Much that's closing on them as well, and he's going to get involved with them, I think, before too much longer. He's just over a second behind at the start of the lap, but that gap has been coming down at quite a rate.
Yeah, it was 2 seconds back the lap before. Back on the inside comes Neil Turner. And once again, we have a change for the lead. Absolutely incredible stuff in this Class B battle. Of course, Neil Turner going for 3 consecutive wins to start off the 2025 season, the 2023 overall champion of Sports Specials. Here comes Marcus Crook back on the outside, so level pegging as they come down the start and finish straight back towards Copse Corner. Nothing giving when they go into the right-hander. Stuart Much now right with them as well. So Neil Turner manages to hang on to the place. But what can Stuart Much do in this battle? I've got the Class C cars now just for MEVs. So there might still be a little bit of power to weight at play. Of course, their squabbling ahead is helping Stuart Much close in this gap. But let's see if he can, in fact, show his nose. And he is now. On both of them.
Yeah, a bit more straight line speed, I think, that Mev, but Turner trying to go wheel to wheel with him. Really should probably just let him go because, you know, they're competing for a different set of points. So there's little point entangling with a car from a different class.
Why?
There is, I suppose there is an overall podium position to battle for as well. That might come into play, but that now has been stolen by Stuart Much, and Neil Turner pushed outside the overall podium positions. But it's the class points that matter, and he's got to try and hold on to this lead from Marcus Crook, who is on his driver's left as they make their way down to Copse this time. They're going to turn into Copse Corner, and it is the white Caterham of Neil Turner still ahead of the silver of Marcus Crook.
So managing to repel the advances of Marcus Crook for now. Of course, finished second in both races at Brands to Neil Turner. So I think he'd quite fancy being the bride this time around rather than the bridesmaid.
Fisher Fury, I should say, for Marcus Crook rather than a silver, to get my kit cars correct. He's challenging again into Brooklands, but didn't manage to make the move stick there. Wasn't close enough to do it. He's going to have probably three more laps, maybe even 4 actually, because obviously Hine is quite a long way ahead of these. So it might be 4 more laps that they get out of this.
So, Neil Turner seems to have a little bit more cornering speed than the Mev in front of him, which we know has got a bit more grunt down the straight. And I think that's a little frustrating for Neil because he knows that he can take the turns a little bit quicker but would really struggle to find a way through. I think that's why he was trying to defend the place so much, because he knows, I think, in terms of ultimate lap time, he might have a little bit more over the Mev.
Yeah, it's the turbo. It's a 1.8 turbo in the Mev, and that's making the difference on the straights in spite of the Durasec engine, very powerful engine that Neil Turner's Caterham has at its disposal.
Yeah, I think you'll see the difference down the straight here, because you saw how Neil Turner closed up an awful lot, but the Mev will just pull away. Although Stuart Much is doing a little bit of weaving to keep everyone at bay.
Jamie Bradshaw here, he's up to 8th place now after that very good first lap of the race. He's made up a couple more positions as the race has gone on. There's also been that change between Ryan and Barker, Paul Barker that is, now in the 21 car, the He has gone through. They're a lap down, those two. But Paul Barker, the 71-year-old from Crewkern, in his Zetec powered Auto-Tune Gemini, he's gone through to take 13th place. There it is, looking resplendent. Racing since 1980, Paul Barker, in mod sports and kit cars, an X-Class champion. In fact, this car in particular was an ex-hill climb car which used to have a 1.6 cross-flow engine. He's converted it to the Zetec now. There's Breacher, car owned previously by the 750 Motor Club's current president, Tony Southgate, the legendary racing car designer. Meanwhile, Class B battle rages on.
Marcus Crook on the inside at the shortcut. They'll have the outside line when they get to Brooklands. That's not the end of the world because it is quite a long left-hander, and of course gives you the line into Luffield as well, but was behind when they went into the corner, and so Neil Turner still keeps the Fisher Fury at bay for now. You see again that frustration as he closes up to Stuart Much at the apex of Luffield and then watches the Mev just pull away down the straight. But we are now making our way onto the final lap of the race, and once again it is Marcus Crook to the outside of Neil Turner for the lead in Class B going towards Copse Corner. I've seen this on a couple of occasions, hasn't managed to make it work so far, and doesn't on this occasion either.
I reckon they might get another lap out of this, because at the time Andy Hiley went onto it, I think there was still more than a minute or so to go, and it's a 1:03 basically for lap time. So Hiley's going to get through, I think, with time to start one more lap in the number 53 Kronos. We've not seen much of Andy in this race, the Yorkshire driver, because he's been just so far out in front. He made a good solid start to the race, and it's a shame he's not got more competition in his class this season. It was a similar story at Brands Hatch as well. We've got none of the eclipses, for example, from Paul Collingwood or Clive Hudson or Paul Boyd, people like that. They're not out this season, and so he's not had so much opposition. Anton Landon sort of fought valiantly on, but he's 13 seconds behind him in this race, and Hiley now has gone on to his final lap. You can see further back Colin Benham's just done a personal best on 1:08.727. But yep, Hiley up the Wellington straight for the final time.
A little bit of traffic in front of him, but I think that'll care for naught about that. And once again, Imperious.
26 cars into the pits, that's Alan Robinson, so it looks like he's retiring from the race. But Hiley turning his way through the left-hander at Brooklands. His best lap has been a 1:02.303. I wondered if we might get down to the lap record, and possibly if there's more pressure on him, he might have done, but he's been just so much quicker than everybody else. He's probably not needed to stress the car unnecessarily. And so Andy Hiley is going to come through for a third time this season to win the Freaky Park Sports Special Championship race, the first of two races this weekend here at Silverstone, and a very convincing win it is too. He's lapped everyone up to and including Jamie Breacher there in 8th position. Anton Landon should come home in second. Class B is still up for grabs. Don't know if we can see the final few corners of that battle. They'll just be, I think, about to head through the final few corners now. In fact, there's Landon in second. Stuart Much it will be that will complete the podium. And no, it won't. Oh. It's not. It's Neil Turner and Marcus Crook that get ahead of Stuart Much on the final lap and finish in that order with 53 thousandths between them.
Cracking finish to the Class B battle there, and it is Neil Turner for the third time this season, as indeed it is for Andy Hiley, of course. Stuart Much coming away with the Class C win as well, despite that last lap drop of 2 overall positions, and so he also makes it a triple for the season.
So I think we lost 3 cars in that race. We lost Simon Dodd to the pit lane, and also right towards the end, Alan Robinson as well. Mickey Scott stopped his Mev out on circuit on the start and finish straight. We will see then that Andy Hiley has taken the win. 15 laps completed by him in the 15-minute race, and he was 14.676 seconds ahead of the rest of them. So 53 the winner from 64. Anton Landon in second place. Number 2, Neil Turner took 3rd position. 4th place went the way of number 24, which was Marcus Crook. In 5th position was number 7, Stuart Murch. 6th was 69, Gerard O'Donoghue. 7th place went the way of number 10, which was Nigel Brown. Jamie Brach from the back of the grid took 8th place in number 38. Colin Benham, number 18, took 9th, and rounding out the top 10 was number 65, Martin Hayward. So class wins to Andy Hiley, to Neil Turner, and to Stuart Much. with no Class D finishers because there was only one Class D starter, and that was Simon Dodd, who retired to the pits very early on. So Andy Hiley already down pit lane, and I think we're going to get our 3 class winners in for Kieran Mogg to talk to in a few moments. But Hiley just unclipping the steering wheel, taking off his gloves and helmet, and he'll climb out of the car. And I suspect it wasn't really the most exciting race for him in many ways, but we'll see what he's got to tell Kieran about that in a few moments.
Still going on strong. I remember chatting with him just before, or just after he turned 60, in fact. And he was saying, oh yeah, my first race as a pensioner. And he still went out and won that as well, and still going strong. So that was a couple of years ago now. Yeah. Is this going to be about an exchange about the last lap? Yeah. It seemed like Stuart was sort of leaning over to have a chat with Neil there. But I say, last time I saw Stuart, his car was on fire. The hood that he just taped back onto his car after it flew off at Snetterton. But let's go down to Kieran to hear from our class winners.
See here, Andy Hiley just got out of the car. And if we can jump in a quick second, that was an absolutely dominant performance.
Car worked okay. I got an extremely good start. I think that's what happened. I've never hooked a start up quite like that one before. So I was gone, wasn't it, at the first corner. I couldn't believe my luck. I thought, well, that one worked out fine. I think we're all trying to get used to the tyres because we switched tyres at the front. And it's interesting trying to work out what the tyre likes and doesn't like. So I was a bit erratic because I was trying to find out what the tyres will cope with and what they won't, how long they'll last. The backs were going away a little bit, so I started trying to protect them. So I was figuring out how to do that. So yeah, but it was an easy race, which is not really, what we want. We want more competition. We want the other boys to come out and show us how it's done. So yeah.
It looked like the car was quite suited to the track though. Did you feel quite comfortable with this layout in this car and this weather?
Right. It isn't my favourite track. It's a bit 3 corners, not suited. Don't like, but the car likes it. But it's not to my liking. It's smooth, it's fast. The car works well on that kind of track. So yeah.
Well, at least you got the win. So congratulations for that, and hopefully we'll see you up here again.
Hopefully, yep. And
cheers, thank you very much.
Hopefully we'll see.
Definitely, yeah. Cheers, thank you very much. Right, we'll go and speak to our class winners. So we've got Neil Turner in Class B. So Neil, that was ding dong all the way along.
Yeah, come on, that's racing. Come on, that was brilliant, wasn't it?
I think you had a lot of fun out there, though.
Yeah, Sparks is only just down the road from me at home, and we help each other out. And he's driving superbly, and what a race! It was just fantastic, wasn't it?
Yeah, it looked really fun as well. Obviously, you're having a bit of a battle with Stuart as well. So it looked like 3 of you the entire way along. It was fantastic.
I think the great thing about this championship is we're in 3 completely different cars, different engines, and we're all equally balanced, aren't we? If you want to have some good, equal, fair racing, then this is the place to come. I don't know why more people just don't do it. It's great fun.
It is a lot of fun. Well, congratulations on the class win, and hopefully we'll see you up here again.
Yeah, great. See you tomorrow.
Cheers, thank you very much. Now, Stuart, have a quick chat with you as well. Now, we didn't quite catch what happened on that last lap because the cameras cut to obviously to the start-finish when Andy came across the line. So could you talk about what happened? Obviously, you got the class win, but what happened?
Could have done with a couple of extra litres of fuel. So the lap prior coming through Luffield, the car was cutting out, and I thought I just need to limp it home now. And then it came back to life, and then back down the Hamilton Straight, I think it is, just cut out again. And Neil and Sparky went past me. I was just the helmet was blue. I was so annoyed with myself because we just thought we'll put 18 litres in. No, we need a couple of extra, and then it would have been absolutely fine. But these 2 guys are so closely matched as well. I think we qualified 0.2 or 0.3 of a second between the 3 of us, and I made a mistake on the first lap, went wide, went off, and then I was just hunting these 2 down. And we've got it on the straights, but they're much quicker through the corners, so it balances it out over a lap, and it makes it a really good, interesting race.
It was fantastic all the way along, but congratulations on the win. Hopefully we'll see you up here again.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Tomorrow more the same.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you very much. Well, as you can hear, cars are out on the circuit, so coming up next is the 750 Formula.
So we've got the cars forming upon the grid, most of them anyway, for the next race, the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. They're about to go off on their green flag lap. The car that is on the front of the grid on pole position is not actually a 750 Formula car, it's one of the guest class cars. It's actually the only classic Clubman's car on the grid this weekend. Robin Dorr in the Diamond Clubman's, number 78 on the front of the grid. He's got number 77 Bill Cowley next to him on the grid. But interestingly, some of the front runners in the championship after the first meeting at Brands Hatch are a bit further back on the grid. This is how it lines up. 78 Robin Dorr on pole position. He's got 77 Bill Cowley alongside him. Then on the second row of the grid, it's the number 3 car of Jake Doherty, and 33 is David Reed. On row 3 it's 26, which is Richard Jenkins. Matthew Twynham in 56 is next to him. Then on the 4th row it's number 7 Steve Boother, and Simon Bolton, number 6, is on the outside of row 4. Then on row 5, that's where we find the top 2 in the championship. Mark Windley had a double win first time out this season in the new car, having crashed it at Mallory Park. He's alongside number 17 Richard Rothery on row 5 of the grid. Row 6 is 4 Matthew Inwan, and 12 is Conway Dorr. On the 7th row it's the 44 car of Colin Marshall and number 2 Chris Goff. Row 8, 28 Alan Bunter, and 31 is James Jeffrey. The 9th row 70 Martin Depper and 18 Simon Gladall. Row 10, 42 Andrew Kemp and 25 Richard Dixon, with 89 Joe Goralini, the last car on the grid. And I think there's going to be one, yes, it's going to be Conway Dorr that is going to be starting from the pit lane, in fact. So yes, Mark Windley leading the championship. 2 wins at Brands Hatch in the ex-Peter Bove Derby MP 88 that's now had, I think, 73 wins, or is it 74? Marcus Pye worked out there. Richard Rother in the PRS 1B that's had so many wins in the championship as well. He's 2nd in the championship. David Winter is 3rd in the championship. Steve Boother and Jake Doherty level pegging on 4th. And Chris, it's going to be interesting to see how this race pans out with those 2 successful drivers from Brands a bit further back on the grid.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, Bill Cowley was 2nd in the season opener as well, so we should definitely keep an eye out for him. He's a little bit further back in the championship after a difficult race 2, but I'm sure he'll be trying to make amends for that as well. Jake Doherty, he was not on the podium, in the first race at Brands Hatch, but we know how quick he can be. 3rd in last year's championship. So far this season, the best finish of 5th. So he might be able to mount a challenge. But David Reed alongside him was on the podium, finished 2nd in race 2 at Brands. So there's an awful lot of competition out there. Let's see what happens when they get into Cups.
Looks like there's quite a few cars missing. I think I can only see 15 on the grid. Probably would have expected 20, so I think there might be 5 cars missing from towards the back for various reasons, dramas that will have been experienced during qualifying, no doubt. As I say, that pole position car, Robin Dorr in the Diamond Clubman's car, that's not eligible for points. It's got a 1600cc cross-flow engine rather than 750 Formula cars, which have the 1108cc Fiat Fire engine. Lights go out, race gets underway. We've got Conway Dorr to join in from the pit lane as well, but they head off down towards Copse for the first time then. It looks like it's Robin Dorr that sweeps into the lead of the race. Bill Cowley is 2nd, and I think it's in 3rd place David Reed in the ex-Dave Hodkin HRD. He is next up, and indeed he's challenging Bill Cowley for 2nd place overall and what is the lead of the 750 Formula part of the race. Jake Doherty's lost a little bit of ground there at the start, I think, losing out to Richard Jenkins possibly as the field sweeps out of Beckett's and along the Wellington Straight for the first time. It's a good start this for Robin Dorr in the Diamond Clubman's car, but the first 2 750 Formula cars are side by side as they are for 3rd place within the 750s.
And the championship leader nearly fell off the road completely going through the cutting, and Richard Rothery 2nd in the championship going off the road at Brooklands as well. So a real scruffy start for a couple of the guys out there at the head of the championship, but very close up at the front of the field. So Cowley, the lead of the 750 Formula cars. Reed there in 2nd, and Richard Jenkins is the one who's emerged effectively 3rd.
Yeah, down they go towards Copse Corner for the 2nd time then. So Robin Dorr is leading by 1.4 seconds at the end of the first lap, but lots of sorting out a bit further back to be done. Cowley it was by about 9/10 from David Reed in second overall. There's the Matthew Unwin car, number 4 going through. That's the all blue car, just ahead of Steve Boother in number 7, and Chris Goff in car number 2. The lilac coloured flying saucer-like machine for the CGR2 Evo for the man from Telford, and we're off looking for flying saucers, I think, there momentarily. We've got Jake Doherty just ahead there of Mark Windley now, so Windley's got himself ahead of Matthew Twynham, so that's important for the man that's leading the championship. He's there in that sort of puce yellowy green coloured car. Is Windley, recoloured since Peter Bove drove it, when you remember it was orange.
Yes, ex-Peter Bove and Robin Geary car as well, I believe. So it's got 4 titles to its name, doesn't it?
At least, yeah.
Yeah, so Mark Windley now at the helm of that one. Bill Cowley doing the fastest lap of the race, a 1:06.308. So a couple of seconds away from Ed Pither's 2023 lap record around here. That is the Jake Doherty car being passed by Mark Windley, and so that is 5th overall and 4th of the 750 Formula cars that is being disputed there. Doherty trying to come back at the 69 machine on the outside at Brooklands, but no way through there. So Windley's actually been able to find his way through the pack rather quickly.
He has. And these two, Doherty and Windley, they battled for Class B honours a couple of seasons ago. Doherty, I should say, eventually coming out on top. Doherty, the grandson of Bob Simpson, the 4-time champion in 750 Formula. Been racing with it in it for more than 5 decades. An absolutely phenomenal record of competition before handing on the baton to his grandson, who's a greenkeeper by occupation, working on the golf course.
Something you could only do in the 750 Formula, because this is the oldest continually running race series in the world.
Now we saw a yellow flag waving there, I think, from the pit wall. So possibly someone had pulled off there. We'll keep an eye on that in a moment. We've got Richard Jenkins, who's going really well actually in that number 26 car. In 4th position overall. It's good to see that car going so well. Man from Norwich, project consultant, raced in low cost for 12 years, getting 3 wins before switching to 750 Formula in 2019. But he's now going to come under pressure from Mark Windley here for 4th position overall, and Jake Doherty's gone with him as well. They've dropped Matthew Twynham a little bit. Twynham going well, based at Silverstone, the Motorsport Tour company operator, only in his 2nd season of racing. This self-prepared car, as we're watching now, number 7 Steve Boother, one of the prime movers behind the championship.
And change for the head of the 750 Formula field, with David Reed going through on Bill Cowley on that previous lap, and Cowley did lose a couple of seconds on that previous tour, so yeah, not quite sure what's happened to Bill Cowley, but it looks like he's still going at the very least, but now in 3rd position overall.
Okay, so we'll try and pick up on that in a moment as the cars are heading out of Beckett's there. We're watching that battle a bit further back.
I think that is Cowley at the back of that train, isn't it?
It is, yes. It is. You'd be quite right. That is the leading group that we've picked up there.
So he's aboard his eponymous car, Mark IV. He's been racing a fair few years now, having to round out a little bit of the traffic, and so the Robin Dorr car at the head of the queue, you can sort of ignore it because it is a guest entered car and not eligible for points. It's the yellow number 33 machine, the black number 77 you need to watch, that is basically for the lead of the race as they come across the stripe and towards Copse Corner once again. Cowley trying to regain that lead as we've had a change for 4th position overall as well, with Mark Windley going through on Richard Jenkins. So Windley, the championship leader, 2-time winner at Brands, his first wins in the championship last time out, as he's working his way back through the pack as well.
Now David Reed here is looking on for an overall victory here, because it looks like he's closing on Robin Dorr now, the regular Monoposto racer.
But what do you do? Do you go through on that car? Do you challenge it knowing it's not eligible for points? But if you've got Cowley all over you, you might have to.
You want to get a car between you if you can. It's not a bad shout. David is 46 from Brinklow, and he started racing 2 years ago. Done some autograss racing in the Plas has previously shared the number 31 car with James Jeffrey, who was due to be out today, but it looks like he was one of those cars that didn't make the start of the race. He's actually building a drag car, an Austin A40 drag car, is David Reed, so that should be quite something. Yeah, let's see if he can get an overall win here. It would be his first. He's not too far away from Robin Dorr, gap only 0.7 of a second, and he did the best lap of the race actually on the last lap, a 1:05.979, and he's challenging Robin Dorr down into Beckett's, almost overlapping as they sort of threw maggots that time, and he's only a car and a half length behind as they turn out of the corner and down the Wellington Straight on lap 7.
And did the fastest lap of the race as well at 1:05.9 for David Reed there in the Mark II HRD. Managed to get second position in race 2 at Brands Hatch. So we know that he's got the pace in that car. And that's Windley, we can see there in third position of the 750 Formula cars, but still with very close company from Jenkins and Doherty and Twynham and co.
Absolutely.
Side by side for the lead. Bill Cowley is taking advantage of the fact that David Reed has been a little bit balked behind the guest entered car. Only 14 thousandths of a second separated them when they went over the timing line. And for all the momentum that Cowley had down the front straight, still somehow behind Reed when they emerge out of Copse.
Absolutely right, very close between these two. Cowley taking a different line, trying to get a cut back here. Oh, that is a nice move from Bill Cowley. Up on the inside, in the end he goes ahead of David Reed. So the Cowley, designed and built originally by his grandfather, takes the lead, but Reed fighting back on the much more modern-based car. The HRD has gone back through on the exit of the corner. The car engineered originally by Dave Hodkin, now taken over by David Reed. They're going to change again at Brooklands. It's like a Formula Ford race, this. Throw on the inside has gone Bill Cowley. The lead among the 750 Formula cars at least has changed 3 times in 3 corners. There was a mistake from Reed, and he got a big tank slapper on, and he's lost quite a bit of momentum because of that. So as they come over the timing line this time, I think the gap will be much larger between Cowley and Reed.
Cowley has got a lot of power under his left foot, hasn't he? Whereas Reed's car a little bit quicker down the straight. We saw how he managed to eat up the Cowley going down the back straight, but that mistake there coming out of Luffield, that might have just cost him a chance to take the fight to Bill Cowley for the remaining 6 minutes or so of this race.
Yeah, of course, Bill Cowley, a multiple race winner and indeed a champion in the past as well in 750 Formula back in 2017. He's not always done all of the races every season. I think decided to flirt with motorcycles at one point, did Bill Cowley, but he seemed to be settled back in 750 Formula now. Going past one of the slower cars there, that's the number 70, Martin Depper's Centaur, Mark 16 for the man from Stourbridge, so they're lapping him. There's 5 minutes for David Reed to try and get back on terms. He's 1.3 seconds behind. Richard Rothery is in the pits now, the man that was second in the championship coming into this weekend. So the PRS is in strife, it would seem.
And he was running up inside the top 10 as well. So, yeah, interesting one there for Richard Rothery, driving the 2-time title-winning car at the hands of David Bartholomew. But, yeah, this is not really a good day for the man second in the championship.
No, Bartholomew won the championship in that car last season. Here are the leaders then. That's the 78 car, Robin Dorr leading, the man from Tewkesbury, motor mechanic. Been racing since 1990. I think there's too many 19s and 90s in there. 1990.
1990 or 1999?
90. Multiple champion in Monoposto, racing a Formula Vauxhall Lotus and a Tom's F3 car as well. But this is a Diamond Clubman's car. He bought it last year, built by Andy Diamond back in 1975. So it's a 50-year Golden Jubilee this year for that car, which is still just about clinging on to the lead of the race in the face of an onslaught from Bill Cowley. Bit further back, Steve Boother in 7 and Matthew Unwin in 4. They are 9th and 10th, and just ahead of them is the 6 car of Simon Bolter in the yellow Derby. There he is.
So Steve Boother there in number 7, 4th in the championship, and came back to the series in 2020. Having previously competed back in the 90s. And was it, yeah, back on the back of Simon Bolter, so that is 8th and 9th currently being disputed. They've got Matthew Unwin for relatively close company there as well, but a little way off the back of Richard Jenkins in that number 26 machine in 7th position.
Only 3 minutes to go in this race, and Bill Cowley's not given up on the overall race win, has he? He's still pushing on. That's what you'd expect of Bill Cowley, I think, if you've ever met him, to try and push on and go for the win at all costs. Doesn't need to for the points, but he'd like to take that checkered flag first. He was 7/10 behind at the start of the lap. It's still about 7/10 of a second behind now. Has David Reed got any closer on that lap? No, he's not. He's fallen actually a few hundredths further behind the two leaders. So Reed in the HRD not making any impression, but he is 13 seconds very nearly ahead of Mark Windley, who's in 4th and 3rd of the 750 Formula Car. So I think it's probably going to be the case that he's going to consolidate his championship lead here, is Mark Windley, despite finishing a bit further back than he might have liked, but better than it might have been from where he started.
Yeah, but I think the telling element there is the fact that he's 14 seconds behind the race leader. Yeah. I know he's had to come through the pack a little bit, but I want to address that for the second race.
Yeah, and well, the second race grid is set by second fastest qualifying time, so it's not going to be a great starting position for him again for race 2, I don't think. Not seeing exactly where he'll be on the grid, but he's going to have a lot of work to do yet again. So probably going to be 2 more laps to go here for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. Robin Dorr leading as he goes on to his 13th lap now. Oh, he's just did the best lap of the race, a 105.789, to pull out another couple of tenths over Bill Cowley, and a slower lap there from David Reed into the 107s that time. So possibly he's now just realised he's not going to catch the 2 cars ahead of him, so maybe best just to try and bring it home with a solid second place result, which would be no mean feat. Had second, of course, last time at Brands Indy, and although it'd be 3rd on the road, it would be 2nd in the 750 Formula points, which is, I guess, what really matters. So they're off down the Wellington Straight for the penultimate time, and there is our race leader.
So Robin Dorr continues to circulate out in front, now a little more comfortably ahead of Bill Cowley. Of course, was trying to show his nose earlier in the race, but this is the kind of track where that Cowley rather excels, with the high-speed corners and a couple of heavy braking zones as well, so how much later he was able to be on the brakes compared to David Reed going into Brooklands during their lead battle. So it must be a joy to be driving a sort of a closed wheel and almost closed cockpit kind of car. But that was 750 Formula, so these aren't kind of single-seater-esque in the, it's slicks and wings type Formula. Yeah. But you do get some absolutely fantastic designs out there.
Matthew Unwin's just got ahead of Simon Bolter for 8th place. David Reed, I think, must have a problem because last lap was a 1:10, and he's coasting it home here. Hopefully, I mean, you could just see Mark Windley going straight. I think he's probably got enough, David Reed, to bring it home for P3. I can hear a car misfiring, and that might be David Reed's car that is misfiring. I can just hear something through my headphones. Anyway, Robin Dorr is going to be through. Bill Cowley will take the points, but Robin Dorr, I think, is going to take the checkered flag, which he does now to win the Race Part 750 Formula Championship in his guest Classic Clubman's car. Bill Cowley is the first of the 750 Formula cars in 2nd place overall. David Reed does cling on for 3rd place. It was another lap in the 1:10 for him on that final lap, so work to do for him overnight before tomorrow's race. And Mark Windley took 4th place. Jake Doherty 5th, and Matthew Twynham winning Class B in 6th position overall. So what was a good race in the middle part, did sort of peter out a little bit towards the end, but a well-earned 750 Formula Championship points win for Bill Cowley there, his first of the season.
Absolutely. Did have Simon Bolter get back ahead of Matthew Unwin for 8th position on that final lap, with Chris Goff completing the top 10 in his first appearance of the year. Yeah,
so final few cars making their way over the timing line at the end of the race. So a few that we lost. We lost Colin Marshall in the Star. He was pushed away by the Marshals after a couple of laps. We lost Alan Bunter and Martin Kemp very early on in the race. Andrew Kemp, should say, very early on in the race as well. And 2 to pits. Richard Jenkins, of course, who was running really well in sort of the podium positions among the 750 Formula. So at one point he dropped out into the pit lane, joining Richard Rothery in the pits at the end. So a few non-finishers we had. But it was a win for Robin Dorr in the Classic Clubman's Diamond, number 78. Second was the number 77 car, which was Bill Cowley, the first of the 750 Formula cars. Third place was number 33, David Reed. A good result for him, matching his second place 750 Formula finish from Brands Hatch. Fourth was number 69, Mark Windley, the double winner from Brands. Fifth was number 3, that's Jake Doherty. Sixth, 56, Matthew Twynham. Seventh, number 7, Steve Boother. Eighth was number 6, Simon Bolton. Ninth, number 4, Matthew Unwin. And in 10th place was number 2, Chris Goff. And Conway Dorr, who started from the pit lane, did come home in 11th place. Bill Cowley getting as close as he possibly can to the number 1 board. Gives us a wave. There's our top 3 750 Formula cars, because we've got David Reed there, clampering out of his car, and Mark Windley as well. So Robin Dorr has been waved down the pit lane because he's not eligible for points. Let's go down to Kieran Mark. He's going to speak to our top 3 from the Race Part 750 Formula Championship.
You can just see here Bill Cowley just talking and congratulating his fellow podium holders. Now, Bill, second on the road, but technically first for the points. But it didn't go all your own way. It wasn't easy.
No, I lost a lot of time because of Robin in the Clubman's car. Well, to be fair, there was a yellow flag and he backed off and it brought David into the mix. And I've got no straight line speed with a misfire on top of that. So I had to have again. Lick the stamp and send it by.
They were saying in commentary it looked a bit like a Formula Ford race with the switching and changing for that. It was a couple of laps really where it was just every single corner one of you would just do something, and it was just side by side the entire time.
It's so equal. I mean, like coming from Luffield, but flat out all the way to Beckett's, Maggots, whatever you call it. And yeah, and like the car's got really good strengths through Club and Luffield, like so. That was my only opportunity, and yeah, man, just had it on the brakes.
No, it was a really good showing, really good race, and congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much, mate.
Yes, thank you very much. We'll speak to our second place, David Reed. David, bloody hell. That was impressive.
It was good fun. Unfortunately, I developed a misfire towards, which is why I dropped back. Otherwise, I think I could have kept with Bill a bit longer and continued that battle a bit further. But yeah, really, really tight race to start with. Yeah, really good fun.
Yeah, what happened? Obviously, you lost a bit of grip as well through, was it Luffield, I think it was?
Yeah, I was having problems turning in, trying to keep up with Bill, and he could keep a tighter line, whereas, yeah, you may have seen I went quite sideways and, yeah, was struggling with that, and then took it a bit easy around there from then on.
No, it was a fantastic showing, though. Do you reckon you can take the fight to him for the next race?
I think so. If we get this misfire sorted, I think it's going to be a tough next race.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the second.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. We'll grab Mark Windley. Mark, that was, you weren't quite with these guys, but interesting race.
Started too far back, really. But, yeah, that's what you get for making mistakes in practice. And, yeah, considering where we are now, I was, well, when you said pull up here, I was like, oh, yeah. I expected we would go back in the pits, but, yeah, good.
That's good. And do you reckon you could take the fight to these for the next race?
I started 14th on the next one, so it's going to be hard, very hard, but we'll have a go.
Good. Well, congratulations with the podium.
Thanks.
Cheers, thanks. We've got very, very quick Robin Dorr here. Robin, obviously first on the road, not classified for points, unfortunately, but interesting race nonetheless.
Yeah, they're very evenly matched, aren't they, really? Yeah, for what they are. But, no, it's cracking fun. It really is. I mean, never driven a car like that before. You know, some more second race in it. And, yeah, but it's just brilliant. They're a good bunch of lads. And, yeah, let's show we're competitive, get a few more of these out and boost the grids for the 750. Yeah.
100%. Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you very much. So coming up next is the Mighty Minis.
So we've got the first of 2 races this weekend for the 750 Motor Club Mighty Mini Championship. The cars have formed up on the grid now ahead of what is going to be a 20-minute race for these cars. Mighty Minis, we saw them out at Donington just a few weeks ago, their second event of the season, and it's a new set of regulations for this year. If you watched last year, you'll have seen Super Mighty Minis and Mighty Minis, but they've now been all amalgamated into one class. This is how they line up for this race. Greg Jenkins, number 70, is on pole position. Besides him is number 58, Ollie Samways. As the green flag lap gets underway on the second row of the grid, it's number 77, Ahmed Sharabani, and number 93 is Sam Slater. Row 3, Steve Rideout, number 7. Apparently has some oil pressure issues in qualifying, and number 43 Ben Butler. Row 4 of the grid is 44 Trevor Peters and 33 Will Tyrrell. The 5th row, 32 James Jenkins and 38 is James Bryan. And on row 6 of the grid it's 42 Will Burnham and Chris Didcott in number 40. Row 7 is 13 Morgan Bartley and 64 John Jenkins. Row 8, 55 Ruben Valudo and 61 Matthew Baker. And the final row of the grid, although I've not scrolled to that on the screen, is 6 Paul Hollett and 88 Claire Jeffries. So that's the way the grid is going to line up for the Mighty Minis. And it is the championship being led by Ollie Samways coming into this weekend with 64.9 points. Obviously we deal with decimal points in the Mighty Mini Championship because you can pick up a 10% bonus if you play your joker. Ben Butler has 63, Sam Slater 49, Chris Didcott 36 after a couple of wet races at Donington Park last time out, and I think you're looking forward to seeing these for the first time, Chris.
I absolutely am. I'm very appreciative of those who stick their name on the front grille as well. Makes it a little bit easier for us to spot them on our TV cameras. But yeah, this is really interesting for me. Bumped into Sam Slater in the cafe earlier, and I first came across Sam in the British Rental Kart Championship a couple of years ago. So it's really great to see him having success in cars, because reigning champion, of course. And podium finisher at the opening meeting at Donington, 3rd in the championship going into this round. So looking forward to seeing what he does from 4th position as well. But of course Ollie Samways, got to keep an eye out on him, race 2 winner at Donington, but a little bit of a wild card in the fact that, you know, we've got Greg Jenkins out there as well, because didn't really feature at Donington.
No.
I don't think he was even there, was he?
Not sure whether he was or not, but of course he's one of the drivers that's sort of come down from the Super Mighty Minis, whereas some of the others have moved up effectively, including Ollie Samways from the Mighties. Ollie was the champion 2 years ago in 2023 in the Mighty Mini class. Sam Slater winning that championship last year. He starts a row behind him on the outside of the second row, or the inside in that it's closest to the pit wall, but 4th on the grid. But yes, I think the rain really played a big part at Donington Park as well as the new regulations, all of the drivers having to adapt to a slightly different specification of car, as the division between the Super Mighty Minis and the Mighty Minis has been erased to create just one bigger class, which makes for a better spectacle, I think, around the circuits.
What a spectacle it is as well. There's 18 cars, and anybody who's seen classic mini racing footage knows it's great to watch.
Yeah, absolutely will be. 20 minutes to look forward to. We've had the green flag wave at the back. The lights have gone out. The race is underway then. For, as I say, 20 minutes of racing. Off they go down towards Copse Corner. And it looked like a pretty even start from those on the front row. Greg Jenkins in number 70 and Ollie Samways in 58. Samways, of course, has got the inside line, and he might just about make the most of that. He's trying to duke it out with Greg Jenkins, who's in the purple car on the outside line through Copse, and they were still side by side as they headed down towards Maggots and Beckett's. It's just then the purple car that's ahead, but it runs quite deep into the corner, and Samways therefore might get through on the exit. One or two others going wide as well. So is it going to be Greg Jenkins in the purple car, or is it going to be sort of the black coloured car of Ollie Samways that is ahead as they head down the Wellington Straight and into Brooklands for the first time? It is Greg Jenkins.
Yeah, and so that battle's really reeled in. The 3rd place car there as well. So we've got 3 for the lead going into Brooklands, although not for very long, because that is Sam Slater there in 93. Just ran ever so slightly wide, so Slater's picked up 1 position from his grid slot, but once again Samways going for the lead. He's got a tighter line through Woodcote. And so it should be side by side when we go across the timing line. Let's see what the gap was. 49 thousandths of a second. Here comes Sam Slater as well, trying to show his nose in this battle. But I think eventually decides he has to back out of it. No, he doesn't. Are we going to go 3 wide? Yes, we are. Sam Slater on the inside could have 2 in 1 here. He's got half a car length of lead, but it's Jenkins, I think, just about had enough momentum on the outside line to maintain. Yes, he hasn't. Somehow, they're in the same order by the time they get to Maggots than when they went into Cops. Didn't have money on that at all.
No, Ben Butler's right in there as well, a winner from Donington Park. And then you've also got Steve Rideout as well, who's prepared so many of these cars. He's there in 5th place in the yellow number 7 car as this stream of minis heads along the Wellington Straight once again. Greg Jenkins with a huge lead, about 3 car lengths there. Up the inside goes Sam Slater to get 2nd place away from Samways. Can he make that stick? The 2024 champion getting ahead of the 2023 champion. Yep, he's made that work. Then it's Ben Butler in the number 43 car that is in 4th, the pink and white and black car. Then it's Rideout in 5th, and I think is it still Ahmad Charabani? I think it is there in 6th position, number 77. So a cracking race this. Samways it was ahead at the start of the lap, but it's Jenkins now ahead at the end of it. They were up close to the pit wall there. They've moved now out to the middle and left-hand side of the circuit as they head down towards Copse once again. Who's it going to be by the time they turn into Copse Corner? We'll pick that up in a minute. Looking a bit further back into the battles, I thought I could hear some tyre squealing as if someone was running particularly wide there. It is still Greg Jenkins ahead. It's Sam Slater that's got back into 2nd now as they make their way around Beckett's for the 3rd time.
And that white car with the pink decals on the side, that is the championship leading car of Ben Butler, 1st and 2nd in the 2 races of the opening meeting at Donington Park. So keep an eye on him, and he's looking particularly racy down the back straight here, going to try and make a move on Samways. Well, actually it's Samways going past his old sparring partner Sam Slater. They're side by side through Brooklyn. Slater will have the inside line through this next long right-hander at Luffield, so the track comes to him, to the reigning champion, and it is the man he beat to the championship who has to settle in behind. Now, can Butler take advantage of that as well, or ride out in that bright yellow car at the back of that queue? Quite astonishingly as well, it's only 11 seconds that covers the entire 18-car field. Once again, hugging the pit wall on the right-hand side as we start lap number 4. And back up towards Copse Corner.
And it's James Jenkins in 9th place who's done the best lap of the race, a 1:16.247. That shows how wide open the Mighty Minis are with this new set of regulations for this season. Runs well down the order, setting the best lap of the race. But Greg Jenkins now with an 0.8 of a second lead. That's looking almost a little bit ominous for these quartet that are disputing 2nd position, and Sharabani not too far behind either. At the head of the group it is Sam Slater, the 29-year-old from Bristol, in only his 3rd season of racing. Last year's champion, of course. Also some karting titles to his name as well. So one of the drivers who said that he's keen on looking at F1000 in the future, but why move to F1000 when you can have such good fun racing these? I suppose there's quite a bit more speed associated with the F1000s, and Slater there has made a mistake. He's run wide, he's over the curb. He's lost 2 places because of that, because both Ollie Samways and Steve Rideout have gone through it. As he tries to get momentum back, he might lose out to Ben Butler as well, and momentum is so important in these cars because they're not all that powerful.
Rideout up 2 positions on that lap then because he's got past Ben Butler as well. So the lime yellow car of Stephen Rideout that was 12th in the championship, hadn't finished higher than 5th at Donington, suddenly now up in 3rd position and make that 2nd. He's gone through on Ollie Samways as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's having a good wind here. Slater coming back to the outside of Samways into Beckett's. Had to sort of decide against making that move there because who's going to run out of road at Beckett's otherwise, but they seem to have closed the gap a little bit on Jenkins again here. So it's Jenkins from Rideout now to 2nd. Very experienced mini driver from Radstock, 57 years of age, racing since 2012. And look here, Slater again making it 3 wide into Brooklands, and he's gone through. He made a mistake at this part of the circuit a lap ago. He's put it right this time around. He's gone back to 2nd place, Rideout 3rd. It's Ben Butler getting the better of Ollie Samways for 4th place too.
Absolutely brilliant stuff, man. First viewing of Mighty Minis, not disappointing at all. So Ben Butler with a little bit more momentum out of Luffield. So managing to just slightly get the better of Ollie Samways. Here comes Stephen Rideout on the outside of Sam Slater, who's just done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:16.077. The lead gap still a second. Greg Jenkins must be loving seeing all this going on in his mirrors, as right around the outside comes Stephen Rideout on Sam Slater for second position. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Ben Butler waiting in the wings there to see if he can pounce going into Maggots.
Round the right-hander of Beckett's they now go. Ahmed Sharabani still at the rear of this group in the number 77 car, the 34-year-old NHS doctor from London in only his third season of racing. Another one prepared by Steve Rideout's Octane Racing concern. And the whole field now separated by 37 seconds, so that's gone out a little bit. But nevertheless, a great fight going on in this lead group, and it's Slater back up on the inside of Butler there. So he's lost out to Rideout, but got keeping Butler at bay. Just looking at those two in 7th and 8th, Burnham and Jenkins, they're closing on them as well. There's a car off there though, Chris. I don't know if you spotted who that was.
Yeah, it looked like it said 66 on the side. But
yeah, we don't have.
But we don't have a 66, so I'm not sure which one. Might be Paul Hollett, but I guess we'll see whoever tumbles down the timing. It's 55.
Ruben
Right.
Veludo,
Yeah.
then, the
Okay.
Portuguese.
Yeah. That also races minis in Portugal as well. So shame for him, but. Yeah, we've still got 12 minutes of this insane battle here as Butler pulls to the outside. It's Rideout who leads that group of cars. Butler just right up alongside Sam Slater going into Beckett's, and this time he'll have himself the inside line when they get down to Brooklands. So this might work out a little bit better for him this time around. He was on the outside last time they came down this straight of the reigning champion. Might have a go at Stephen Rideout as well. For now, it's actually Slater who manages to outbreak the championship leader and just about holds the position. Well, I've still got half his nose alongside him, does Butler. Eventually, I think has to settle in behind. No, he's still going for it around the outside.
Great effort. I don't think it's going to work for him this time, though. And he might even come under attack there from Ollie Samways. But it's Greg Jenkins with this lead of North for second now that comes through, the 47-year-old from Hereford. Been racing since 2011, did Autograss and Rebels, racing on the ovals as well. I think it's the next Ben Butler car, actually, that he races. Ben Butler a few places further back in the pack, but Jenkins now, it's nearly 2 seconds his gap over the rest of them, so he's probably feeling a little bit more comfortable, if you ever can feel comfortable in a Mighty Minis race. And then it's the rest of them Rideout in the yellow car, and then it's Sam Slater in the sort of grey machine, and then it's Ben Butler. No, it's not. It's Ollie Samways ahead of Ben Butler because they've changed around. Must have been at Copse Corner. Ollie Samways back up to 4th, Ben Butler to 5th, and Ahmad Sharabani still there in 6th, as he has been pretty much all race long. Side by side for 3rd place here, and indeed for 2nd place, because Samways...
What's happened to Rideout?
Yeah, he's got a problem, hasn't he? Rideout, I think it was oil pressure issues Paul Thorpe was telling us he was having this morning. I wonder if those have recurred, because all of a sudden he's dropped down the order. He's got a problem there, hasn't he? Looks like he might be pit lane bound, if anything. So it's Ollie Samways that's capitalised on that and has got back through to 2nd place.
What a huge shame for Stephen Rideout there, running up in 2nd position. Was on course for easily his best finish of the season, but now he's slowing down and it looks like he's bringing it into pit lane. So that promotes Samways up to 2nd. What it does also do is it gives Greg Jenkins a lead now of 2 seconds over the chasing pack.
Yeah, it does. And on that lap, Samways did a personal best at 1:16.302. Still the best lap of the race to Sam Slater, that 1:16.077. Of course, it's a new set of regulations, so all new lap records for the Mighty Minis wherever they go this season. Majority of their rounds are with the 750 Most Club, but they are racing elsewhere on occasion this year. So they go, I think, next to Thruxton, if I remember rightly, as part of the BARC retro event. So through Brooklands again. Things have spread out a little bit more over the last lap or so. As off Ben Butler, was that pulling off?
Yes.
It was. So the championship leader, number 43, Ben Butler, second place in the championship, the winner from Donington, he's pulled off. He's now out of the race. So that's 2 high-profile retirements in the space of 2 laps.
Wow, unbelievable. And it wasn't just a spin, it was some sort of mechanical there for Butler. So what's that done to the order then? That's promoted Sharabani up to 4th, James Jenkins up to 5th, as well Will Burnham as well in 6th position now as well. Then Trevor Peters, who managed to pick up a podium at Donington Park as well. That 4-way battle for second position, it's become it's not much of a dogfight between Samways and Slater because there's about a second and a half between them.
Samways is down to the best of the race of 1:15.990. There is Trevor Peters. You were saying he was on the podium at Brands Hatch, not at Brands Hatch, at Donington Park, but he was involved in an incident in one of the races as well. I think was that with Ben Suntao, but possibly, if I remember rightly. Anyway, good little scrap this going on with James Bryan in the 38 car. They're disputing 7th and 8th position, these two. They're chopping and changing it between the two of them as they work their way around the 10th lap of the race with 7 minutes of the race left to go. We've got the number 88 car of Jeffries into the pits as well. Claire Jeffries is another retirement from the race. So along with Butler and Rideout and Veludo, the car that was in 15th position is out of the race as well now.
Yeah, so down to 14 remaining runners then with about 7 minutes left to go. Samways is bridging that gap at the front of the field as well. Last time around it was about 4 tenths quicker than our erstwhile race leader, who started on pole position, of course. So I don't think it's all over just yet for Greg Jenkins and Ollie Samways. And Sam Slater had a problem on that last lap as well. He dropped down to 6th.
Yeah, it was a slow lap, a 1:21 compared to the 1:16s he has been doing. So maybe whether that was a spin or a moment. Oh, that's him now, actually. They're just being passed. So I think it is a reliability issue with Sam Slater's car.
What's going on with this lot today?
Wow, that's unusual to see this many cars in strife, as we've seen in this race. So Sam Slater, again, another driver that was fancied for the championship. Having problems here. He's 3rd in the championship behind Samways and Butler coming into this weekend. The only one of those standing now is Ollie Samways, who was leading the championship. He's going to extend that advantage, I would think, and as he looks to try and regain his 2023 title.
And the gap went back out last time around. It was about 7 tenths of a second in Jenkins' favour. So I don't know if that was just a momentary lapse in pace for Jenkins that allowed Samways to close in on that previous tour. But the gap now 1.6 seconds with 5.5 minutes remaining. So Jenkins looks fairly in control of this race at the moment, ahead of Ollie Samways, who in turn is about 1.8 seconds ahead of Sharabani.
Yeah, so we're still watching this battle for final place inside the top 6. Getting a bit on the grass there was Trevor Peters. I think James Bryan saw that, got out of the way, and then thought, well, I might try and get him back on the inside on the way out of the corner. And that might be how things pan out. But, I guess there James Bryan was possibly just a little bit concerned that there might be some contact. The man from Sleaford in Lincolnshire. He's got his nose back in front now of Peters, although Peters on the brakes holds on to 6th place.
So a bit of tyre squirrel as they make their way around Brooklands, but James Bryan not taking that line down, trying to line himself up out of Luffield. 2 completely different lines going through the right-hander. That's what I love about Luffield so much. This whole circuit just invites racing, and especially for big modern Grand Prix tracks, you don't see that very much these days. So there's still absolutely nose to tail that battle for what has become 6th position, and now as Morgan Bartley is the next to move through on Sam Slater losing another place. But so he hasn't come into pits, Sam Slater, so it's still going, but last time around it was 1:30.
Yeah, ever more slowly it is going, but he's just hoping to pick up points here rather than head to pit lane and have a DNF. If he thinks it's something that's not going to cause more damage to the car or the engine or the gearbox or something, he might as well carry on to just try and pick up as many points as he possibly can, but he'll lose more places before the end of the race at that pace, even though there's only 3.5 minutes left.
Didn't use his joker at Donington, did he? I wouldn't have thought.
I don't think so, no.
Well, it won't be this one either, will it? I don't think.
Well, the thing is you have to play your joker in advance. That's the problem. And therefore, if you do have a day like today, where quite a few drivers have had problems, then you can waste that. I suppose that's the nature of these things. Not sure who has played their joker today. 3 minutes left of this race. Greg Jenkins leading by 2.7 seconds. Number 70 from number 58, Ollie Samways. 77, Ahmed Sharabani now third, so he's looking good for a podium. He's 1.2 seconds behind Samways. And James Jenkins it is who's made his way up into 4th position in that number 32 car. There, though, is the Samways car in 58, and Sharabani just behind him. The Doctor. Still a relative newcomer to racing, but going very well here, looking to have an overall podium. I think it'll be his first overall podium that he's had. Of course, in the past, these cars have shared the grid with the quicker Super Mighty Minis, but now it is all one specification of car. They've brought them together, and I think that's really worked out, because it's meant that we've not had sort of 2 races in one to watch, which, although entertaining, can get rather confusing at times.
Especially when the race has been, this good.
Absolutely.
Well, I wouldn't want to have missed a second of that lead battle in the early stages of the race, despite the reliability somewhat getting in the way of that one. So 2 minutes to go. They love hugging that right-hand side of the pit straight, don't they? I think actually that was Jenkins trying to steal a bit of slipstream off a back marker on that particular occasion.
Yeah, but I think nevertheless they do sort of hug the pit wall more than the other categories that we've seen do. They obviously think there's some benefit in doing that. I guess it's sort of the airflow around the car is different when they are up against the pit wall.
I think it's just Greg Jenkins covering himself into cops, really, because you've seen it all the time. Whenever I'm doing sim racing and I see people start weaving in front of me, I'm like, oh, I don't really want to start weaving, but I'm going to have to play your game. And I think everyone else is just following in tow down the start and finish straight.
They'll have one more lap to go at the end of this one. Best lap, I say, 1:15.990 for these Super Mighty, for these Mighty Minis.
Well, he gets cocking the inside wheel there. Fantastic.
Still pushing on Greg Jenkins, even though he is a couple of seconds to the good here and about to go on to his 16th and final lap of the race.
Hasn't painted that right front wheel either. Silver, the rest of them are red.
No, well,
that's sort of sticking out like a sore thumb at the moment.
Last lap board, I think, has gone out then. And the gap has come down on that lap to 1.9 seconds. So Sunway's closed in by 0.6 that time around, or certainly at least half a second. Not close enough to get himself in striking distance, I don't think, unless Jenkins makes a mistake.
Well, they come out of Cops and still looking good for Greg Jenkins up at the front of the field, who's, despite all the pressure at the start of the race, I think only lost the lead by half a car length at one point coming out of Cops. So has been the erstwhile race leader in this front pole position.
White flag shown there for a very slow moving vehicle. I wonder if that could be Sam Slater getting ever more slow.
Probably could be.
Know. Anyway,
141 he's down to now, is he? Well, no, 129.
Anyway, here's Greg Jenkins then, who, in spite of everything that everyone else has thrown at him, has done a really good job here to control this race. And he's going to come through to get his first victory of the season in the 750 Most Club Mighty Minis Championship. He's going to take the checker flag ahead of Ollie Samway. So flag goes out now, and it is a win for Greg Jenkins. A very entertaining race for the Mighty Minis. Samway's 1.3 seconds. He does the best lap of the race on the last lap, a 1:15.881, so he gets the lap record as well, because a new lap record for these cars with a new specification for this season. Ahmed Sharabani, a very good third place. James Jenkins, fourth. The fifth place car is number 42, that's Will Burnham. And rounding out the top six is number 38, James Bryan. He had that race-long battle with number 44, Trevor Peters, who is seventh. And then I'm just waiting for the cars to come through. It should be Morgan Bartley. Yes, it is, that takes 8th place at number 13. 9th place, I think, will go the way of number 40, Chris Didcott. He's yet to make it home. And then it's going to be Paul Hollett, number 6, completing the top 10 in this Mighty Mini Championship race. But yeah, rich entertainment there, Chris, from the Mighty Minis, particularly in the first half of that race.
Absolutely, it didn't disappoint at all, did it? With about 2 seconds covering the top 5 cars at one point. So great stuff, and even when they're not squabbling around, the way they move around you, where you fling them into a corner, these classic cars, absolutely love that stuff. So it's arm out the door for Greg Jenkins, waving to the spectators on the right hand side, celebrating that imperious victory that he just took.
Yeah, great win for him. So number 70, Greg Jenkins, the race winner then at the end of 16 laps. Second place went the way of number 58, Ollie Samways. Third was number 77, Amro Sharabani. Fourth was 32, that was James Jenkins. In fifth place, 42, Will Burnham. Sixth was 38, James Bryan. Seventh was 44, the car of Trevor Peters. Eighth was number 13, Morgan Bartley. Ninth was number 40, Chris Didcott. And completing the top 10 was number 6, Paul Hollett. And here they come down into pit lane. And Ollie Samways has slotted himself into P2. I think he's arrived before anybody else. Couldn't wait to go and have an interview with Kieran Mogg. And
who can't?
Absolutely right. There's our race winner moving into P1. And yet looks like we've got Ahmad Sharabani as well for third position. So we've got all of our top 3 drivers out there now. Helmet off for Ollie Samways, gloves already off. He's going to move in to position, have a word in a moment with Kieran. Let's have a word with the top 3 now. It's Ahmad Sharabani, Ollie Samways and Greg Jenkins with Kieran Mogg. Well, I think we're struggling to make contact with Kieran down in the pit lane at the moment. We will hopefully see if we can hear from him in a little while, but I'm conscious that we're going to have the cars out on circuit very shortly for the next race of the day. I can see our technical crew working hard to just try and regain contact with Kieran down in pit lane. But I rather think that we may not be able to do so. So it looks like we may need to move straight on to the next race. So I think we're going to abandon things there with Kieran, unfortunately. We're not going to hear from our top 3 Mighty Mini drivers. And so what we'll do is we'll look ahead to the next race, which is going to be the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship. We can go down to Kieran now for a very quick word.
Sorry about that, we had a bit of a technical issue, but in the meantime, Greg Jenkins lights to flag, basically. That was impressive race still.
Yeah, it was hard work. It was very warm in the car out there, and these guys were pushing me. I saw Ollie coming, and then I just had to put the hammer down again. But yeah, it was all right. Tyres went off towards the end. But yeah, reverse grid, I'm 8th starting tomorrow, so we'll see. We'll have a good fun tomorrow.
Do you reckon you can fight your way through the pack tomorrow then?
I'll give it a good go, yeah.
Perfect. Well, congratulations on the win. We'll quickly speak to these two. So we've got... we've got cars coming out on track. So, coming up next is the Rogue Motorsport... No, it's not, sorry. It's the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hot Hatch Championship. Coming up next.
Yes, it certainly is, Kieran. The cars already onto the grid. There's no green flag lap for these cars, so very quickly we will run you through the order for this one. Pole position, I can tell you, has gone the way of number 2. That is Pete Morgan. Alongside him is number 41, Jason Wood. Second row is number 4, Ted Cooper. Besides him is number 12, James Hazelhurst. Row 3 is going to be 31, Thomas Linson, 5, Terry Roughton. On the 4th row of the grid, it'll be 48, Neil Dudman, and 18, Darren Bassingthwaite. Row 5, 67, Matthew Stubbington, and 10, Jake Wood. The 6th row, 33, Ryan Clark, and 72, Lee Scott. The 7th row, 1, Stuart Place, and 73, Ewan Linz. The 8th row, 58, Pete Osgerby, and 39, Martin Rogers. The 9th row, 91, Finn Groom, and 92, Rick Groom. And the 10th row is 14, David Sheekey, and 97, Jack Bradburn. There are some more cars which I need to tell you about. Stuart Cleveley, 44, and 62, Alan Julie on the 11th row, and 27, Sam Hutchinson, and 7, Derek Rosier. On the 12th row, Paul Thorpe has replaced Chris Stevens for this race, the Formula rep for the Classic Stock Cats Championship, joining us as ever. Great to see a really good grid for these cars today, Paul.
Yes, a really good showing. We've got some drivers we haven't seen so far this season. Well, our first meeting at Brands, and as you can see, we've got quite a mixed-up grid here because some of the podium winners find themselves well out of position. The only person on is James Hazelhurst on the second row. He was a podium finisher. Then we have to go back to 7th on the grid for Neil Dudman, back to 12th for Lee Scott, surprisingly, and Finn Groom, who got 2 seconds, is back in 17th place. Now, he's definitely going to be a man to watch because he has been involved in about the last 3 or 4 years, and he's only a young man. He's really come on. So he got the 2 podiums, and they find themselves completely out of position here.
Should be a very interesting race because of that. We'll talk about that as the race goes on, but I think we're ready for the off, pretty much. 15-minute race for the Walken Racing Classic Stock Cats Championship. Pete Morgan on the right-hand side of the shot in the blue and yellow Fiesta. It's the red and black Nova of Jason Wood. The race gets underway then. Looks like they all make a decent start and get away well, heading out of their starting positions down towards Copse Corner for the first time. It's going to be Pete Morgan on the outside of the circuit. Jason Wood, who had a win here last year on the inside of the circuit. It is Morgan in the Fiesta that sweeps through into the lead of the race. Ted Cooper looks like he's third in the white and yellow Nova. And then in 4th place is the that's the Peugeot 205, isn't
James
it?
Hazelhurst, yes.
Hazelhurst, yes.
I know he's got the inside line going there, but Ted's got the faster exit out there. So as they come down towards this straight, we get up to 110 miles an hour before we have to brake like crazy for Brooklands. And it looks like that Ted might have the inside line, but they're 2 different lines as they come there. But no, Ted has definitely got put his power down, and we see that Pete Morgan has got a 2-car length over Jason Wood onto Ted Cooper. But James Hazelhurst quite late on the brakes there into Brooklands, trying to get that place back again, but didn't quite make it that time. And look at Lynch Senior, found himself in 5th place.
Yeah, Thomas Lynch, he went really well in qualifying, didn't he, to qualify 5th and staying there in the early stages of this race. That's a really good showing from him as they come through to complete lap number 1. Of course, success ballast is a feature of Classic Stock Hatch. Do we think that had a part to play in why some of the sort of front runners from Brands Hatch were further down the grid this time, Paul?
Well, possibly, but all 4, incidentally, because of the way they finished at Brands, are all carrying exactly the same weight of 25 kilograms of success ballast. So yes, it is a factor. And that would have affected them, and that's why we see where we are. Oh, look at that move there. That looked like Neil Dubman getting a move on Lynch Senior.
Okay, they're out of Copse and heading down towards Beckett's. Look at this, it's nose to tail for the lead of the race. Pete Morgan, a very experienced Pete Morgan. He's raced minis as well, hasn't he?
Yes.
Is in the blue and yellow Fiesta in the lead. Jason Wood is in 2nd. Looking at the battles in the midfield, 44 there. That is Stuart Cleveley in the middle of the pack in his Fiesta XR2. But it's the Fiesta XR2 in the lead that we're interested in. He's under pressure here from Jason Wood in that number 41 Nova. Through Brooklands they go. They've got James Hazelhurst right behind them as well, because he's got ahead of Ted Cooper on this lap already. And he's going to make it 3 different types of car in the first 3 places.
Oh, that's the fun about Classic Stock Hatch. Yeah, Jason Wood's got to try and get past it. Like you say, he had a very popular win here last year. But of course, he's got himself behind Pete Morgan. And I can tell from experience when I was racing Pete here a couple of years back, he knows exactly where to stick that blue XR2 just to hamper you. So it's going to be really tricky. The only way I think Jason might be able to do it is actually down onto the straight to Brooklands, where the injecting cars have slight advantage over the carburetted XR2s.
End of lap 2 then. 42 leading is Morgan, 41 in 2nd, Jason Wood. Hazelhurst, number 12, in 3rd. Cooper is 4th, number 4, and 5th is number 48, which is Dudman. Bit of curb being taken there as the cars round Beckett's. That's the 18 car making up ground. That's Darren Bassingthwaite on the outside line, trying to find a way past some quicker cars, including Lee Scott, who didn't qualify well, but has come up the order a little bit.
Yes, he's come up. He's now currently running in 8th place. Got his eyes on Lynch Senior as he goes down to break there. But we're looking at the front battle here with James Hazelhorse all over the back of that GTE of Jason Wood. And Jason's desperate. Oh, a little bit of understeer. Do you see the understeer there from the Nova? That may have hampered it. And is James going to be able to get the power down quick enough to get the advantage down the straight?
Wait and see then as they are side by side there. As they
that's Thomas. Thomas Lynch and Lee Scott. They're getting side by side. Lee's so surprising to see him so far down the qualifier. But here we are, 3 abreast as we go down the start-finish straight. Where I couldn't quite see who was on the inside there in that battle for about 6th or 7th place.
Yeah, you said they're all on the same ballast, but also only 3 points separating Lee Scott, Finn Groom, James Hazelhurst and Neil Dudman coming into this meeting. 43 to Lee Scott, down to 40 to Neil Dudman. So tight after that first meeting of the season. Finn Groom has made his way up to 10th place now, making up another position on that lap. He's in this pack here that we're watching now, and there he is going wide just as we start talking about him. But is he getting ahead of Lee Scott?
He is. I think Lee Scott got a problem because he seems to have dropped a bit there. Maybe he made a mistake there on the entrance to that corner. But then we've got Matt Stubbins all over the back of Finn Groom. But yeah, Finn Groom has definitely gone up a few places as we come into Brooklands braking here. We've got 3 cars abreast. Now this is all going to end in tears. There's only enough room for 1 car. Who's going to hang it round? Now Lee's desperately trying to keep the inside line, but no, I can't quite see the camera move. But no, it's Finn has definitely made that stick. Well, that was a bit close. And I see Stuart Place there in the 106. That's the smallest engine car on the field. That's only a 1.4, having a good showing here.
Yeah, absolutely. 1.4 engine in the 106. Most of them, of course, 1.6s. As the battle comes through on that lap, then Stubbington made up 2 places to go 7th. Lee Scott lost 3 places to fall back to 11th on that lap. And we did think he might have made a bit of a mess of the Beckett's part of the circuit. So on to lap 5 we now go. We'll pick up the cars again as they head down.
It's a tricky bit here because it has a little kink to the left and you have to brake really hard for this very tight right-hander. And as we can see there, as Lynch Senior goes incredibly wide and Finn Groom says, thank you very much, I'll have that place. And there we've got Lee Scott having a great battle there with Ryan Clark. Ryan Clark has definitely improved over the last couple of races. He had a pretty lacklustre couple of seasons, but he's now back on the pace and it's great to see him up there side by side with this Nova of Lynch Senior. And we've got Lee Scott saying, which way am I going to go? He's going to go on the inside. He's trying to go through the middle. You're never going to do that, mate. But he's done it. He's managed to get by. How did that happen?
So he's got past Linz there. Yeah, it did look a little bit tight, as if the 2 cars either side of him were going to close in on him, which was always the concern with that kind of move. But he's managed to get through that, and I think he's going to get past Ryan Clark as well, isn't he, on the way out of the corner. Coming through to complete lap number 5, Pete Morgan's just in the best lap of the race, a 1:13.457 he has now done, and he's got his lead over Jason Wood up to 0.8 of a second.
Just looking at hats off there for Terry Roughton. Now Terry Roughton, he has been in the Citroen AX for a number of years, and he's he ended up purchasing Stuart Place championship winning car, and he seems to have got hold of that very well. He finds himself in 6th position, his first race meeting in this car.
Yeah, that's the number 5 machine, so watch out for that, and it's ahead of the
here we go. We've got Lynch Jr. and we've got Wood Jr. and Martin Rogers, so all having a little bow. They're all part of the same team, so please be nice. We don't want to eat our pizza with animosity flying around.
One into the pits, I'm afraid, is the 27 car of Sam Hutchinson. He is out of the race, but the race continues for everybody else, and it's a really good scrap going on.
Lee trying to get back on the inside of Finn Groom. Oh, a little bit of touch in there. Oh, there's going to be... Oh, now that's... He's spun out that little bit... Oh, no! Stuart Cleveley had nowhere to go. Oh, good grief, no. 2 XR2s. That is heartbreaking to see. That was a simple little mistake there where Lee's got locked up, just got a little bit of contact with Finn Groom. Finn Groom spun.
I think was it Finn or was it Rick Groom? Yeah, it was Rick Groom.
Oh, it's Rick
has come
Groom.
through, yeah. So Finn Groom has come through in 8th place. It was Rick Groom, the number 92 car, that's had the a big hit in the side, unfortunately, from Stuart Cleveley. That's really nasty to see that. Cleveley just obviously unsighted, didn't have anywhere to go, and so quite a lot of damage then been done as a result of that. So 7 minutes still to go in this race, so nearly half of the race to go. What we can't see is whether that incident's been cleared or not, if we're going to need a safety car or something like that. It's not been cleared as yet, we're hearing. There is the 72 car. Yellow flags, of course, at that part of the circuit. We've not got a safety car as yet, but local yellows up at Brooklands.
Oh, that was very upsetting to see. It's such a shame. That was quite a nice little battle there. Oh, looks like Stuart Place must have been involved there, because he seems to have dropped back a little, has he?
And now safety car, so the drivers probably reacting to the safety car boards as well, with that incident needing to be cleared there at Brooklyn. So yes, it was a great shame to see that. So a reminder of the order then. After 6 laps, it's number 2 Pete Morgan leading the race. In 2nd place, it's number 41 Jason Wood. In 3rd position, it's number 12 James Hazelhurst. In 4th place, number 4 Ted Cooper. In 5th position, number 48 Neil Dudman. In 6th place, it is number 5 Terry Roughton. 7th is number 67 Matt Stuppington. 8th is number 91 Finn Groom. 9th is number 33 Ryan Clark. And running out the top 10 is number 31, which is Thomas Lince. So the drivers opted to reduce pace behind the safety car. It'll take a moment or two at least to clear this up. There's still 5 minutes to go, so we'll have to wait and see if we do get any or many more racing laps out of this. So a shame there to have that incident, Paul.
Yes, very upsetting. I'm sure the clerk will want to have a word with them about that. Yeah, such a shame to see, but looking at what we've got here now, it's giving people a chance to cool down the tyres. These Toyos that we're racing on, they go off very quick. Towards the latter part of the last 5 minutes, the tyres would have been well off. So it's maybe giving the tyres a chance to cool down. And of course, they're all going to bunch up. Now, I'm sure Pete will have to work very hard to keep these faster injection cars at bay. We're just looking to see, is that the ambulance car's gone out as well?
The medical car is out there, yeah. So the safety car has picked up the leaders. The medical car has gone out to check on the drivers involved, as there will always be when there's been a heavy collision like that, just to check that all the drivers are okay.
Sam Hutchinson's car, I know he came into the pits, so it looks like it's gone back out again.
It had gone back out, so he's been picked up by our red lights now, race being stopped.
Oh, what a shame. So that'll be the end of the race.
I think it will, because there's only 4 minutes to go. I think probably they've realised that with the medical car needing to be on the scene as well, just to check the drivers.
I'm sure it's just a precautionary measure. Obviously, you know, we're always interested in looking after the drivers' welfare in these situations, so it's only right that they should do that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, as you say, Paul, will be that. We'll wait for official notification of that from race control. But a great shame that that incident should happen. But now, of course, the incident being dealt with by the marshals, the rescue crew will be there as well, the medical car as well, and in this situation, the drivers, you know, they're always in the best possible hands with the great professionalism that all of those medics, doctors, rescue crew, marshals, they'll show a lot of professionalism there to make sure that everybody is as safe and well as can be given that situation. And it's a real big shame, because it was an excellent race, wasn't it? Not actually so much for the first 2 or 3, because they'd sort of pulled away a little bit.
It was the battle, that middle pack there was having a right old battle there with people being out of position, desperately trying to get back where they should be. It was developing quite nicely, but like you say, the front had not enough sorted themselves out, and I say it was going to be very difficult for Jason to get by Pete Morgan there, because he's definitely been doing this 1 or 2 years, and here we go.
Yeah, checkered flag has been waved on the way into the pit lane, so that is going to be that as far as the classic stock hatches is concerned. It's just been waved there by the marshal. They're going to bring the cars in through the gate in the.
And there's Terry Roughton in that car, his first race there. I think he's going to be well happy with that, ending up in 6th place. There's the Stuart Place's new car, the 106. Lovely, immaculately turned out. It's really a good car. I recommend you come down and look at it. Matt Stubbington, good to see him back out. Oh, and there's Finn Groom. I should be pleased, because he started qualified 17th and he ended up in 8th. So good 9 places he gained there. There's Lynch Senior. And here's Lee Scott, but unfortunately, he might be being called up after that incident, I think.
Yes, it was that initial side-to-side contact with Rick Groom that spun Rick around and then left him as the sort of sitting duck, really, didn't it, for the cars that followed, unfortunately. So the drivers that headed down on the circuit are being sort of signalled in through the gap in the pit wall. Not sure if we are going to get a word with top three from that race, because I think they probably have been sent back down to Parc Fermé in any case. I don't think we're going to get a word with them. Yeah, they have been sent straight back down to Parc Fermé, so we're not going to get an interview with the top three, and obviously it's going to take a little bit of clearing up. So, I mean, that's a great shame that's happened, Paul. I mean, we've got another race for these cars tomorrow. I don't think we'll probably see either of those out, unfortunately, tomorrow. It seems unlikely. But there's going to be a little bit of work for some others. Sam Hutchinson, he obviously was in the pits and then back out again.
We've got to look at the Stuart Cleveland machine. Was the unfortunate one to go into the green machine. Nowhere to go. You're coming in there blind, and you're braking from 110 miles an hour down that straight while you're braking to Brooklands, and it's just very unfortunate and sad to see. So we're going to see. Get the Howard hammers out and see how many cars we can get back out there tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely right. So, and that's the thing. I'm sure everyone in the classic stock hatch paddock will be mucking in.
Yes, we will all muck in where we can. Everyone wants to see the cars on grids, and if there's any broken part and another competitor's got it, they'd be more than happy to lend them. And that's the fun of classic stock hatch. It's always upsetting to see incidents like this, but there was no malice involved. It was just one of those things. It's but we are very respectful. Generally in the paddock, and like you say, people will lend a hand wherever they can to get those vehicles done.
Yeah, absolutely. So we will take a break then for a moment. We'll be back in a few minutes' time with the next race, which will be for the Yokohama Low Cost, thanks to Paul Thorpe.
Yokohama. Yokohama. Yokohama.
Welcome back to Silverstone, where it's going to be shortly time for the first of two races this weekend for the Yokohama Low Cost Championship. A premature conclusion to the previous race, the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Catch Championship, after an incident. Rick Groom had spun after contact with Lee Scott, and then he was collected by Stuart Cleveley. So two XR2s there, rather heavily damaged. Stuart Cleveley's car has already been recovered, and there you can see at Brooklands the car of Rick Groom is just about to be lifted onto the low loader. So once that is done and the car is out of the way, the circuit will be clear, and the drivers for the next race will be brought out onto the circuit, which is the Yokohama Low Cost Championship. Chris Stevens alongside me, Ian Soban here in the commentary box. Looking forward to what should be a very good low cost race. But any thoughts on that classic stock catch race we saw as well?
Yeah, I mean, there was some really great side-by-side out there. I'll be curious to see what is made of the initial contact that led to Rick Groom, wasn't it? Yeah, Rick Groom's spin there, because it was against Lee Scott, was it?
Yes,
not?
it was.
So, potential bit of drama there. So we'll keep abreast of that, and hopefully be able to fill you in on any updates ahead of the second race tomorrow.
Yes, the classic stock catch is back out just before lunch tomorrow at 20 to 1. So a morning, just late morning race for them tomorrow. But yeah, low costs coming up next, and it's a big grid of them. You can see the Fiesta is now on the low loader. Marshall's just brushing away some debris from that incident, and then I think we'll have the cars out onto circuit for the low costs, which we're actually, touch wood, ahead of schedule anyway today. So we're not actually in a position where we're losing time at this stage.
That's why you run ahead of schedule, isn't it? Because we sort of know it's somewhat inevitable that you get these sort of incidents in such a packed schedule.
Absolutely, and with packed grids as well. And it's one of the distinguishing features of Silverstone is the large amount of runoff that you have, and it's telling there that the first red flag that we've had today is because we've had two cars making contact rather than cars making contact with circuit furniture or getting stranded in gravel traps, which is often the reason for a safety car or red flag at other venues. Looking ahead to the low costs then. This is the championship for the 1300cc Ford Crossflow engined low costs, not the 1.8 litre Mazda engined big brothers which have hit the scene, the Mazda 7s more recently. These are the originals based on the Ron Champion book, Build Your Own Sports Car. Initially for as little as £250, but I think you'd be hard pushed to do that these days.
When did that come out?
It was in the 90s when low cost first came out, and that book was sort of the blueprint for the championship. Then I don't know if any racing low costs were ever actually built for £250. I somewhat doubt it, even sort of the 25 years or so ago when the championship was first inaugurated. But there are some drivers. There's at least one. I was reading his driver profile yesterday. I think it was Andy Perkins, who did indeed just follow that book to build the car himself. Andy Perkins, where is he on the grid? He's on 24th on the grid, so he's religiously followed that, and I suspect if we were to examine his bank account statements, then they would find that more than £250 had been spent doing so.
You're the accountant.
Absolutely, I should audit them, really.
I've just gone on the Bank of England website to see what £250 back in 1990 would be now. It's £609.08.
Still don't fancy your chances.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure who came up with that slogan, but still, you know, as motorsport it goes, still a very cheap way of going about it.
And of course, there are lots of chassis out there already, so you don't need to build your own car now. There's plenty of chassis available between the Mazda 7s and the low cost that we've got here today. Had the opening meeting of the season for these cars at Donington on a wet and then on a greasy circuit. It was a funny old day weather-wise, but coming out of it on top with a second place and a victory was Lewis Ward in the number 4 car, so he's going to be leading the championship coming into this meeting. He's got a 10-point advantage over Jeff Peake, who had a 3rd and a 4th. And then Ian Hardy is 3rd. He had a best finish of 2nd place in the second race, the driver all the way from Cornwall. 4th is Daniel Garrett, who won race 1 but was a non-finisher in race 2, although he was there or thereabouts and contending for victory at one point. So he's 4th, level pegging with George Grice, both of them on 27 points. And then the evergreen Sean Brame in 6th on 24 points. Those first 2 races of a 14-round season that also will take in not just Silverstone but Mallory Park next month, a triple header at Anglesey, followed by another triple header at Snetterton, and then Alton Park in September to conclude the season for the Yokohama Low Cost Championship. And of course, round here at Silverstone, with these cars which have got all the aerodynamics of a house brick and about as much power, we should be in for some very good slipstreaming racing, Chris.
Yeah, so this is what I was talking about earlier, where it's just an absolute slipstreaming festival. And you have to think quite strategically in these races. It's not just about going for broke every single lap. We see drivers tactically sit in 2nd, 3rd, or maybe even 4th, and then pounce right at the, you know, at the right moment. Because you think about the run from Luffield, and maybe coming out of Luffield in 2nd position might actually be the preferential spot. So yeah, this is a very different style of racing.
Yeah, I may have the details wrong, and I wasn't here for this race, but I'm sure there was one low-cost race where there was 9 cars at the end, separated by a second or something.
I remember seeing something about that.
Yeah. So that was one I missed. I think I'd gone to a wedding or something like that. Let's have a look at the grid then for this first race of the weekend for the low cost. Pole position has gone the way of the winner of round 1 of the championship, number 19, Daniel Garrett, and alongside him is the former Sports Specials champion, Lee M, in number 5. Second row of the grid has 52, Alan Harmon, and number 90, which is Tor Tuller. The third row is 99, Daniel Garrett's brother Ryan, and the championship leader, number 4, Lewis Ward. On row 4 of the grid, it's number 8, Sean Brame, and 55, Brad Horsnell. Row 5 is 82, Little Clarkey, Paul Clark, and 73, Rob Apsey. Jack Linus is on the inside of row 6 in number 13, next to Alex Artis, number 72. Row 7 has 31, Glyn Griffiths, and 29, Jeff Peake. Row 8 is 46, Barry Stewart, and Daniel Russell in the number 57 car. The 9th row of the grid is 88, Christopher Summers, alongside the youngest driver on the grid, number 18, Rory Mallinson. Row 10 is 22, Greg Smith, and 27, Mark Rue. Row 11, in the 66 car, it's Luke Stokes. In 54, it's Jake Sturt. The 12th row has Niall Gagan in 56, alongside 77, Andy Perkins. Row 13 is 28, Dave Berry, and Steve Brown in number 37. 14th row, 7, Isaac Spires, and 47, Tim Penstone Smith, alongside Trevor Faunch. 34 is number 41, Nettie Malpas on the 15th row, and Jack Artis missed qualifying but did race here last year, so he's going to be allowed to start from the back, making it 31 cars on a packed grid of low costs.
Yeah, they're going to be going around Woodcut, aren't they, with 31 cars out there. Actually, we might just squeeze them onto the straight bit of the grid.
Yeah, interesting that Liam is on pole position. His dad sort of called me over when I was walking up the paddock earlier, and he said, I've got compression issues in the engine. We get 2.5 seconds off today, 2.5 seconds off the time we did last year. We might not do the race. Anyway, there he is on the front row. He was, what was he? He was in the end 1.1 seconds off Dan Garrett's pace in qualifying. I think that was a good late lap from Dan Garrett to elevate that margin. But Liam, nevertheless, is starting on the front row. He didn't have a particularly good couple of results from Donington because he got involved in incidents, but did have some reasonable pace there. So it's Dan Garrett who won sort of the championship last year. As well, he's here to defend his title. Liam was second in the championship last year, so we've got last year's championships 1 and 2. Alan Harmon, a very good qualifying performance from the number 52 driver, 58-year-old from Brighton even, a magazine publisher, raced in the 1980s, then not again until 3 years ago, and that's the ex-Ryan Garrett car with the engine prepared by Dan. And this is a circuit where engines and power are going to be quite important, and Dan Garrett does prepare a lot of the engines on this grid. So, sorry, Chris?
No, I was just going to say he managed to get his best finish ever in the championship in 5th last year. So, best finish in a specific race, I should say.
Right, lights go out. The race gets underway then. Even start from the 2 on the front. And not too bad a start from anybody else. It looks like everyone is going to be safely off down to Copse Corner for the first time. It's Dan Garrett with the red roll cage in the lead, and he's followed, I think, by Alan Harmon. And I think Liam possibly down to 3rd place then as they head through Copse Corner for the first time. We'll probably get a better idea of this as they head down to Beckett's. It's certainly 2 black cars with red roll cages, 1st and 2nd, and it is, Harmon, I think, in 2nd, and I think that's Ryan Garrett actually that's come through to 3rd place in the Ferrari-esque red car. He started on row 3 of the grid. We'll pick that up in a moment. They're heading down the Wellington Straight towards Brooklands for the first time. And Sean Brayman in the red and green car. That's a familiar car. He is in 5th. The leaders then turning their way through Brooklands for the first time.
I think there was contact there between... a spin for the 52 of Alan Harmon, and he's collected the 82 car as well of Paul Clark. So bit of a mess down at Brooklands for the first time of asking. We've got 3 cars off, in fact, as well, further down the field. Well, I think there was contact between, I think it was Ward and potentially Ryan Garrett down the back straight, but it's the 2 brothers who lead the field at the end of the first lap. Not by much at all, though, because the Lewis Ward car was on the inside trying to take the position away, but there is a pole sitter, Daniel Garrett, leading his older brother.
54 was off as well. We could see that was Jake Sturt, and also we'll pick up on who the other one was in a minute. But yellow flags are still down there at Brooklands because there must be a car still in dangerous position. The drivers have got their hands in the air to acknowledge that. There's debris on the circuit as well. There's a car well off the road. There's a wheel arch on the runoff area, but the car itself is quite a long way off the road there, so I don't think we're going to need an intervention because of that.
But I did wonder if there was debris on the start-finish straight from that contact at the front of the field, because I seemed to see something like fly off one of the cars between Garrett and Ward, I think it was. Garrett was a little wide on the exit of Luffield. That's left him rather exposed. So here comes Lewis Ward on the inside at Copse Corner. Sean Brame there in striking distance as well, but it is the championship leader on the inside. Doesn't manage to make that move stick, so has to settle into 3rd position. Before anyone says anything about the livery of Ryan Garrett, it says Nalborough on it, rather than the other one.
The other one. Okay, whatever that might be. He's got just behind him.
Well, I wouldn't know.
No, nothing about that. Lewis Ward and Sean Brame. The top 4 breaking away from the rest. There is still these yellow flags and yellow lighting panels, of course, flashing with their great urgency around the circuit. Tortulla it is that's in the head of the next group in 5th position. Of course, no overtaking at this part of the circuit, so everyone just needs to rein everything in until they've passed the green flag, which I imagine they have done now. Lewis Ward thinks he has anyway, because he's up the inside of Ryan Garrett here. Can he manage to squeeze his way through? Ryan Garrett over the curb on the exit of Luffield Corner, and he manages to hold on to the position. So it's Dan Garrett then that's going to be leading at the end of lap number 3. Ryan Garrett second. Lewis Ward comes out of the tow, gets alongside. Sean Brain might even pick up a double tow here if he's lucky. Great fight going on for 5th position as well, but the pack has split after that contact on lap 1, and it is Lewis Ward that has gone through, Chris, to 2nd place.
Yeah, so great stuff. Real heads-up driving there, the way he was able to open up Luffield like that. Sean Brame trying to make a move there, than the number 8 machine, running much stronger than he was at Donington, where he only came away with a pair of 7th place finishes. Tries the up and under, but would be on the outside line if things were to stay like this, where he gets his nose chopped off anyway. And it looks like those yellow flags have been rescinded. That doesn't necessarily mean that everything's been cleared, but they know where it is. So down the inside, big lock up from Sean Brame, and straight back on the inside, but nearly gets his nose chopped off as well, does Ryan Garrett. And so Lewis Ward, he's having to put his hand up in the air as well. Have we got yellow flags on the exit?
Flags there.
Yeah, yellow flags there. Now I did notice there was some debris in the middle of Woodcote last time we saw the static cam, but that seems to have been cleared now as well. So yeah, I'm not sure why the yellows were out on that particular occasion, but the lead gap that Daniel Garrett has now is a rather healthy one indeed, 1.8 seconds. It's Ward, Brame and Garrett separated by nothing as they come over the timing line.
Yeah, so we've lost 4 cars. We've lost Rory Mallinson as well, and also the 88 car of Chris Summers. I think they were possibly 2 of the other cars involved, but Brooklyn's on the opening lap, but I think they both managed to limp back to the pits. Anyway, we have got this great fight going on for what is 2nd place here, because Daniel Garrett's nearly 2 seconds up the road now, actually. Lewis Ward, Sean Brame and Ryan Garrett. Garrett back ahead of Brame, of course, this time. And a great fight going on for 5th as well, because there's I think 6 cars all within a second. Oh no, more than that. Well, there's about 10 cars, isn't there? All within about a second of one another, making their way out of Beckett's. And this is for 5th, but it could just as easily be for the lead. Look at them. It's absolutely manic. I think it is still Tuller that's at the head of that group. Jeff Peake is in there. I think Brad Horsell I can see as well in the number 55 car is there. Paul Clark, he was involved in that incident on lap 1. He's trying to fight back. Absolutely crazy little battle going on for 5th position.
Brilliant stuff, and of course that involves Lee M's car as well, the number 5 machine that finished 2nd in the championship last year, former Sports Specials champion, alongside Lewis Ward, with 3 wide down the start finish straight. Back to that battle for 2nd position, because it's Sean Brame who's come from 4th to 2nd just on that short run up towards Copse Corner, and Lewis Ward trying to get a move done on Ryan Garrett as well, and he's been able to make that stick on the exit of Copse and into Maggots, and through the cutting here onto the straight, and now he's going to set his eyes on Sean Brame for 2nd.
Yeah, so down the Wellington straight they go, and there's the next group. I think it is Jeff Peake at the head of that group now.
Whoa!
Oh, and there's one car that's been spat out to the left-hand side. That's the 13 car of Jack Linus, and unfortunately there's a long way to go before you get to the barriers at that part of the circuit.
Yes.
So he managed to keep out of those. So it's Jeff Peake then, and I think probably Bradley Horsnell now ahead of Tortulla. Tortulla, the 21-year-old student from Derby, at the University of Derby, in fact. Also an interpreter in Formula 1 as well. Also done some racing in Formula V as well as low cost in recent seasons with the 750 Motor Club. But it is Peake now at the front of this little group in the number 29 car.
I have flashbacks of Kimi Räikkönen spearing into that barrier some years ago there, but thankfully there is a little bit of runoff down there. So
I imagine Räikkönen was approaching it a bit faster as well.
He was on that particular day, yes. So here we go again, this battle for 5th position. 3 wide into Copse Corner, and so who's that that's come out on top? The 29 machine. So still Jeff Peake managing to lead that, and just about holding off Rob Apsey there as well, and both taking a slightly wider line through there. To Tortulla, the one with the title line, the black and white car, trying to take advantage of that, but I don't think it really paid off for him, because I think he's lost a spot.
Okay, as they head along the straight, it looks like it's Rob Apsey that's now got to the front of the group. One up for the accountants here. The man from Brighton goes into his 5th position. He's got ahead of Peak now, but it's not going to be easy to hold on to that because he's got Paul Clark in the group, Tortilla, 55 car as well of Bradley Horsnell. Several people trying to take it away from him, but Rob Apsey, who describes his car as a bit of a triggers broom affair, one that's self-built and prepped, but I'm not sure how much there is of it's left from the one he started out with. Anyway, over they come to complete another lap, and Apsey's been pipped over the line that time, I think, by Jeff Peak, has he? No, not quite as much over the timeline, but I think Peak is ahead probably as they head into Cops. Yes, he is.
Yeah, and then closely followed by Apsey, just behind. Paul Clark's trying to show his nose to Tortalla on the exit. So Apsey drew up alongside Jeff Peak on the outside going into the shortcut. Tortalla drives through that open door. Rating at the back of that as well, Bradley Horsnell as well in 55. So it's interesting to see the guys in the back aren't making much progress through this actual little pack. Traffic now starting to come into play for the battle for 2nd position, which is currently led by Lewis Ward, then Ryan Garrett in the red car, and then Sean Brame, who does have the fastest lap of the race at the moment, on a 1 minute 12.6, but they're lapping a little bit slower than that at the moment because they're constantly taking time off of each other. So here comes Ryan Garrett again on the inside going into Copse Corner on Lewis Ward. See, when they get down there, he manages to pull clear completely. Sean Brame manages to go through as well. And this is what we're talking about when we talk about tactical driving. Number 72, Alexander Artis, pulling off the road with an arm in the air. But Brame trying to fend off Lewis Ward into maggots, because sometimes you'll make a tactical move to slip back in the pack a little bit and come back at them a little bit later, because you want to work out where you can actually pull those moves.
Yeah, yellow and green flags there, so I think that's possibly where Artis has pulled off along the back straight maybe. But there is Brame at the head of that group then for the moment in 2nd place, and now Lewis Ward tries to attack having passed the green flag, but just ends up going very deep into the corner at Brooklands, and that kind of attempt washes out. He's lost quite a bit of ground because of that, I think, to the red car of Ryan Garrett. Interesting lap times. The best lap of the race, 1:12.687 for Brame. Lap record is a 1:11.94 seconds, which was very close to Daniel Garrett's lap time in qualifying, but Daniel Garrett's not been close to that in the race. His best lap is a 1:13.1, quite a bit slower then. Possibly the circuit a bit warmer, possibly debris and maybe some fluid on the circuit as well that's causing lap times to be a little bit slower than they were this morning.
Well, Liam was right, 2.5 seconds a lap slower maybe.
Yeah. What has happened to Liam? He's down in 10th, isn't he? He started 2nd. He's in that big pack.
Did he get a little caught out? Did he have to go like the long way around someone when we had that contact on the first lap?
Oh, well, I think he'd already been dropped down to about 5th or 6th position when that happened. But yeah, I think he was delayed by that.
Yeah. So still yellows there for Alex Artis's car parked on driver's left. Should still be there. Yeah, there it is. Just on the inside. So Lewis Ward's closed that gap back up. A little squirm of the tail there from Ryan Garrett coming out of Brooklands. And you see Lewis Ward, he likes that very wide line into Luffield to try and open up the start-finish straight. So it loses him a little bit of time. Oh, spin for Rob Apsey. That collects the number 29 car of Jeff Peak as well. So the two leaders of that second pack for such a long time in this race coming to blows.
Yeah, it's a real shame that those two drivers have had that instance so close to the end of the race. Meanwhile, it's Ryan Garrett now back ahead of Sean Brame for 2nd position as they work their way around Copse and down towards Maggots and Beckett's once again. Lewis Ward is going to try and make a move on the inside. Does he? No, he's not. Decides the better part of it as they turn their way through the right-hander at Beckett's now and on up the Wellington straight. Now there's going to be, I think, just yellow flags at Brooklands this time, so no overtaking there. Yeah. I imagine that's because there's still the aftermath of that Peak and Apsey coming together to deal with.
Yeah, so it was quite an aggressive jink out from Ryan Garrett, but obviously has to then jink back in because no overtaking into this part of the racetrack. And they, again, look at the black and blue car of Lewis Ward, really opening up Luffield so that when they get into the green flag zone, he's the one with momentum. Some real heads-up driving there, but also, like, Ryan Garrett, been away from this series for 2 years, he's not lost any of that tactical thinking either.
Yeah. I mean, what's interesting here is that Garrett has been able to build up a nearly 5-second lead, despite the fact he's not the fastest man out there. And he's the second fastest man out there, I think, but not by very much. So I think the 5-second gap flatters him.
But critically, he's quicker than the 3 cars that are squabbling. Wow, that was a big moment there for Ryan Garrett.
Yeah, off onto the infield he went, and that's probably sort of delayed the rest of them. Daniel Garrett, I think he's going to have one more lap to go at the end of this one.
Depends how much he backs out of this yellow flag zone, I guess.
Well, yeah.
Unless they're doing the old karting technique where you put your hand up but you keep your foot pinned anyway.
Yeah.
No one would ever do that.
Of course they wouldn't. No, so turning his way through Brooklands, I think, he's going to get one more lap out of it, isn't he?
Yeah.
For the penultimate time then, he's got this useful, more than useful lead. Obviously, last year's champion trying to close back in on the championship leader, Lewis Ward. Lewis, I imagine, will be keen to get back to at least 3rd place.
I think he did
second
do,
if he could.
I think he did do with that moment for
Garrett. He would have done. Oh, a checkered flag comes out now a little bit early, possibly because of incidents around the circuit. So it is Ryan Garrett then that gets his 2nd win of the season. Sean Brame takes 2nd, Lewis Ward 3rd, and Daniel Garrett after that. Very sketchy moment through Copse on the far, what proved to be the fun lap, takes 4th place.
So I don't think they got a last lap board last time around, and a race like this is really critical because that's when you deploy your final tactic. And so there might have been some stuff left on the table there between Garrett and Ward and Brame for them to work that out. So it might play out differently in race 2.
It might do. I think whatever happened, there may well have still been yellows at the final complex again, as there had been for quite a few laps in that race. That might have had a
there was. So it was Bradley Hornstall who came out on top in that second group of guys. There was 11 seconds behind the podium finishes in the end. So he just about beat Paul Clark and Lee M.
Seven cars separated by 2.5 seconds though for 4th back to 11th place. So that was a great old fight, wasn't it? I think nearly everyone is back. Quite a few retirements. We've lost Isaac Spires as well in that race, as well as Jeff Peake.
It's about 1/3 of the grid then.
Yeah, so quite a high level of attrition. A few drivers with work to be done to get the cars ready for tomorrow's race, I think. So it was a win for number 19, Daniel Garrett, by 4.7 seconds from number 8, Sean Brame. 3rd place went the way of number 4, Lewis Ward. 4th place, number 99, Daniel Garrett. 5th was 55, Bradley Hornstall. 6th, 82, Paul Clark. 7th, number 5, Lee M. 8th, number 90, Tortilla. 9th was 31, Glyn Griffiths. And Jack Artist. Now, that's actually from the back of the grid, because he didn't qualify this morning. So a good drive that from number 11, Jack Artist, to take 10th place. We didn't really sort of see much of that on the cameras, but that's a very good effort. What lap times was he doing? 13.6, so competitive, but not stunning lap times for Jack Artist. Anyway, low costs are back out tomorrow afternoon at around about 3:20 for their 2nd race of the weekend. Big thumbs up there from our race winner, which was Daniel Garrett. We've got Sean Brame, who was 2nd, and Lewis Ward in 3rd place down there in Victory Lane as well. Helmets and gloves coming off, and we'll get a word with them in just a few moments' time. Let's in fact head now down to Kieran Mogg. He's in the pit lane.
See there, Daniel Garrett just talking to Sean and Lewis Ward about the race there. That was well, typical Locust Racing. It was absolutely sublime. But we'll jump in here as Daniel Garrett just makes his way out of the car. Daniel, you didn't really have a lot of competition in that one. You just managed the gap and that was it.
Yeah, I think they were catching at one point. Then they thought, oh, do you know what? I think he's a little bit far away, so they started going for 2nd instead of 1st. And I don't know what happened to poor old Alan. He was doing really well. He was chasing us, and he was right there. And then I don't know what happened. Next time I looked, he wasn't there.
Great way to start off the weekend, though.
fantastic. Yeah, really. Yeah, for myself, a really good way. I want to go and make sure that he's all right and go and give a man getting out for the next race.
Absolutely. Well, do you reckon you can do it again for the second one?
I'll try. I'm going to try. I didn't enjoy that too much, to be honest, because I kept looking back and I kept seeing Lewis's car getting a little bit nearer and a little bit nearer, and then I think there must have been one incident back here, and I think that just gave me enough.
Well, congratulations on the win. Great way to start the weekend. And we'll move on to Sean Brame. Sean, second place. It was a bit like a game of musical chairs, and you were in the lead when the music stopped.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. There was a yellow coming down the last straight for the last 3 laps. Unfortunately, I just managed to be at that yellow in the front, which means you can just long take it all the way to the line. But it's very close between Ryan, Lewis, and myself the whole race. Dan, second or so down the road, but a little bit could do to catch him. But yeah, no. Really good fun, really good. Close racing as well, all clean.
Look pretty exhausting as well, like you're constantly moving, constantly doing something.
Yeah, it's always, and you try to judge where you're going to be for the next straight and try to get a clean line out so you get the toe and try to stay within that toe as well. And keeping the cars cool, because if they sit nose to tail all the time, they start to get hot, so you've got to constantly monitor the water temperature and get a bit of airflow if you need to. But yeah, really good race, really enjoyed that.
Yeah, well, congratulations on the second place.
Thank you.
Cheers, thanks. We'll move on to Lewis Ward. Lewis, again, obviously, we're just talking about constantly moving around, and obviously Sean was in second place when the music stopped at the end of the race there, but it could have gone any one of ways.
Yeah, absolutely. Between the three of us, yeah, it was just down to who had their nose ahead on the final lap, really. I thought there was one more lap to go, to be honest, so I got a bit caught out by it, but yeah, fantastic racing, really good.
Do you reckon tomorrow you might be able to second, maybe even take it for the lead?
I don't know about the lead. Dan's very quick, difficult to catch. To do what he just did then without a toe is pretty incredible, to be honest. So we were sort of pulling each other along at times, but then also tripping over each other at other times. So yeah, we'll see. I think second is definitely possible. I'm starting further back tomorrow, I'm 8th on the grid. But yeah, the slipstream train, who knows what might happen.
Exactly that. Well, congratulations on the podium, and we'll hopefully see you tomorrow.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Cheers, thank you very much. Right now, coming up next is the Mazda MX-5s. Yes, it's time for the Massimo Tyres 5 Club MX5 Cup Championship. This is the biggest grid of the weekend, a full 40 cars, absolutely spectacular, the biggest and best of the Mazda MX5 championships in the UK at the moment, with drivers being tempted across from all the championships, all the MX5 championships and elsewhere in the racing scene. Coming into this weekend, championship being led by Oak Richardson after 3 races at Brands Hatch. He has 296 points. Thomas Holland, he had his first win in the championship at Brands. He has 288, and Michael Pearce has 284, ahead of Ben Hansey, Matt Hallam and Jordan Johnson. But a few other drivers, notable drivers, making appearances this weekend, including our pole position man, Simon Walker-Hansel, and including the multiple 5 Club MX5 Cup champion, Ben Short. But I think, Chris, you were a little bit surprised this morning to see him qualify only 4th.
I think I've only ever seen him not win one session that he was in. Granted, I haven't seen every MX5 race since I first got involved in the championship back in 2017, but it's just such a rare occurrence. It's like Halley's Comet has come round again. So Ben Short not starting on pole position, of course, 5-time champion of this series, and very much the foreman when it comes to him on the grid. I mean, I did see him spannering away at his own car a little bit before qualifying, so not sure if that had anything to do with it. But we've got a really, really interesting fight on our hands, I think, between Walker-Hansel, Oak Richardson. They were separated by, what was it, 4 thousandths? 8 thousandths. 6 thousandths. I'll get there eventually. 6 thousandths of a second in qualifying. Ben Smiles, young kid there in 3rd position, 17 years old in his debut season. So qualified 2nd at Brands Hatch, just qualified 3rd here as well. Yet to finish on the podium though. I think he's one to watch.
Absolutely right. And looking at how close the times are in qualifying, we'll give you the grid in a minute. Top 10, they were covered by 0.7 of a second. Top 25 covered by 2.5 seconds. So it's really, really tight on the lap times as well. For these Mark 1 MX-5s, these are the cars from the late 1980s and early 1990s. 1.6 litre 16 valve engines, and although there was a manufacturer-backed MX-5 championship in around about 1990, they didn't really appear on the UK racing scene until the early 2000s, and it was Alan Robson who was the architect of Mazda MX-5 racing in the UK, and with a different series. Then he launched 5 Club a decade or so ago, and only a couple of years ago he handed over the reins of 5 Club to Ben Hansey and Adrian Johnson, who collectively run that these days. I think Adrian Johnson taking time out of racing the championship this year to focus on coordinating affairs, and it's great to see so many cars on the grid, 40 of them, and I think we're going to have some big grids all the way through this season. It seems to be the friendliest place to go MX-5 racing in the UK, and the cars, they're really reliable. Very low rates of attrition. You should have clearly put the mocks on today's race now by saying that. And great fun to drive as well. Rear-wheel drive, of course, and great little racing car.
Yeah, I think I need to renew my prescription because I misread Simon Walker-Hansel's time, so apologies for that. But, we said earlier that the EP3 is the ultimate Type R. The Mark 1 is probably the ultimate version of the ultimate sports car.
The original and the best. I mean, inspired by the Lotus Elan in terms of its design, this sort of Japanese roadster. But so many of them have been produced and, continue to be appreciated on the racetracks. I'm sure there must be more on race circuits now than there are on the road.
There probably are, because it's the best place for them, to be honest. And I would say the ultimate sports car, and I love the design of them as well. The new ones, they seem quite brash. They've got to get sort of bigger and bolder, don't they? Everything's bigger and bolder. Like the family hatchbacks on my road take up twice as much space than they did 10 years ago. But these cars, they look fantastic. They drive brilliantly. Everyone loves them. The paddock is super friendly as well, and we get brilliant racing out of it.
Let's have a look at this grid then. It's going to take a while to go through this. Pole position is then number 4, Simon Walker-Hansel, 1 minute 12.567 is his time. Alongside him is the championship leader, number 17, Oak Richardson. Second row of the grid, 46, Ben Smiles, and another Ben S, Ben Short, the 5-time champion in number 71. Third row of the grid is number 74, Thomas Holland, the winner from Brands Hatch, the last round of the championship. Number 70, Michael Pearce next to him. Row 4, you've got number 9, Ian Tomlinson, alongside 92, Jordan Johnson. The 5th row is 13, Scott Leach, and 168, Zoltan Shabai. The 6th row, 44, Matt Hallam, and 21, Matt Pennefather Neal. On to row 7 of the grid, that's where we find Ben Hansey. He's further back than he should be. And 95, Andy Bailey. Matthew Short in 72 and Scott Lawrence in 64 on the 8th row. The 9th row, 97, Jack Lawrence, and 43, Bradley Gauns. And rounding out the first 10 rows, 99, Martin Vernon, and 128, Samuel Gormer. But there are more. 41, Alexandra Quatch T, and 68, Stephen Robinson are on row 11. Row 12 is 78, Charlie Brisker, and 90, Andrew Robinson. Row 13 is 29, Mary Barnard, and 96, Sam Moody. The 14th row, 113, James McCann, and 191, Philip Barrett. The 15th row, 5, Gary Crook, and 31, Neil Burrows. Paul Barnard in 129, and Trevor Jenkins in 61. The 16th row, the 17th row is treble 6, Nigel Holland, and 592, Adrian Wardley. The 18th row, 53, Stephen Reid, and 11, Richard Beale. The 19th row, 63, Stuart Dowston, and 26, Isabel Burrows. And the final row, 75, Jeremy Rivers-Fletcher, and 10, Paul Lightburn. That's a lot of cars.
It certainly is. For anyone wondering, Tom Holland on row 3, no Spider-Man here. Not going to start web slinging his way through the pack just yet.
Would be a good trick, though, wouldn't it?
Would be good, wouldn't it? If you could sort of haul a car in.
Yeah.
Because that's what I'm sure I've seen in some of the movies where he sort of skates along, but like whips up to a car as well, so that he doesn't have to skate along. You could use that as instead of slipstream.
So a colourful grid. Simon Walker-Hansel in the Eco Trailers car. That's grey, light grey, isn't it, with the green livery? And then you've got the blue car with the yellow stars of Oak Richardson. His local venue is from near Buckingham Garden Centre. Director in these parts.
Not from Buckingham Garden Centre specifically. I was about to say that's a specific address.
Yeah, indeed. Then the next row, that is where you've got the 2BS Motorsport cars. So this could be slightly tricky, but you've got Ben Smiles in the 46 car on the right-hand side of shot with the sort of darker stripes and the darker roll cage and the red stripes and the red roll cage of Ben Short next to him.
Smiles does have the smiley face on his car as well, so that helps to identify him as well.
Yeah, I don't know why or how they thought of that. That's a very good distinguishing factor. He's passed his driving test since Brands Hatch, by the way, as Ben Smiles.
Good on him.
But his dad says it won't help him do any better on the racetrack.
Don't know, the first test I did, they asked me, what foot do you use to brake? And I immediately went left. It was an instinct.
Anyway, we were nearly ready to go racing, which is probably just as well for you, Chris. Lights go out, red lights are off, race is underway, and it's a big old field of cars heading down towards Copse Corner for the first time. 15-minute race this for the Massimo Tyres 5 Club MX5 Cup. It's Simon Walker-Hansel that has the lead of the race. Ben Short, it looks like, is up to second place, and Oak Richardson in third. So Ben Smiles has... Well, that's been wiped off his face, hasn't it? He's dropped back a little bit. I think he's in fourth position at the moment, possibly, or maybe even further back. We'll pick up on all of that in a minute.
Yeah, it looks like he's in about fourth, just coming through the shortcut there. Very wild line for the James McCann car, the 113 black and orange machine, just picking up a little bit of grass as they made their way onto the straight as well. But look at it, Richardson, after being attacked for second position, now going for the lead on the outside at Brooklands. I think that was just tyre smoke, not necessarily bodywork rubbing up against each other as they made their way through the left-hander. But once again, we've got great close action up at the front of the field.
Yeah, great stuff, and I'm sure we're going to be in for a lot of action in this 5 Club MX5 Cup race. The 29 car you can see there is Mary Barnard from Middlesbrough in the Barnard Racing car.
Side by side for the lead over the timing line, just 87 thousandths between Simon Walker-Hansel and Oak Richardson. When they hit the beam, it's Oak Richardson, the blue car, on the outside line, gets out-braked into the corner by the pole sitter. Walker-Hansel, Ben Short and Ben Smiles, and Michael Pearce going with them in that green car at the back of this queue. So about 5 for the lead.
Yeah, and it's Oak Richardson with the blue car in the lead, but it was almost side-to-side contact between him and Simon Walker-Hansel there. If they're not careful, this is going to allow Ben Short to pounce on both of them along the Wellington Straight. You've got Smiles and Michael Pearce there in the sort of bright green car in 5th position. Scott Leach, you can see jinking out in the blue car with the yellow roll cage a bit further back. Still side-by-side between these two. Richardson's got the inside line, Simon Walker-Hansel on the outside line, and it is still... Oak Richardson that manages to hold on. Ben Short there in third place, playing a watching brief here. Pearce now ahead of Smiles for fourth. I think it's Jordan Johnson now in the 92 car that's moved up to 6th place.
Double race winner at the opening meeting at Brands Hatch was Oak Richardson, trying to make it a third one of the season, but still a long way to go in this one. He's hounded in the mirror by Simon Walker-Hansel, who pulls out to the inside for Copse Corner. So it wasn't quite as close when they came around last time. But we'll see when they get out of Copse Corner who's been able to come out ahead, or if Ben Short, the number 78 machine, Charlie Brisker, has gone off the road, sadly. This is Ben Short now in second place, and Ben Short going for the lead on the inside line, going into the cut through, and a wave there for the yellow flags of what I can only assume is Charlie Brisker's stricken car.
Yeah, so Ben Short probably, just took him behind.
Oh,
it's actually gone off into the barriers.
Big hit.
Yeah, it's gone off onto the barriers on the straight, so that's unusual. There must have been a bit of contact there, you would think, to send that car in the direction of the barriers, but for the moment, let's stick with the leaders. Then it is still Simon Walker-Hansel leading. Ben Short in second. Third is the 17 car of Oak Richardson. Michael Pearce is fourth. Then it's the car of Ben Smiles in 5th place and Jordan Johnson in 6th. But yes, a sort of hefty clunk into the barriers there for Charlie Brisker, unfortunately. So that's sad to see for the driver from Bristol.
And he does a handful of outings these days, does Charlie, so that might curtail things for later in the season. Side by side for the lead. Once again, Ben Short leads out of Copse Corner, but very closely followed by Simon Walker-Hansel and Oak Richardson. You cannot give Ben Short an inch in this championship because he's just the absolute benchmark. And we'll see if anyone can mount the challenge back on him again. But it's astonishing, 2.4 seconds between the top 9 cars when they went over the timing line back into the yellow flag zone. And is that some drivers trying to be a bit more wary when they go back to the green flag zone, which is into this corner, and there was just about a Rizzler's width between Ben Short and Simon Walker-Hansel on the way into Brooklands, just about managing to avoid contact.
So we've got Ben Short, we've got Ben Smart, we've got Ben Hansen, now we've got Ben Schmark as well in this race. So Simon Walker-Hansel, it was in the lead at the end of the previous lap. It's now Ben Short. He crosses the timing line 0.147 seconds ahead of Walker-Hansel. This time Richardson is 3rd. Michael Pearce is 4th. He's still got the best lap of the race to his credit. Scott Leach, you can see in the background, he was trying to make up some ground. He was in 9th position over the timing line, attacking Ian Tomlinson. Don't think he's made that work just yet, but it's side by side for 2nd place here. Oak Richardson, Preston Bissett man, is trying to forge away past Simon Walker-Hansel, the man from the northeast, and it's not as yet worked for him. I think these two probably need to work together if they're going to try and overhaul Ben Short. What they can't afford to do is race each other, because what Ben will do is just ease away ever so slightly from them if he does that, I think.
He has that relentless pace, doesn't he? But Richardson on the inside here, he clearly feels like, I'm going to be the one to challenge Ben Short for the lead in this one, and does go through. So Oak Richardson, the championship leader, up into 2nd place now, and trying to stick on the coattails of the multiple series champion Ben Short at the front of the field. And this that queue of cars that was only 5 at the start of the race has now become, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 charitably. 2 seconds between them.
Yeah, I'll let you have the 9th, I think, which was Ian Tomlinson in the at the back end of that group. There's definite daylight. There's about a second between himself and Matt Hallam in 10th. Ben Smart sadly going backwards, isn't he? And it was sort of a similar story at Brands Hatch, where he had the pace over a single lap, but still just learning his racecraft, really, the youngster, who's only in his 2nd season of racing, to junior saloons previously.
Yellow flags have been rescinded down the straight, and look at the effect that's had. They're fanning out across the circuit as they're squabbling for pace, and Ben Short weaving across the road as well, trying to break the toe to Richardson, but it's 3 wide further back, and Jordan Johnson is the one on the outside, and Tom Holland the one on the inside in the red car that manages to just about come out on top. And Jordan Johnson takes a little bit of the runoff area coming up against Michael Pearce in the green car as well. That allows Scott Leach to have a little look on the outside there as well. And somehow everybody manages to make it through unscathed.
Pretty much halfway through this race then, about to complete lap number 6, so it's going to perhaps be a 13-lap race. They might just squeeze 13 laps out of this in the 15 minutes that are available to them. Ben Short leading still by 0.2 of a second from Simon Walker-Hansel. Oak Richardson, Thomas Holland, Jordan Johnson and Ben Smiles now back up to 6th.
And is that Walker-Hansel going back on the inside for the lead of the race into Copse Corner. So Ben Short has been usurped. So he's managed to do Oak Richardson and Ben Short there quite quickly. And in fact, Tom Holland's gone through as well. So Ben Short, in a very short space of time, has gone from 1st to 4th. Now, is there some sort of problem on that number 71 machine? Because I don't think I've ever seen that in my life.
No, it's unusual, but there's still 6 or 7 minutes to go in this race for Ben Short to try and come back. And of course, in a race like this, when the toe is all important and strategies at play, it's not necessarily a terrible thing to say, or a terrible place to be, I should say.
But he's just trying to make it interesting for us, isn't it?
Absolutely, for the showman.
Holland was pushing Oak Richardson in the braking zone at Brooklands. I'm sure there'll be some scuff marks on the front of his number 74. red machine. That's it when they come across the timing line. Just over 6 minutes to go, side by side for the lead once again. This time it's Richardson on the inside of Simon Walker-Hansel. Tom Holland trying to follow the championship leader through on the inside as well. So Richardson leads, and can Holland go through? Yes, he does. So now we've just seen Simon Walker-Hansel do the exact same thing. There's no way that's on Pat. He's got to be letting these guys through and thinking more tactically. Well, actually,
really?
no.
Really?
Okay, let me rescind my previous comment. It was a little bit too much of a coincidence that I don't subscribe to normally. That was quite an extreme. But yeah, but he's back up to pace again. I'm not sure what these guys are playing now. There's all sorts of games going on out there at the moment. Maybe he just missed a gear or something coming out of the corner. But look at those three cars. Absolutely brilliant stuff going into Brooklands. It's Richardson, Holland and Ben Short, the top three as it stands.
Of course, Tom Holland is Ben Short's customer, isn't he? You can see the similar livery on those cars, the sort of inverse livery. So
get out the way. No, that BS Motorsport really do put the customers first.
Do you think Ben reduces the bill if he beats his customers? I'm not quite sure how that works. Anyway, for the moment, you won't have to find out because Thomas Holland is ahead as they come through to complete lap number 8. It is Richardson leading, but it might not be by the time he gets to Copse Corner because Holland was trying to pull alongside, I think. Has he managed to do that? Has he got through? Yes, he has. And he's taken Ben Short with him, has he? No, not quite. Richardson duking it out around the outside line. I thought he was going to drag his team boss along there, was Thomas Holland. He might still do that. Yes, he does do that. And now it's Richardson that's nearly going from first to fourth. Yes, he is from first to fourth because through has gone Scott Leach as well. He's sort of gradually accumulated positions as this race has gone on. What price does Scott Leach win here?
Yeah, no, he's really just sort of quietly climbed up the order, and from his livery as well, licking the stamp and sending it, as he's now looking on the back of Ben Short as well. It's absolutely incredible stuff. Less than 2 seconds still between the top 8. That was Short getting it very sideways in the middle of Brooklands, and so Tom Holland fancies the run around the outside line. Nothing doing there. It's a BS Motorsport 1-2 as it stands. 4 minutes to go as they come out of Luffield once again, and now it's Scott Leach with the run out of the corner up towards Woodcote and towards the timing line.
Over the line they go once again. The top 6 separated by a second, and Simon Walker-Hansel is still in 6th position. So I'm not sure we can sort of take into account any conspiracy theories here because he's certainly not fought back from 6th place yet. I suppose there are probably 3, if not 4 more laps to go in this race. Probably 4, I think, because I was saying it's likely to be 13. He's very much still in the lead group. There's 8 of them now, I think, in that lead group. The last bit of them is Michael Pearce, I think, now in the green car at the back of, well, he's not at the back of the group anymore.
There's a hand signal there from Tom Holland because Scott Leach was getting into the back of him. That's Adam Wardley off the road at what looks to be Luffield. That could complicate things if there's a yellow flag there, but there was Holland was sending a clear signal. Oi, Short's getting away. We need to get after him.
Yeah, that's the 592 car of Wardley, the driver from Guysborough, that's out of the race, it would seem. Wasn't inside the top 30 on our timing screens anyway.
He's still there.
He is still there. It's not a particularly worrisome position, I don't think, but maybe the officials in race control might have a different view of that. So they come through to complete lap number 10 now, and the random leader generator has Ben Short at the front of it this time from Thomas Holland. So it is still a 1-2 for BS Motorsport. Then Scott Leach in 3rd, Eric Richardson 4th, Jordan Johnson 5th, Simon Walker-Hansel in 6th, then Smiles and Pearce. And then Matt Hallam, who has latched himself back onto that leading octet, so it is 9 cars for the lead again. It actually might even be very nearly 10 because Matt Pennefather-Neal is not too far away now.
Richardson up into 3rd. He managed to get Scott Leach going into Copse Corner. Now Simon Walker-Hansel recovering at least one of those positions. Jordan Johnson going through there as well. So didn't quite manage to get through on Scott Leach. But starting to show his nose again. But Richardson up into 3rd position. There are yellow flags out in what is probably the best overtaking opportunity on the racetrack. So all of this part of the track still covered under yellows, and with only a minute and 45 to go, this could play a crucial part in this race now.
Yeah, no, it might be. We've got a snatch vehicle there, so that's why it'll be there until it's called out of the way, but they probably won't get that out of the way much before the end of the race. We might just see the yellows go in on the final lap, I guess, which could be interesting. But the leaders will all be cognizant of that, and they'll be planning their strategies accordingly. Over the line they've gone. Still the BS1-2, as it has been for, I think, 3 successive laps now, remarkably. Is that going to change before much longer? Well, no, because although you've got Oak Richardson there in third place, he's not yet able to do anything about the leaders. Possibly he's in keeping power to dry for late attack mode at the moment. And now he's getting alongside Thomas Holland. He's on the outside line, though, for Beckett. Scott Leach is arriving at Beckett's relatively quickly, trying to take Jordan Johnson and Simon Walker-Hansel with him as well.
That was Richardson pulled a cracker. If he's going to be ahead by the time they get to the yellow flag zone, this could be disputing. He went all the way around the outside, Maggots and Beckett's, and yeah, he's going to be ahead. So that was a really, really opportunistic and tactical move there from Oak Richardson to get up into second position, and yeah, ahead of Tom Holland. So he's broken up the 1-2 for BS Motorsport. There's going to be 1 lap to go, but Ben Short's got quite a sizable advantage. Up Scott Leach, dipping a wheel into the gravel on the exit of Luffield from 4th position.
I reckon the yellow flags will be in for the final time at the complex as well, because it looked like that car had been moved out of the way. So that could be important. Although, having said that, Ben Short's now leading by 3/4 of a second from Oak Richardson in second place. Oh, now there's another car that is off. That is on the exit of Copse Corner. Again, I don't think it's in a particularly dangerous position. Leaders, though, heading through that part of the circuit now. Ben Short with a decent gap. Oh, did have a decent gap.
Yeah, it did have a decent gap, but it's come down to just a couple of car lengths. Well, 1 straight, 2 corners and a run to the checkered flag to go then. And the big question is, are there still yellow flags in this part of the racetrack? No, they're clear. So Oak Richardson has got clear track to try and attack into these last couple of corners. This could be absolutely decisive, but I don't think he's close enough to really mount a challenge, to be honest. Tom Holland might just hang on for the last spot on the podium. No contact between him and Scott Leach as when Holland gets spun round. Leach goes off the road as well. Surely that's going to promote Jordan Johnson onto the final spot on the podium.
Yeah, he's sort of shortcutted the corner there, has Scott Leach, so that's exceeding track limits if ever there was one. So who is going to take the checker flag? Then up to the line they come, and it is going to be over the line Ben Short that does it by 0.2 of a second, in spite of Oak Richardson getting the fastest lap on the final lap. Jordan Johnson grabs third, Walker-Hansel fourth, Pearce fifth, Smiles sixth, Hallam 7th, Pennefather Neal 8th, Scott Leach 9th and Tom Holland 10th. Those two that tangled into Brooklands on the final lap. They did continue, but only for the minor places inside the top 10. Yeah, Richardson on the final lap did the best lap of the race, a 1:12.669, which was 0.3 faster than Ben Short had managed in that race. Well outside the lap record, but different tyres being used this year. Yeah, it just wasn't quite enough, was it, to defeat Ben Short, and he's won yet another race or session that you've seen him competing, Chris.
Despite Richardson bringing the gap down by 0.3 of a second on that final lap. Yeah, I think if Richardson had just got through maybe that slightly bit earlier, he might have had a crack there at Ben Short, but yeah, continues to be the king of 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. But Richardson, he'll be happy with second, I think, as well. Obviously protects his championship lead, and Jordan Johnson with a surprise podium as well. So where did Smiles? So Smiles in 6th at the end. So yeah, I think you're right. Working on that racecraft a little bit. He's clearly got the speed. Has Ben Smiles?
Yeah, did a 1:13.175 as his best lap, which was, just looking down, there's quite a few in the 1:12s, including people like Zoltan Shabai, who was only 12th.
Yeah, he had the fastest lap of the race for most of that as well. I think because he was in relatively clean air.
Yeah, maybe so. Anyway, let's have a look at the results. 71 Ben Short it was that took the win, then by 0.2 of a second at the end of 13 laps from number 17, Oak Richardson in second place. Third place went the way of number 92, Jordan Johnson. Fourth was number 4, Simon Walker-Hansel. Fifth was number 70, Michael Pearce. Sixth was number 46, Ben Smiles. In seventh, number 44, Matt Hallam. Eighth, 21, Matthew Pennefather Neal. Scott Leach, number 13, was 9th, and Thomas Holland, number 74, rounded out the top 10. And there's 2 more races for the MX5s, because they're the only formulas to have a triple head this weekend, on first thing tomorrow morning at 10:20, and again tomorrow afternoon at 3:45. So 2 more races, and I think we're all very pleased that they've got 2 more races after the entertainment they put on there.
Especially considering the race tomorrow is reverse grid as well.
Indeed.
So if you thought that was good,
Yeah.
Wait until you see when we tip him on the head.
Yeah, well, Ben Short's getting out of his car now, so let's have a word with him in the company of Kieran Mogg.
Well, we're down here with our winner, Ben Short. My God, you had to work for that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hot day. I'm pretty old and chubby now, so I don't really like hot days. But yeah, that was a really good drive from those lads there. Everyone's on a slightly different scale at the moment. The rules have been changed and some people aren't quite sure what they should and shouldn't be doing, so it'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow when we go on the magical roundabout. But yeah, it was good fun.
Yeah, it looked like you had quite a few battles going up and down as well, especially with Tom Holland as well. Both of you were nip and tuck the entire way along.
Well, I think it was more Oak that did the majority of the hard work, along with a few others. But no, I saw Tom out there. He led for a lap or so, I think, and yeah, it was all right. I think he finished quite low though, didn't he?
Yeah, he ended up in 10th place in the end, yeah.
Right, so he must have had some contact with someone, which I don't think was me anyway. But when there's that many cars around, you don't know. But yeah, it was good old-fashioned Mazda racing. Not too much damage, hopefully, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll see you up here again for tomorrow, I think, your next races, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's unlikely, but let's hope so.
Yeah, cheers, no worries. Right, second place, Oak Richardson. Oak will just jump in here. Again, right up the front, mixing and tucking with just about everyone.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Yeah, no, that was a good race. Yellows ruined it a little bit towards the end, but it's not anyone's fault, really. I think Ben got a little bit lucky those last few laps with the yellows because there were plenty of places we could have come past, but the yellows stopped that. It's nice to see now the championship has levelled out everyone on the power, how much closer it is. Like, fair play to Ben, he still won, but that was much closer. And that's the kind of racing we want. It's great.
Yeah, it's not like it was last year. I mean, that train of cars, there must have been, 10, 12 cars in that train. So was it quite difficult to try and keep in front of some of those cars? Like, obviously, you've got to look in front, but you've also got to look behind quite a lot of the time.
Yeah, as soon as you get out the front, you've got no slipstream and you've got no chance of pulling away unless cars behind have a coming together. And you're just going to get mugged everywhere and anywhere as soon as you're at the end of a straight. So, yeah, I'm not surprised it was that long of a train. I didn't look behind me. I didn't have time to look behind me. I only saw the cars that were around me. But yeah, no, that's cool. It's good.
Nice way to end the day as well.
Yeah, for sure. Been better with a win, but is what it is.
Go again tomorrow.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Cheers. Thank you very much. Right. So third place, Jordan Johnson. Jordan, almost a bit unexpected podium there for you.
To be honest, after Brands and how my season started, I deserved a freebie podium. I'm well happy with that. I'll take them all day. I knew there was going to be a bit of fisticuffs on the last lap, and I know Scott's not afraid to put his nose in there, so it paid off really, didn't it?
Yeah, it did a little bit, obviously, but you got to be in it to win it, and you had to keep your nose clean, and you most certainly did. It was how difficult was it out there to try and traffic management? That's what I meant to say.
It was really hard work actually with the yellows. It just neutralised the race in all the wrong places where you were building runs and stuff. So yeah, it was really hard keeping an eye on that and also trying to keep an eye on 6 cars that were around you. But that's what we come here for. That's proper Mazda racing. And that was epic.
No, it was absolutely amazing. And do you reckon you can possibly take the fight to the leaders tomorrow?
Absolutely, yeah. I sort of sat back in that one. It was really hard work to get past, and I thought I'll just sit here and see if I get a freebie or something falls in my favour, and it did. So yeah.
Well, look forward to seeing that tomorrow then.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you very much. Right, coming up next then is the Tagiwa Type R Trophy.
Yes, it's the second race of the day for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, round 5 of the championship. Early on today, it was a maiden win in the Type Rs for David Walsh. Oliver Musgrave took second, and Andy Stevens completed the podium. But the second race of the weekend has a partially reversed grid, so the top 10 finishes from race 1 go in reverse order for race 2, the remainder of the grid based on race 1 finishing positions. So I think we're going to be in for a really interesting race here for the second and final race of the weekend for the Takiwa Type R Trophy. Coming into this weekend, it was Ross Borman leading the championship, but he only finished down in, 12th place in the end in race 1. So Trafford King will sort of close the gap, if not overtaking him. It'll be very close between those two now coming into this weekend, because Trafford King, he finished in 7th position, and the driver that was 3rd in the championship coming into this weekend, Richard Jones, he finished 16th. So yep, disappointing finish for him. But as we're hearing, it's the success ballast that is a new feature of the Type R Trophy for this season that has really shaken things up, made things very interesting, and it'll be interesting to see how this pans out as the remainder of the season goes on. They go to Mallory Park next in June, for example. But yeah, Chris, it was a very entertaining race that we had in race 1, and nice to see David Walsh get his maiden win in the category.
Yeah, and touring cars, take note. Ballast, still the best way to penalise your successful drivers. But one thing I'm looking out for in this race, Ian, the car starting on reverse grid pole position, Jordan Banks, I think he's still got his novice cross on his car. So that's going to be particularly interesting. But also, Trafford King, you mentioned he closed up in the championship. He was really the only of the top 3, those ballasted cars, that managed to get any sort of decent results, really, in race 1. And he's benefited from this reverse grid format as well, starting in 4th position.
That's right, so it'll be interesting to see what he can do from there, if he can sort of squeak a podium out of it, possibly. Maybe even a little bit more than that. Yeah, Jordan Banks is going to be on pole position. It is his first season of racing. He's a 29-year-old business manager from Lincolnshire, and he's only owned the car for a few months. It's prepared for him by DH Racing, Danny Hobson's team, that runs so many of the cars in the Takiwa Type R Trophy. And it'll be interesting to see what Jordan, in his sort of first season of racing, can do from pole position. Can he keep the marauding hordes at bay? He's going to have Adam Huntley next to him on the front of the grid, the 41-year-old from Bexhill, company director, another inexperienced driver in only his second season of racing. And it's another DH Racing car, also built by DH Racing, that one. Max Martin's going to be next up on the inside of the second row. We'll give you the full grid in a minute, but he's the driver from York, switched over from the Clios that he competed in previously, and he's going to have Trafford King next to him.
And Max was incredibly competitive in the Clio Sport, bearing in mind it was his first season of car racing, wasn't it? So, what was it, 3rd in the championship?
In the 182s, I think it may well have been.
Yes, okay. Obviously, it's split between them and the 200.
That's
so,
right.
But yeah, absolutely incredible to have him. And obviously, top 10 already so far this weekend. So he's clearly got a good bit of pace. John LaBella there in that reshelled number 83, fresh shell after a big incident at Paddock Hill Bend in the opening meeting, contact with Richard Jones that collected Don de Graaf and Max Martin as well. Don de Graaf was in the wars again in race 1 this morning with a spin. So there's still an awful lot to play for.
Yeah, there certainly are. We've got the grid now for the second race of the day for the Takiwa Type Trophy. As we've been saying, it is partially reversed. So on pole position, it is the number 97 car of Jordan Banks, and beside him is number 16 Adam Huntley. Second row 62 Max Martin, and 42 Trafford King, the first of the sort of really fancy championship protagonists, I guess. Third row 83 John LaBella, and 15 Don de Graaf. He'll be desperate for a good result out of this weekend, I think. Row 4 is 93 Joe Dalgano, the former MG Trophy champion, and 151 Andy Stevens. Then we've got the top 2 from race 1, 19 Ollie Musgrave and 21 David Walsh from the 5th row. Row 6 is number 13 Tom McFarlane and 66 Ross Borman. The 7th row is going to be 10 and 26 Mohammed Ben Lada and Lee Rickard. Onto the 8th row, that's where we've got 60 Jack Reynolds and 12 Richard Jones. Row 9 is 74 Richard Lindsay and 374 Kai Lindsay. So Lindsay Farther and Sun Giro together. The 10th row, 118 Matthew Duffel and 98 James Millward. And then if they're there, because both non-finishers from the earlier race, 7 Andrew Idwin and 77 Luke Emmons at the back on row 11 of the grid. So we've got a 15-minute race ahead of us. Chris, and how do you see this race panning out with the reverse grid?
A bit of extra carnage, for sure. David Walsh was able to pull away a little bit in that previous race, so if he can get away cleanly, and if is the important factor here. We always see there are very quick guys who are able to get through the pack, but then they get caught up in some sort of first corner drama. Now, that's Don de Graaf opening up the door. I hope that's just for a bit of additional ventilation on a hot spring day.
I suspect he is. I mean, Ben Short was complaining about the heat, wasn't he, after his MX5 race?
Don's much younger.
And less chubby as well than
I didn't want to add
Ben
that
Short.
bit. I would have felt bad.
Ben's his own worst critic.
Anyway,
he's seen the minutes go, but he's closed the door now because very soon the green flag lap will be underway for the Skiwa Type R Trophy. These cars that run on the MRF control tyres, they're very affordable, and there's a limited number of tyres that they can use throughout the season, which is a way of sort of keeping a cap on the costs in the championship. The engine that the cars use is the K20 engine. There's very limited modifications that can be made to these, and the cars are also power tested on the 750 Motor Club's rolling road as well, and the engine and ECU sealed. And again, that's to discourage undue spending. They use Yellow Speed Racing premium coilover suspension, a bolt-in roll cage, and they can upgrade the brake pads only. The discs are standard. The ABS is removed, and a brake bias lever can be added as well. It's a standard gearbox, so it's a real entry point for tin top racing. But as we were saying earlier, the cars do look great, don't they? Even though they're now 20 years old.
I was thinking about this on the way in this morning, about how, man, when I was growing up, this was like cutting edge, and now it's pretty aged. To think really, because they've brought in 2 new generations of the Type R since this one, or 2 new kind of big reimaginings of it. Because it was the first where they made it all big with triangular exhausts, and then they made it even bigger and put spoilers on the back of it and whatnot. And we were talking about it earlier. Everything's bigger and bulkier now. I don't it. No. Much prefer this. I will say, Don de Graaf was very eager to get underway on the green flag lap. Slightly jumped the gun and had to come to a sort of slightly embarrassing stop here. Like, we go. Oh, okay, no, sorry, I'll wait.
Better to do that on the green flag lap than on the actual race start.
Absolutely. So
the cars making their way around for this 15-minute race, just to get some extra familiarity with the circuit, what heat they can get into these treaded MRF control tyres as well. It's not a desperately quick green flag lap, this one, that's being led by Jordan Banks. He won't have had to do this very often.
I was going to say, he's so inexperienced. First season of car racing, as we mentioned. So he's probably seen, in Formula One, they crawl around. I'll just do that.
That's right. Well, what a great looking car that is. I like the colour scheme on that.
I like the wheels, the little red trim on the wheels that was going around there. That's fantastic. Equally, Adam Huntley there as well in the silver and green machine. It is nice when you get some drivers, because so many cars are black, red and white these days. It's nice to get some funky colours out there.
No, there's a good deal of effort put into the liveries of most of the cars on this grid, which is good to see. The rise of vinyl in the last decade or so in club racing has transformed that.
You can't say that they swapped paint anymore when they make contact. It's like they rubbed vinyl.
Yes, exactly.
Wraps, and it just doesn't have the same ring to it, does it?
Not quite. Anyway, here they come up to the grid. And it's going to be Jordan Banks then, number 97 on the right-hand side of shot, the red and white and black car on pole position. And next to him is number 16, Adam Huntley. Second row is 62 on the inside on the outside of the grid, but the third position, Max Martin, and 42 Trafford King next to him. Trafford could well be one to watch in this race, I think. From there, he's got a little bit more experience than some of those around him. He's been a race winner in the past. He is second in the championship coming into this weekend, just behind Ross Borman. And yeah, I think he could possibly steal a march in his ruffs on. It wouldn't surprise me if he left Silverstone in the lead of the championship. Green flag waved at the back. 15 minutes of racing ahead of us for the Takiwa Type R Trophy. Revs rising and lights go out. Pretty even start from the first 2 rows. It was a good start from Don de Graaf on row 3 of the grid. We'll see if that's done him any good by the time he gets up to Copse Corner. But with his headlamps on the right-hand side of shot, it looks like it is Jordan Banks that's going to lead into the first corner. Adam Huntley in second. Don de Graaf, I don't think, has particularly made up many places. Oh, no, he has. He's third, beg your pardon. He's alongside Trafford King. King's on the inside line between him and Don de Graaf as they come through. So these two possibly the ones to watch here in third and fourth spots. They make their way through, but the 2 inexperienced drivers on the front of the grid leading the way, Jordan Banks and Adam Huntley.
And King and de Graaf could try and work together just to clear those 2 cars in front of it. It's de Graaf who's come out in front. Oh, scratch what I just said, because King's launched it back up the inside for third position into Brooklands, and that is keeping I think that Max Martin right in tow as well, as we see La Bella on the inside there in the black and yellow machine on the inside. That's a new car. Oh, a spin on to the infield for the number 60. That's Jack Reynolds.
Yeah, he's just off on the grass, but he's continued. So it's Banks leading by nearly half a second at the end of the first lap from Huntley in second place. Trafford King up to third, Don de Graaf in fourth, Max Martin the losing 2 places there. David Walsh up to 7th from 10th on the grid as well. John Labella from 5th back to 8th. So David Walsh, he's not given up hopes of a second podium of the day. We'll keep an eye on him, but here's Don de Graaf up the inside of Trafford King into Beckett's. That's fairly robust, but clean move by Don de Graaf to get third place.
But they're not losing too much time to the top 2, hopefully, in doing all of this, because they want to be scrapping out for the win eventually. And speaking of the win, that Adam Huntley going to the outside, not challenging into Brooklands though. Against Max Martin on the outside as well. And now on the exit and going into Luffield side by side for the lead, but Jordan Banks holds his line on the inside. Adam Huntley is trying to find his way through. He had a best finish of 9th last time out, so he's nosebleed bleeding with how high up he is at the moment. Across the stripe we go, and now those reverse grid runners are back up with the front runners. Max Martin looking on the inside of Trafford King into Copse Corner for 4th position as they start lap number 3. And so in that blue and white and green machine on the inside did manage to get that move done, I believe. Yes, he did.
Excellent. So down to Beckett's they go for the 3rd time in this race. It's Don de Graaf in 3rd. Here's a scrap going on. It involves the 93 car of Joe Dalgano, the 21 of David Walsh as well, our race 1 winner. So they were side by side. Meanwhile, for the lead, it looks like Huntley, is he going to be challenging for the lead? We'll pick that up in a moment. Still watching that Joe Dalgano, David Walsh battle. John Labella might be forging his way back through as well in the number 83 car. It's Don de Graaf that's gone 2nd then. It's Huntley down to 3rd. And now Huntley's being really pressured by Max Martin, who's around the outside of him at Luffield Corner, heading towards Woodcote. Still, though, leading through all of this is Jordan Banks in his first season.
Incredible stuff. So that's de Graaf up into 2nd position. Is de Graaf, is this the day he finally gets his first Takiwa Type R Trophy win? He's 4 tenths away from race leader Jordan Banks when they come across the timing line, with Huntley between himself and Max Martin and Trafford King as well. Banks doing an incredible job out there in the head of this number 97 car. I mean, it was incredible enough to score a top 10 really in this morning's race, to inherit the reverse grid pole position. So he's really soaking up this pressure very nicely at the moment.
On to the Wellington Straight once again then, with 4 laps or 3 laps on the board. On to lap 4 now. Still the cars sort of finding their positions in this race from this reverse grid. Still a few changes going on each and every lap as some cars move up the order and some going back down the order. Huntley here is in the position where he is now struggling. Oh, and a big moment there for, was that Labella? Oh no, Dalgarno, wasn't it? That's had the moment there.
It was Musgrave into the side of Dalgarno in the middle of Luffield. Don de Graaf's into the lead of the race as off the road goes Andrew Aidouin, but it's Don de Graaf into the lead of the race now, and Max Martin also managed to get 4th position away from Trafford King in the middle of Luffield. So Don de Graaf leads. He's 10 minutes away from his maiden Tequila Type R Trophy victory. The question is, how quickly can Max Martin and Trafford King make their way through the pack?
Well, this is interesting because Trafford King has gone backwards really since that early promise.
Although he's managed to retake Max Martin
yeah,
there.
He has.
So as quickly as it has changed, it changes back again. This is great stuff. So the Kai Lindsay car 374 on the inside of Dalgarno in the middle of the kink as well. So that is all for, I think it's about 11th position, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
It was Richard Lindsay, excuse me, the father.
So here come the leaders turning their way through Luffield Corner. It's Don de Graaf leading. He's just starting to edge away now from Jordan Banks in second. Adam Huntley still holding on to 3rd place from Trafford King, who's now up to 4th, and Max Martin in 5th position. We did have Andrew Aidouin stop out on the circuit, but he's not in a dangerous position, I don't think, so he'll be recovered after the race. Over the line they have gone, and now Don de Graaf's in the best lap of the race, a 108.525. He was 4 tenths faster than Banks on that lap. His lead is up to 6 tenths of a second now. Trafford King, though, was the one that made up a place that time, up to 4th, and he's right with Adam Huntley now, looking for the final position on the podium. It's Huntley that locks up on the way into Beckett's that time. Is King going to be able to make any advantage from that as they head down the Wellington straight? Well, he's straight back into the toe of Huntley. He's got Max Martin following him, and then it's David Walsh in 6th place, our race 1 winner. Still the same order as they head into Brooklands, although it's a good exit from Brooklands for Trafford King, and is all the way alongside the green car of Huntley now. Can he drive all the way around the outside of Luffield Corner? It's a long way to go. He's still trying to hang in there, but I think over the timing line it's probably going to be Huntley that's still ahead.
Well, let's see when they get across there. De Graaf is not leading by much at all, is he? Only 4 tenths of a second to the rookie, side by side for 3rd. And you're right, it was Huntley just ahead by 31 thousandths of a second. But I have a feeling that Trafford King's going to do something about that when they get into Copse. And yes, around the outside he goes. He takes 3rd position away from Adam Huntley. So Max Martin next in the queue, and race 1 winner David Walsh next in the queue, bringing with him John Labella.
Oh, and that's a late braking there from the number 21 car, David Walsh. He's up on the inside of Max Martin now, just about kept out of the side of him. Both of them probably losing a bit of momentum there, so it'll be interesting to see what Labella can do now down the Wellington straight. If he can take the fight to both of them, he's moving towards the left-hand side of the circuit. Those two still side by side, and Martin actually clings on from the 21 car of Walsh there as they head through Brooklands for the 7th time in this race now. There is the 21 car of Walsh just behind number 62 Max Martin. They're disputing 4th and 5th positions as they come to the end of another lap.
Oh, extraordinary battling for the mid pack. Pulling to the inside there was Huntley, and I think that was letting David Walsh through. So we've got battles all the way through the pack. I think Huntley has ended up losing out there. He's behind Labella now, isn't he? So was that just a poor run onto the start and finish straight, or was that something a little bit more systemic, I wonder?
Well, we'll have to see. He's still there, I think. He's very much in touch still, but he has lost ground.
Yeah, down in about 9th place now. He's behind Andy Stevens,
yeah, he is.
And Ollie Musgrave. So, yeah, not a great couple of corners there for the man who was defending the podium oh so admirably. Oh, big lock-up for Max Martin. That allows David Walsh to have a little look on the inside, side by side in the middle of Luffield, and Walsh will leave him all the room in the world at the apex of the corner, but still has his nose alongside when they exit Luffield. But it will be a more direct line for Max Martin towards the timing line, and when they get across there, it is actually it's David Walsh ahead, but not by much at all.
Trafford King's just in the best lap of the race, a 108.298. He took about half a second out of Jordan Banks that time, so the gap between those two is about 9/10 of a second. It's about 9/10 between Don de Graaf and Jordan Banks as well, because on the last lap Don de Graaf did a personal best lap of the race as well. We're looking at a battle a bit further back down the order here. At the moment, at the head of it is the number 12 car, I think, Richard Jones, isn't it? Then it's Kai Lindsay, and then it's Ross Borman, who's only in 15th place in this one. Remember, he was leading the championship coming into this weekend. As off the circuit go Jones and Kai Lindsay, and that might well leave the door open for, I think that's Lee Rickard, is it? Possibly. Also in that group.
Well, don't forget, Richard Jones, he was third in the championship going into this weekend. So this success ballot stuff has really just thrown everything on its head. Incredible stuff. Kai Lindsay through the middle and gets through on Jones as well. So great action in the middle of the pack as they come out of Luffield, and there's, what is there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars separated by nothing as they come out of that corner.
Yeah, tremendous stuff this from the Takiwa Type R Trophy, and it's so nice to have a really good, clean race, because Brands Hatch did get a bit too chaotic at times. Still 4 minutes to go here at Silverstone, and there's Kai Lindsay at the front of that group, so he's made up 2 places on that lap. He's up into 12th place out of Rickard and Jones and Borman 15th. So we've had a good battle up front, but a good battle for the positions outside the top 10 as well. 12 car there is Jones, the sort of silver front on that car, but mostly blue bodywork on that one, and he's just ahead of Borman. Some smoke from the leading group a bit further up, so excuse me, we'll see if they all come through in the right order, or the order we're expecting at the end of this lap. It was de Graaf, Banks, King and Walsh at the start of the lap.
Trafford King has gone through on Jordan Banks. I think that tyre smoke might have been a lock-up from one of those two trying to get a move done into Brooklands, but it's Trafford King now in second position. Jordan Banks fighting back against the race winner and novice champion. Absolutely brilliant. So there's de Graaf going through into the lead. Jordan Banks on the outside can't do anything with that. But welcome to Takiwa Type R Trophy, Jordan Banks. You've been doing an absolutely stellar job. David Walsh, next car in the queue. He can still come away with a podium from 10th on the grid.
Yeah, absolutely right. He's got Jordan Banks to try to pass. Walsh with a bit more experience than Banks, but not a lot in Type R Trophy in particular. I think they've probably done a similar number of races in actual fact. Along the Wellington Straight they go then. So it's de Graaf now leading by 2.3 seconds. The battling behind has allowed him to get away a little bit. So he's out in front. Then it's Trafford King, then it's Jordan Banks, and then it's the 21 car for David Walsh. So those are the 3 cars you can see on screen there. Andy Stevens in a battle with Max Martin, who's been just steadily dropping back down the order in recent laps, unfortunately, from his point of view. Across the timing line again, that's to complete 11 laps. There's 2 minutes 16 seconds to go, so it's going to be probably 2 more laps to go in this race.
And 2.2 seconds between de Graaf and King. I'll be curious to see how their pace compares now that they're in relatively clean air. But I will say, King's second position is not exactly secure, because Banks and Walsh are still right there. Banks could still come away with a maiden podium, despite still having that novice cross on his car, which I do believe he has on the back. Yeah, it's just in the sort of bottom right corner of the rear windscreen, isn't it? So, yeah, incredible stuff. So King leads this trio of cars into Luffield, and yeah, it looks like it's going to be tight actually, but yeah, it looks like 1 more to go.
Yeah, I would think so. As the Huntley car just doing battle with Labella. Oh no, that's in fact McFarlane, isn't it? Tom McFarlane, the 13 car.
There was about 1 second in it I think he crossed the line with 109 remaining, so they might just throw the checkered flag out anyway.
I'm trying to see if there is a last lap board or something out there. Anyway, King on that lap did a 1:08.292, so he's did the best lap of the race now. The rookie, sorry, Trafford King, I beg your pardon, has done that. So the winner from Brands Hatch, he's got Banks right behind him though still, as they dispute second and third position. They're not going to challenge Don de Graaf now. Ooh, that's a grassy moment for John Labella in the number 83 car. He's got Musgrave right behind him, who might capitalise on that.
This is for a position in the top 5, and so is Musgrave on the inside. This is Trafford King and Jordan Banks turning through, and it's going to be Banks in third. And they've managed to gap David Walsh as well, so great driving from that pair as well. And it looks like it's just going to be Labella ahead of Musgrave, but that could be a run to the line. We'll see if the checkered flag is being unfurled.
I think that's a last lap board going up. No,
that's the checkered flag.
It's the checkered flag, so Don de Graaf has finally done it then. He wins by 1.8 seconds in round 5 of the Tagiwa Type R Trophy from Trafford King in second. Jordan Banks, a podium. Well done to him in third. David Walsh, first and fourth on the weekend. John Labella, fifth. And Ollie Musgrave in sixth. What a race.
Absolutely incredible. Well done, Don de Graaf. That's been a long time coming since he made the switch over from the Clio Sport Championship. All those battles he had with Ryan Polly and co back in the day there as well. That has definitely been a long time coming. Trafford King, great battling there as well from fourth to second. Of course, Sim Series champion as well. Big thumbs up there from Don de Graaf, and both of them giving a thumbs up to Jordan Banks as well, because they know that's a mega result.
Yeah, no, to be on the podium in your first season of racing, to defend in these reverse grid races is not always easy. And okay, he didn't hold on to the lead that he had, but to stay as high up the order as third, he deserves great credit for that against some more experienced drivers. So well done, Tim. And what we're seeing here is how wide open the championship is this year. That is yet another different winner. So that's 4 different winners we've now had out of the 5 races this season. We had a couple of wins for Ross Borman at Brands, but he's had a 12th and a 15th on this weekend with that ballast, which will, that will be, going into the car of Don de Graaf, and now Trafford King will be carrying a chunk of it as well. I think he'll be leading the championship.
So when we go to the next round, it'll just be all on its head again.
Absolutely, and that's at Mallory Park is the next meeting in June. So it was a win for number 15, Don de Graaf, from number 42, Trafford King in second place. 97, Jordan Banks was third. 21, David Walsh was fourth. Fifth was the 83 car of John Labella. Sixth was number 19, Ollie Musgrave. Seventh, 151, which was Andy Stevens. Eighth was 62, Max Martin. Ninth was 93, Joe Talgano. Rounding out the top 10 was number 13, Thomas McFarlane. And there are 3 cars looking splendid parked up in the pit lane. Don de Graaf in the middle in the Motion Motorsport car. Look at that, he's got the cap on already, looking as cool as anything.
It doesn't look like he's just been fighting his way through to his first win, does he?
Absolutely, and he's already been to congratulate Trafford King and slap on the back as well for Jordan Banks. Let's head down to the pit lane then, and Kieran Mogg is going to speak to those 3.
Don de Graaf, your first win.
Yeah, that was a long race. Once I got ahead and got a lead, it was just sort of like I was battling myself more than anything at that point, because I knew I had it in the bag if I did nothing stupid, so I was just trying to hit my marks and not make any mistakes. But I'm telling you, it felt like 30 minutes, not 15.
I'm not surprised. Obviously, you had Trafford starting to pick up the speed behind you as well, but you managed to manage the gap as well, so it's got to feel good. Got to feel good to end the day like this.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when I get to a point in the race where I start to overheat the fronts, and I got to that point with about 3 laps to go, so I just had to make sure I didn't keep trying to go harder and harder and just make it worse. So I sort of had a lap or 2 where I just took it a bit easier in the braking zones, and then, yeah, it was all right after that. So, yeah, really happy.
Do you feel the weight's been sort of lifted now that you've got that win out the bag? You've got that mental block a bit past you now, and you can just focus on the race tomorrow?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I haven't really been, it's not been weighing on top of me, but it's nice to get a win because, other people have won races who I can compete with sometimes, and I just haven't managed to get it done, so it is good.
Well, congratulations on the win, and hopefully we'll have a chat tomorrow as well.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. Right, we'll have a chat with second place Trafford King. Trafford, you were up and down like a bit of a yo-yo then.
That was hard work, to say the least. Yeah, it was a long race, that one. Long last few laps with Jordan and Dave behind me, like, they were coming. Or Dave was coming anyway. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, look, very, very, very hard work, and obviously you really had to pick your moments as well to try and pass them, because one slight slip up, and because of the amount of group of cars that you were racing against, anything could happen.
Yeah, so I've been struggling a little bit with straight line speed, and you could see it, so I couldn't line anyone up to come out of a corner, so it was just a case of outbraking everyone, and that was the only way I could get through.
Yeah, they did remark in comms about some of the dive bombs that you managed to pull, so I'd imagine that's probably why.
Yeah, I had to make it work. I mean, I said to Jordan before the race, I said, if you see me coming and I'm committed, so he knew I was coming.
Well, congratulations obviously on the second place. What do you reckon for tomorrow?
We're not here tomorrow.
Excuse me then. Well, your second race. Yes, Mallory. Well, obviously you managed to end the day with a second place. What do you think about Mallory then?
I didn't have the best of rounds there in the first year I did it, but I think it's all about quality there, because you can just park car up really. But we'll see. We'll see how we get on.
Well, congratulations on the second place then. Cheers, thank you. We'll speak to Jordan Banks as well. So Jordan, I believe, I've been told at least, this is his first podium as well. So can I confirm that's first podium? Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah, first podium. It's my first ever year this year racing Type R Trophy. So we came into Brands sort of just expecting the unexpected. And then, yeah, to get out on the podium on the second weekend at Silverstone, it's been amazing. The team have done an absolutely incredible job, and I wouldn't be here without my sponsors.
Excellent. And obviously, we were talking about just how big of a pack it was out there. How difficult was it to manage that traffic?
Really hard, to be fair. So obviously I had an okay quali in P7, but I got into a little bit of bother in race 1. So that was just about maximising, staying out of trouble. And yeah, I wish that last lap board came down a bit quicker. Obviously me and Trafford teammates, we're very good friends. As soon as I saw his headlights ablaze, I was thinking, yeah, it's probably not worth putting up too much of a fight trying to come home with the podium. So yeah, over the moon and ready for the next round.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations, obviously, on the end of the day with your first maiden podium. And I think you got a bit of a round of applause from John Labella as well, as he drove past as well. So, yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Right. It is time for the final race of the day, and that is the Radicals. So, one final 25-minute race to come is for the Radical Club Challenge. Second race of the day, final race of the weekend for these cars. Earlier on today, it was a win, a third win of the season for Shane Stoney over Leon Morel. Stephen Bell, he was so pleased to get a win in Class B, wasn't he, in his Radical SR3 RSX over Pedro Oliveira and Phil Brown. That was a great race, and Gordy Murch, he was the top SR1, the driver in Class C. There was one driver, Scott Lee, who had a 2-place penalty for overtaking under the safety car in race 1. This is the grid for race 2 then, set by the second fastest times in qualifying. So it's Shane Stoney again on pole position in number 89, besides this time number 98, Joe Stables, who DNF'd in race 1. Row 2 is number 1, Leon Morel, and number 5, Doug Carter. Third row is 55, Dan Headlam, and the 11 car of Phil Brown. On to row 4, 86, Steve Bell, and 57, Pedro Oliveira. Row 5 is 84, Paul Seward, and 9, James Keevil. Row 6 is 2, Ross Board, and 24, Ian Charles. On the 7th row, it's 30, Mark Grays, and 92, Gordy Mutch.
Ian McDonald in 13 and Dean Hudson in 15 on the 8th row. The 9th row is 8, Aaron Rose in 91, John Davis. The 10th row, 66, Vic Sedema and 37, Scott Lear. And at the back, it's 17, Stephanie Herbeker. So, Chris, 25 minutes, rolling start. Shane Stoney it was that dominated the first race, winning by 25 seconds despite the intervention of a safety car. But the real fight was in Class B, wasn't it, early on?
Absolutely incredible fight in Class B between Stephen Bell, Pedro Oliveira and Philip Brown. They're a little bit shuffled up for the starting order in this race, but really great stuff. And also that two-place penalty for Scott Lear you mentioned just before you went through the grid, Ian, that also promoted Stephanie Herbeker onto the Class C podium. So the 22-year-old Lebanese karting graduate in her first season of car racing, back-to-back podiums in class for her.
Green flag is waved at the back of the grid, so they'll get a green flag lap shortly, which is also the rolling lap for the purpose of the Radical Club Challenge. The safety car pulls off, and there is the green flag waving in front of our static camera on the gantry there. Cars move off onto their warm-up lap. So yeah, early on it was obviously an early retirement for Joe Stables, and it would have been interesting to see what he might have done if he could have taken the fight to Shane Stoney in the first race. Well, I guess we might find out now.
Yes, retired, I think, from carrying all that extra 11 kilos that was mandated after he was disqualified in Brands Hatch. We interesting to see if he can actually take the fight to Shane Stoney in this one. Of course, Liam Morel maybe has a bit more pace to offer, switching over from the SR3 to the PR6 for this season. But it does seem like Joe Stables is going to be the closer competitor to him, even if there was still quite a sizable gap between their qualifying times. Doug Carter starting ahead of the Class B rivals this time. He was sort of marred amongst the Class B cars a little bit in race 1. Of course, the Class A champion from the 2017 Bike Sports Championships, which of course this series used to be known as when we had multiple different make of cars, but now it's Radical all the way.
Certainly is, and it is a great spectacle. These cars, you've got the sort of single seat, centre seat driving position cars, the PR6s at the front, the likes of Shane Stoney, Joe Stables, Leo Morel. You've got some of the SR3s in Class B, such as that of the winner from the earlier race in Class B, Stephen Bell, and then you've got the SR1s, the less powerful cars that run in Class A, a new addition to the Radical Club Challenge for this season. Gordy Much it is that has swept all before him so far. As they come up to the line, very shortly the red lights will go out and the race will get underway for 25 minutes. Out they go then, and the race does indeed get underway, and it's a good start from Stoney from pole position, closest to the pit wall there on the front rank of the grid. They head down towards Copse Corner for the first time, and he has got the lead. I think it's Joe Stables that's gone with him. Leon Morel a little bit further back in third place as they turn their way through Copse and out towards Beckett's for the first time. And it looks like it's Doug Carter in fourth, and then the rest of the field in fifth. Stephen Bell I don't think has made a particularly good start to that race. We'll see where he comes through. His black car's a bit further back than we might have expected, but the first three already beginning to get away from the rest as they make their way through Loughfields and towards Woodcote for the first time.
Yeah, so James Keevil there managed to make up quite a few places from 10th on the grid. Of course, Class A car with a bit more power, so he's gone from 10th to 5th, so it's Class A cars all the way. Daniel Headlam is the one who leads in Class B from pole position there ahead of Philip Brown and Pedro Oliveira, but race 1 winner Stephen Bell holding position there in 4th as it stands, with Paul Seward in close proximity as well. But is that oh no, sorry, it's Oliveira just behind Brown. So that is that Class B battle. The red car, their second position in class. And then this is Oliveira and Bell. Oh, who's that that's gone for a spin?
Doug Carter,
it's the number 5 car of Doug Carter, the PR6 in Class A. That was 4th position overall. And he's not in a particularly big hurry to get back onto the track.
So we'll see if he is able to rejoin the race and get into a position of safety. So that means that everyone else shuffles up. Daniel Headland therefore moves up into 5th position. Of course, he was on pole position for the Class B cars in the earlier race as well as this one, but made a bad start in race 1 and could only recover 5th position from that. But he's leading from the front here. He's 6 tenths clear of Phil Brown within the within Class B, which is for the more production Hayabusa engined cars. So it's Stoney that continues to lead the race outright there, and there are yellow flags you can see, and that will be because of the car of Doug Carter that is off the track up at Brooklands.
So everyone has to hold station through Brooklands, and yeah, just saw on the edge of shot there, Doug Carter still a little bit stricken out there, but Philip Brown, when they get back into the green flag zone, can put his foot to the floor and try and scamper away from Pedro Oliveira. The 19-year-old driving Leon Morel's old car. As we mentioned, he made that switch from the SR3 to the PR6 for this season. But Oliveira himself has got Race 1 class winner Stephen Bell for very close company going into Scotch. Paul Seward going with them as well. So really tight battle there as Dan Headlam is starting to eke out a little bit of an advantage over his class rivals, and in fact going with James Keevil and the number 9 car.
Still yellow flags there. There'll be marshals on the track just trying to recover the Doug Carter machine, I shouldn't wonder. His Radical PR6, in fact it has now gone, I think, so that is good news. The yellow flag should be rescinded therefore. So watching Phil Brown here in the number 11 car with 57 Pedro Oliveira behind him. Pedro Oliveira based in Bristol these days. Phil Brown based up in Nottinghamshire and works up. 63 years of age. Ex-rally driver from the 1990s. Running a car that he bought from Richard Webb. Previously it was James Brakell's car as well, and now run by Josh Smith at RJ Motorsports.
And 3rd in all 3 races so far this season. So
consistent.
Yes, very consistent. But I'm sure hoping at nudge a 2nd or potentially a win out of this weekend, this final race of the day.
So rounding Beckett's. Let's have a look at the car of Mark Grayson, number 30. He's running in 14th position. He's got John Davis in the number 91 car behind him. And then it's the 13 car of Ian McDonald, the driver from Colwyn Bay. And then it's another of the SR1s, isn't it? Which is Aaron Rose, I think. Doesn't look like Vic Sudera got back out. He had that broken wheel, I think, in the first race, and that seemingly has not been fixed, so we're down to 4 cars in the SR1 division this time out.
Yeah, because we were due to have 21 on the grid, weren't we? We
Yeah.
started with 20, so that would make sense. Of course, down to 19 now with Carter's demise at Brooklands. Field being reared up by Scott Lear, who did get that penalty. In fact, it's the last spot on the C-Class podium up for grabs at the back of the field there between Herbeker and Lear. Gordy Much very much dominating that category out there at the moment with all 3 wins so far as it stands. The 23-year-old Scotsman, former GT racer and Praga racer as well, so no stranger to prototype-esque machinery. And changed for position in 4th in Class B, Paul Seward through on Race 1 winner Stephen Bell. So Bell's not quite got the same amount of pace that he was showing out there this morning.
No, I mean that was the first win, and he was saying, well, you know, it's satisfying to work your way up towards the first win and then hopefully do that consistently. Well, he's not doing it in this race, I don't think. Not on current form. He's about 5 seconds or so off the leader in the class, Dan Headlam in the number 55 car. There's Leon Morel, our reigning champion, multiple bike sports champion, in the number 1 car. He is about 9 or 10 seconds behind the leader, Shane Stoney now. Stoney leading Stables by 6 seconds or so. So 54.120 is Shane Stoney in this race. Not as quick as he went in race 1 when he did a 54.008. We were wondering if we'll see a sub 54 second lap today from Stoney. Still a possibility, I guess.
Yeah, it was blitzing pace he had this morning, wasn't it? As we've got the number 18. What was that? The number? Oh, sorry, no, the number 13 machine. So yeah, MacDonald and Grayson still going hammer and tongs out there as well.
Yeah, and that's the battle for 15th, 16th, 17th kind of positions. One of the closest battles in this race at the moment.
So that includes the Class C car around Rose, doesn't it? Speaking of Class C, Scott Lear just nabbed that last spot on the Class C podium from Stephanie Herbeker.
So here's Grayson, number 30 then, just ahead of MacDonald and Rose now. Rose in the SR1, the number 8 car. Oh, and it's a challenge there from MacDonald on Grayson, but he ended up going too deep into the corner. You can just see the SR1 behind. Slightly smaller car, I think, the SR1 than the SR3s that he's racing against, and not as powerful.
And of course, new addition for this year in the Radical Club Challenge. Oh, and off for the Petronas car. Which number is that?
I just couldn't quite see the number.
It's a really distinctive livery, and I saw it in the garages earlier this morning and didn't think to write down the number.
37 we can see now.
Yeah.
So that is the car of Scott Lear, isn't it? So he's
he's just taken that class podium and giving it back.
So Stephanie Herbeker, so she's now back up to 18th and 3rd in Class C for the SR1s. So another car that's sort of come to a halt at the same part of the circuit, really, as Doug Carter earlier on.
Those marshals have been incredibly busy today down at that part of the circuit, and as it is the last race of the day, obviously an opportunity to thank the marshals for their work, because we cannot go racing without them, and they're in those big overalls on a hot day like today as well. So they're at work with the controllers for the flag panels, waving the flags physically as well, and getting out there and recovering those cars.
Yeah, so yellow flag still prevalent at that part of the circuit, as though the cars headed towards it at that point in time. That's the 11 car of Phil Brown, so he's still ahead of Pedro Oliveira in the battle for 2nd and 3rd within that class. It's Headlam at the helm in Class B this time. So it's looking very much like, if things stay this way, it's going to be Shane Stoney and Gordy Much inseparable at the top of the championship standings, with wins and fastest laps in, well, touch wood. Well, that was plastic, isn't it? All of the races so far. Now, here's Stephen Bell. He's got the 84 car of Stewart behind him now, so that's a place made up by Stephen Bell, but he runs a bit wide on the exit of Beckett's that time. Stewart's going to be back alongside him along the Wellington Straight. No, he's tucked him behind him. We'll see have a go up into Brooklands. We might find out in a moment. But certainly a good scrap for 4th and 5th there. Here they come. And yeah, Stewart back ahead.
Yeah, so that is 4th position in Class B being disputed. It is the 84. Back ahead, came here at 3rd in the Class B Championship this weekend. Stephen Bell with not much to shout about from the opening meeting of the season at Brands, but certainly had a very strong race this morning, and it's confusing as to where that pace has suddenly gone. Obviously, if you want to get into the real nitty-gritty of it, it's later in the day, temperatures have changed, so slightly different setups required. Maybe he's running a slightly older set of tyres. You never know. You never know what's going on underneath the hoods and in the awnings and tents of all of these guys. So Yeah, but for now, all that matters is that it means that Stephen Bell is 5th, and Dan Headlam is really making hay while the sun is shining out there at the front of the Class B field, on course for his 3rd win of the season after taking both the wins at Brands for the ex-Formula 4 racer.
Yeah, so working now lap 13 of the race, watching the battle for 6th and 7th, 2nd and 3rd within the Class B between Phil Brown and Pedro Oliveira. Sorry, go on, Chris.
Yeah, no, that definitely wasn't Headlam behind her. No, it's definitely Pedro Oliveira. So yeah, that's for 2nd in Class B. Whoa, big moment for Pedro Oliveira.
Certainly was, but he's gathered it in and able to continue. Yeah, at the start of the lap, Headlam was around about 4 seconds clear of Phil Brown. Headlam in the lead of Class B. Top 4 cars, all Class A cars, Stoney, Stables, Morel and Keevil. Fairly well spread out, all lapping in either the high 55s now or the 56s.
Stephen Bell and Paul Seward have swapped places again, so Bell up to 4th in class. Now when they went over the timing line last time around by about 0.6 of a second. And there is Bell, we can see it now on the screen ahead of Paul Seward. I wonder if Brown has been able, Brown's been able to gap Oliveira a little bit on this lap, so he's not under quite so much pressure. Of course, that moment that Oliveira had, the teenage racer, on that previous lap didn't do him too many favours in terms of closing in on Brown for 2nd place in class.
Yeah, so there's Seward going through then, 49-year-old from Tempuscombe, company director in his 2nd season of racing. Done some bikes in the past, including Supersport 600. Was champion in 2004. Ex RJ Motorsport car that he races these days. Sorry, Chris.
Those Supersports are not to be mucked around with.
Absolutely.
They are fierce machines. So number 9 machine there, James Keevil, has a little bit of traffic between himself and Dan Headlam, and there you can see the white car with the red trim on it, so that's only one car between himself and Keevil now. So their line astern in terms of the timing order, of course different class of car, and so Headlam, if he were to pass Keevil, wouldn't actually get any extra points for it. It's the points you score in class that go towards an overall table.
That's right. And I think it's, I'm just going to check actually, I think it's the worst 2 scores that drivers can drop at the end of the season, which could prove to be crucial. Less 2. So there we go. Two scores dropped at the end of the year. It usually is in most of the 750 Most Club Championship. So there's 12 rounds in all.
Still use it in some European competition as well, which I find quite surprising. Especially in this day and age of such bulletproof reliability. It makes absolute sense to have it in club racing because, people have got to go to work. People forget. You live this weird double life when you do this racing.
Yeah, exactly. The life does get in the way, doesn't it, of the racing sometimes. So it's important there is that function for drop scores to be taken into account to not sort of penalise someone who, for very legitimate reasons, might not be able to do every race in the season. In Headlam's case, the problem was that he just had a not a non-finish, but a poor finish in race 1 compared to the drivers that he was level pegging with coming into this weekend in their respective classes. But there's still 4 meetings to go after this at Snetterton Brands on the Grand Prix circuit, back here at Silverstone, but on the other end of the campus, on the international circuit out of the wing, and on the Grand Prix circuit at Donington Park to complete the season. Here comes the 6th car up the inside. So that's the Rose car, isn't it, up the inside? I think of Brazen. Yes, it is, to take 16th place away. Nice little move that, considering that Rose is in a less powerful car. Just sort of Grayson's car is not quite performing as he'd like it at the moment.
I think you might be right, because he was struggling out of Luffield there quite a bit.
Yeah, his
last Grayson.
last lap was 1:02.89, and it compared to his best of a 1:00.20.
Yeah.
So yeah, nearly 3 seconds off his best. So maybe all not well with that car. There's a glimpse of Joe Stables in the number 98 car. I've not seen a lot of Joe in this race. The double bike sports champion. His dad Richard was a champion as well in bike sports, the York Hotelier.
So, 8 minutes left to go then in this race. Shane Stoney leading by 23 seconds. He's been absolutely unstoppable so far today. Winner of all 3 races so far, leading Joe Stables, who in that much healthier car than it was this morning, running in second position ahead of Leon Morel by just 2 seconds. For the last spot on the overall and Class A podium. And then it's Daniel Headlam quite comfortably leading Class B. Philip Brown has built a little bit of an advantage now over Pedro Oliveira, although actually, that being said, on that last lap it did close up again by a couple of tenths of a second. I think that's going to be the one to watch in the remaining 7 minutes of this race. Stephen Bell and Paul Seward have been knocking 7 bells out of each other. Stephen Bell, the race 1 winner in Class B, and then in Class C continues to be Gordy Much absolutely romping away at the head of the field. And this is the race leader, Shane Stoney, with a support from Will, his mechanic, who works at Nilsson Racing on their prototype team. And you have to specify that now, because of course they've got a single-seater team for the first time.
It's low sun now, reflecting off these cars as they turn their way into Copse Corner. It doesn't make our life any easier, does it, as commentators, to spot the colours on them.
Well, you said in the Type R Trophy race that drivers had their headlights on. I think that was just the sun.
It may have been.
It was reflecting
off them, yeah. But Shane Stoney here, I mean, he's a quality driver, is Shane. You can see that from the first time we saw him racing in Saxmax with the 750 Motor Club, which is 15 plus years ago now. He was so successful in that championship.
We had a little bit of a chat about the JSCC, actually. Was it the Junior Saloon Car Championship, which was sort of the successor of Saxmax.
Same cars, different organiser.
Really. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. I'm just thinking, actually, this light, terrible for us. Great for John Elsey out there with his camera. If he is actually here this weekend.
Yeah, I believe he is. I believe he has signed on, and he was complaining at Croft, was John, that was always in the wrong place at the wrong time. So hopefully he's been in the right place at the right time for any instance this weekend. To capture the drama of the racing around the Silverstone National Circuit.
He certainly knows how to be in the right place at the right time at the awards night, normally.
Yes.
So hopefully he's got that same skill here this weekend. Right, this is that battle for second position in Class B that has closed right up with Oliveira all over the back of Philip Brown. We were saying Philip Brown's been third in every race so far this season, and he would dearly like to change that. Oliveira. That was probably just the sunlight, but it looked like he was flashing headlights at him in proper touring car style going down the start and finish straight.
Yeah, so the gap from Headlam to Brown is about 4 seconds, but it's only about 0.3 of a second between Brown and Oliveira, although it was at the start of this lap, and they've got 6 seconds back to Steve Bell. So these two really just in their own battle. They're going to be lapped, though, by Shane Stoney here before much longer. And, of course, Stoney able to get a lap further up the field this time than he did in race 1 because we've not had the safety car intervention. So he's had the whole race to build up this advantage. He's 28 seconds clear of anybody else. And it's going to be interesting if the season continues this way, as we've got Brown now really under pressure from Oliveira. Are they going to stay side by side? They're being lapped by the race leader. and they are still absolutely together as they head down to Copse Corner, but it's going to be Oliveira on the inside line trying to get second place away and push Phil Brown back to his usual third position, and he has done it. So Oliveira has gone through, and Phil Brown back down to P3, which is kind of where he lives in the points table.
It's kind of similar for Oliveira, because this would be his third second place finish of the season as well. So not quite the 4 from 4, but third one of the season after making that switch from the Mattel to the ex-Leon Morel SR3.
Well, what I was going to say is you've got Stoney dominant here, 29 seconds he is now in the lead. You've got Gordy Much, who's similarly dominant really in the SR1 class, Class C. Not quite so straightforward for Dan Headlam in Class B, but and he did have that 5th place finish early on. It is going to be fascinating how the season pans out, because you could well have drivers that are dominant in their respective classes, but can't be separated on points overall, and that they won't have raced each other at all, really, during the season. So it'll be fascinating to see how the rest of the year pans out.
Do we have, like in the sports specials, it's depending on how many entries you get, they might adjust the
Potentially,
points
yes, I think
as
so.
well. So that's a factor. Oh, hello. Spin for
Ross Board.
who's that? Yeah, Ross Board. So thankfully, it's a fairly harmless one, and he gets back on his way.
He does. That's the driver of car number 2, Ross Board from Honiton down there in Devon. Yes, fairly harmless. But yeah, that could come into play, the situation with points in each class as the season goes on as well.
But also, you're looking at who's going to have more off days, basically. Because if on a normal day you're going to be winning, then how many times the gearbox blows up, or
well, exactly,
and someone runs into you.
That's what it might come down to. I mean, what would be better is if we could get just sort of a straight fighting equal machinery between Shane Stoney and Gordy Much. That would be a more fun way to
I would quite like to see that, because Gordy's too good to be driving a car of that speed.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a great job for the University of Derby team to pilot their car that they're running so well and bring it home for some excellent results. But he's a racer. He'd love to be in the thick of a fight, and he just can't do that with the, his dominance in that class. No disrespect to any of the other drivers in that class. Having said that, he does have a little exclamation mark next to his own. He's got a 5-second penalty for track limits, as Gordy Much. I've just spotted on our timer screen, which isn't going to change the result in Class C, I don't think.
I was going to say,
and stopped on the circuit now is the number 15 car. That's Dean Hudson, and he was in 13th position. So he stopped out on circuit on the Wellington Straight as well. We're into the last minute of this race. Chris is just studying his timing screen.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out the 1 minute gap that Gordy Much has in class. I don't think the 5 seconds are going to impact him too much.
No, that's phew. Here's Shane Stoney. He might just squeeze one more lap out of this, I guess.
Yeah, I think he will.
Yeah, because he's on lap 27. There's 22 seconds to go in the race, so I think he is just going to get to the timing line.
But he could stop. He could literally stop, wait for the checkered flag and go, and still win the race. That's how far ahead he is at the moment.
Yeah, he could do. So he's going to come over the line with, about 6 seconds to go, something like that, on to his 28th and final lap. He's on a 54.117 in this race, so he's not gone as quickly as he did earlier on. I don't think we're going to see the 53-something that we were hoping for. But
so close. It was 54.0 this morning, wasn't it?
54.008, just 8 thousandths.
Dang.
That's an average of 109.34 miles an hour, by the way, that lap, so it's really quite impressive.
Average speed, that is terrifying.
As my old mate, the commentator Andrew Wilkins, used to say, that includes all the corners. And it really does.
Joe Stables just lost second position to Leon Morel.
And he's in the pits.
He's in the pits.
In the pits. So Joe Stables with just over a lap to go into the pits. But here comes Shane Stoney then. A dominant win by more than half a minute. His 4th of the season in the Radical Club Challenge. So he takes the win, and it's going to be Leon Morel in half a minute or so in second place. But Joe Stables, a late retirement. As we were noting he dropped down the order, we heard his car come past our commentary position in the pit lane. And Joe Stables has not had the happiest of days. He's not had a happy season so far. Effectively, he's not had a finish yet this year.
No.
Because he was in the invitation class. He was moved to the invitation class at Brands, and he's had 2 DNFs here. So, that's a great shame.
Well, that will promote James Keevil for his second podium of the season, adding on from his second place finish at Brands Hatch in race 2. So Daniel Headlam takes the Class B win, and Oliveira did get second position in that class ahead of Philip Brown, as we mentioned earlier. So that is for second and third the same finishing order, but this time with Dan Headlam at the head of the Class B field.
Yeah, and he has just taken the checkered flag.
Yeah, and let me just make sure that Gordy Much has been able to take the Class C win. Several, about half a minute ahead.
Okay.
So I think he got away with that.
He could have exceeded a few more track limits if he really wanted to.
He could have done, I think.
We don't encourage that behaviour. I'll quickly run down the top 10. It was Shane Stoney, number 89, the race winner. Number 1, Leon Morel, second. Number 9, Jamie Keevil, third. Fourth, then, eventually, will be Dan Headlam in the 55 car. Fifth will be 57, Pedro Oliveira. Sixth will be 11, Phil Brown. Seventh will be 86, Stephen Bell. Eighth will be 84, Paul Stewart. Ninth, the 24 car, Ian Charles. And running out the top 10 will be Ross Bordar. Class winners will be Shane Stoney, they will be Dan Headlam, and they will be Gordy Much. Those are down there in pit lane. Just before we hand down to them, Chris, some final thoughts from you for today?
Yeah, absolutely fantastic day here at Silverstone. It's been a wonderful day. We've been blessed with the weather, great racing. Shout outs to the MX5 Cup, the Classic Stock Catch, and the low costs as well, which have been absolutely thrilling. But do come back tomorrow, because we've got yet more racing and the debut of the Absolute Alignment Swift Sports Challenge, brand new for 2025. You are not going to want to miss that record-breaking car making its competitive debut.
No, you're not. We'll look forward to that tomorrow. So a quick thanks from me to all of the Alpha Live team for their hard work today in some trying circumstances at time, and thanks of course to all of the marshals and officials who've helped to make today's racing possible. We'll be back with you tomorrow around about 10:15 for the first race at 10:20, but we'll hand down now to Kieran Mogg for the final time today.
Second race of the day for the Radicals, and a second win for Shane Stoney. To having a drink here, I'll just let you have a quick sip of that before we have a quick chat. Yeah, just saying that there was a bit of an issue you had for the second half of the race.
Second half of the race, it just seemed to be missing every now and again. It seemed to be getting worse, so it seemed electrical. So I don't know exactly what it was yet. We'll have to have a look. It's something seems similar to what we had last year, so maybe something's not happy in there somewhere. So I'll have to have a look. But yeah, other than that, the car's. First half of the race before that started, the car was on rails, so trying to be really careful. I mean, there was a lot of yellow flags sort of appearing, and you're there having to make sure you get lifted off and all slowing down and all that kind of thing. So, but yeah, it's tricky race with a lot of with the yellow flags appearing and things like that. And you're there, you're trying to slow down, and then and make sure everything's sorted. So, yeah, just got to keep on your toes and yeah.
I mean, obviously, 2 races, 2 wins. You can't really ask much more than that. I mean, you had the pace of just, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, I've got to say big thanks to my dad, big thanks to Will. The car's been brilliant all weekend. We've had a few little niggles. We found another one now, but I can't thank them enough. And big thanks to all the marshals as well. Obviously, we can't do this without them. So big thanks to them as well.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the weekend, on the day. It's really been very well for you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Right, we'll speak with our Class B winner, Daniel Headlam. Daniel, if I can just jump in. So that was an interesting race.
Yeah, well, it was certainly slightly less interesting than the first race from my point of view, but it was still a pretty good race. I mean, it was a bit tighter between the other guys, I think, but good start, and then kind of got my head down and kept going.
Yeah. And how do you find this car-track combination?
I enjoyed that, and it was a great experience. It's probably a little bit short for the Radical in my books. I'd prefer the GP circuit, but not going to complain because I get to drive a Radical at Silverstone. So, yeah.
And in terms of obviously the calendar, what is the track that you're most looking forward to?
I think probably Brands GP. Don't get to go there a lot. It's probably quite unique. I went well at Brands last time out, so we get to do half of that again. And so yeah, probably that one.
All right, well, congratulations on the win then.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. And we'll speak with our Class C winner, Gordy. Again, for you, 2 races, 2 wins. We had a chat, obviously, earlier today. Say the car was working well. It's worked well again. How's that?
Yeah, it was good. Obviously, a little bit hotter towards the end of the day here. So round here, it's left side gets a little bit of a beating. So towards the end of the race there, the tyres were starting to let go. So I was more drifting, really. But yeah, I had good fun. It's been a real good weekend. Students have done another great job. Didn't have to come in once off of any untightened bolt or any loose wheel. So yeah, they haven't made any mistakes thus far, and they've put together a real good race car. So props to them. They're doing a great job.
Yeah, it does seem to be it, absolutely. And obviously you seem to be delivering as well, so it's got to feel good for 2 wins.
Yeah, absolutely. We're on a bit of a roll because obviously we got the 2 wins at Brands as well, so we're on 4 now. So we'll see. The target, can be to maybe try pinch every win of the season. It'd be great if we could have some battles along the way. But yeah, no, I'm really enjoying working with the students, and we look forward to the rest of the year.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations again, and thanks for chatting with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. And, well, that wraps it up from here at Silverstone today. Obviously, we've still got tomorrow. It's a full day of action and racing that we've still got to come, with a couple of series that we haven't already seen today. Obviously, the Radicals and the Type Rs won't be racing tomorrow, but we do have a couple of series in place of that. So, without further ado, from all of us here at 750, we just want to say thank you so much to all the marshals that are out on track. Obviously, in this baking sun, it's really been, if they've got all their full overalls on, it can't be cool in those at all. But thank you very much, obviously, to all the marshals for putting up with all the racing. Thank you to Alpha Live for broadcasting, Laura behind the camera, Will, our producer, and thank you so much for watching. We'll see you in the morning.